Colonel George Graham stares up in disbelief after a swift attack. Heimin, standing over him, calmly dismisses the colonel's accusation of attempted murder. He states that he simply eliminated a pest, as is his duty as a soldier for the future of the Empire. With his foot resting on a pinned butterfly, Heimin adds that he also eliminates the pests that corrupt the Empire. It's as simple as that. This all unfolds within the Gastro Empire, an ancient and vast state, the largest and oldest on the continent. It is within this empire, at a grand ceremony for appointing new general officers, that the next chapter of their careers begins. An announcer declares the first-place graduate of the general officer's examination, Lizard Eye Rygra, who will be assigned to the Ministry of Defense of the Celestial Palace. The graduate accepts the position with a firm yes. Following that announcement, Emma Donier is named as the second-place graduate, assigned to the Ministry of Agriculture of the Celestial Palace. She, too, accepts her new position. Her acceptance is followed by the announcement of fourth place, which is met with a sharp yes from Heimin. Emma glances back at him, a flicker of surprise on her face. Later, in a quiet room, she approaches Heimin, who is seated at a desk. She remarks that his placement is unexpected, as she had assumed he would undoubtedly be first, then recalls that the third-place announcement was skipped entirely. He looks up from his papers and states that third place is fine. Emma observes that he seems unwilling to admit defeat, suggesting that had it not been for him, the precedent of a commoner achieving first place would never have even been a possibility. He closes the book he was reading, stating that while it's proclaimed that origin doesn't matter, that's not how things truly are. He then asserts that it doesn't matter where you start. She presses him, asking for his reasoning. As he begins to explain, the memory of a flustered, high-ranking official comes to mind, a man who seems surprised to still find him present. He stands before the assembly, a faint, confident smile on his lips as he formally accepts his new title. Heimin, Northern District Border Guard of Galna. His gaze is unwavering as he internally affirms his decision. He accepts the position, his true goal being the power of the country itself. As they walk away from the ceremony, Emma stretches with a sigh of relief, remarking on the length of the speech. She chides him for talking so much, calling his boasts terrifying and shamelessly embarrassing. She then adds that despite his words, the empire has declined, and assignments are rife with favoritism toward the nobility. She quickly raises a finger to her lips, warning him not to say such reckless things, as they don't know who might be listening. He responds with a simple, "Yes, sir." Her warning is interrupted by a boisterous voice. A tall, muscular woman named Rifa greets them enthusiastically, waving. Emma expresses her surprise at Rifa's quick arrival, and Rifa explains she rode a horse for 3 days straight to be there for their big day. Turning her attention to Heimin, she asks if he also saw the state of the capital and the peripheral cities. He confirms that he did. Rifa reflects that the vast difference in splendor between the two remains unchanged. She then playfully ruffles Emma's hair, teasing that at least with a post in the Ministry of Agriculture, she won't have to worry about food. Emma objects, insisting her new role is more than just minor tasks for a civil servant. Her expression turns serious as she considers their new assignments. She asks if the two of them are truly being sent to the Northern District of Galna, noting that the border guard is on the front line and that there are ongoing issues with the Cuman tribe. The reality sinks in that they won't see each other for a while. In response, Heimin calmly states that the front is exactly where he wants to be, promising to return victorious as soon as possible. Beside him, Rifa puffs out her chest with a confident grin, declaring that she will protect him. Despite her bold words, she quietly acknowledges his tough act. As the friends stood together, a condescending voice boomed from above. It mocked the very idea of a commoner striving to become an imperial officer, sneering at the assignment to the remotest frontier to fight beasts and barbarians. The speaker revealed himself to be a stout, smug-faced young man. He offered a disingenuous congratulations on their futile effort. Heimin and Emma recognized him immediately as their classmate, Demoted. He then addressed Emma directly, acknowledging her kindness, but warning her that it was unsuitable for a blue-blooded noble to associate with a commoner. He advised her to be more selective with her friends. His attention then snapped to Rifa, who was startled by the sudden focus. Demoted declared that the same advice applied to her and offered to hire her as his personal night protector. He argued that her assignment to the Ministry of Commerce was far superior to any dangerous battlefield. Demoted stammered, flustered by his own forwardness, but Heimin stepped between them. He calmly asked Demoted to stop bothering them, pointing out that he was clearly making Emma uncomfortable. Emma, however, spoke for herself. She retorted that if she had feelings for him, she would be utterly embarrassed. She reminded him that despite being a prestigious noble, he had ranked last in their class. Rifa added that Demoted only became an imperial general through his family's power, contrasting it with her own tolerance for being near someone he considered weak. Heimin's gaze sharpened. He stated plainly that Demoted's qualifications were not good enough for either of the women, and that the fact he came from a noble family meant absolutely nothing. Humiliation twisted Demoted's face into a mask of rage. He spat that he hoped Heimin would remain a mere merchant and make friends with other pitiable nobles who had become generals, ordering them to never show their faces to him again. With a dismissive smirk, Heimin simply wished him a good day and turned to leave, his friends following close behind. As they walked away, Rifa reminded them that from now on, they would take separate paths, wishing them both well. She then turned to Emma, quietly wondering why Heimin always seemed to say things that made him enemies. He parted ways with his friends, with Emma expressing her complete confidence in him. 1 month later, he arrived at his new post in the formidable northern district of Garner. Standing before the imposing fortress, he formally announced his arrival as Sub-Lieutenant Heimin. Inside, he was brought before his new commanding officer, a man seated behind a large desk adorned with a grand insignia. The man introduced himself as Colonel Gedru Magno, the officer in charge, and remarked that it had been 10 years since a commoner officer was last assigned to his command. The colonel continued, stating that Heimin's arrival was timely, as there was a vacancy. He pointed to a roster, assigning the new sub-lieutenant to the 8th platoon and promising more details later. He then asked if Heimin had any questions about the assignment. The young officer's response was curt and direct, his expression unreadable as he stated he had none. Colonel Magno observed him for a moment, a faint smile playing on his lips. Acknowledging the response, he offered a simple, almost ominous piece of advice: to be careful. With a formal bow, Heimin excused himself, concluding the brief and chilly reception with his commanding officer. Once the door closed behind the young officer, Colonel Magno's disdain became clear. He internally dismissed Heimin as an unpleasant commoner, concluding with a chilling thought: it didn't matter anyway, as the boy was sure to die in this new post. His subordinates, who had been standing by, remarked on the colonel's cruelty in assigning the newcomer to the 8th platoon. Leaning back with his eyes closed, Colonel Magno dismissed their concern. He stated plainly that he didn't care about the reasons for the assignment. No one wanted a commoner officer, regardless of their skill. Unaware of the conversation inside, Heimin stood in the hallway. The cold reception had not discouraged him. Instead, a shadow fell across his face as a sharp, predatory grin emerged, revealing a hidden intensity. His thoughts turned to the immediate future. The first order of business was training. At Training Ground 8, the sounds of exertion already filled the air, with shouts urging recruits to run faster. He arrives at the training grounds for the 8th platoon. The area is crude, enclosed by a barbed wire fence, and outfitted with makeshift equipment, like climbing walls and punching posts. The soldiers within are disengaged, some playing cards while others perform a bizarre strength exercise. His attention is drawn to this strange training. 2 soldiers strain to pull a heavy sled, upon which sits another, much larger man. One of the pullers complains that they're being forced to carry unnecessary dead weight, which will only wreck their backs and knees. Heimin observes this spectacle, his expression unreadable as he questions if this can even be called training. The soldier pulling the sled internally fumes, noting that his partner looks like a child soldier, not someone who trains daily. He then glances back at the overseer on the sled, thinking he's as fat as a pig. Suddenly, the smaller soldier leaps up, cheering that he has won and will claim the day's wine. The heavy man, now tumbled onto the ground, furiously accuses him of cheating. The outburst confirms Heimin's suspicions. They were gambling for wine, and the distribution seems unfair. The losing soldier glares at the heavy man, blaming his slowness and the loss of his prize on the man's excessive weight. His frustration boiling over, the soldier lunges forward, shouting at the heavy man as he throws a punch. Before the blow connects, a powerful hand catches the punch midair. A muscular man with a chin patch stops the fight and turns to the newcomers, demanding to know who they are. Unfazed, Heimin addresses the heavy man on the ground, stating plainly that he lost because he's too heavy and should consider losing weight and quitting drinking. He then steps forward with calm authority, introducing himself as Lieutenant Heimin, the new officer in charge of the 8th platoon. The woman at his side introduces herself as Raifa, his escort. She notes how the soldiers seem to do as they please, then directly addresses the muscular man, asking for his name and rank as the platoon's overseer. The man's tense posture relaxes into a confident smile. He confirms he is the overseer, Sergeant Como, and explains that because directives from the higher-ups constantly change, they've resorted to training on their own. His eyes then fix on Raifa as he remarks that Heimin has brought a very attractive woman with him. Raifa meets his gaze boldly, a suggestive smile playing on her lips. She tells the sergeant that there are things much more fun than training and pointedly asks why he doesn't join them. Her proposition was met not by the sergeant, but by Lieutenant Heimin's cold command. He complimented Sergeant Como's physique, then ordered Raifa to deal with him. Como simply chuckled in response. Without a moment's hesitation, she moved. A single, powerful stomp sent the sergeant crashing to the ground, utterly subdued. It was a clear demonstration of her power, a trait of her Zexan ethnicity, whose people possess physical abilities far beyond the norm. Standing over the defeated sergeant, Raifa announced that anyone who wished to touch her would first have to become stronger than her. Heimin then declared a change to the training regimen, 30 laps around the field, with the threat of being buried alive for any who refused. Seeing their leader so easily dispatched, the platoon members shouted their immediate compliance. He then turned his attention to the man still on the ground, asking him with a slight smile how long he intended to feign unconsciousness. His question was answered not by the sergeant, but by another soldier who leaped back in protest. With blood trickling from his nose, the man furiously accused Heimin of being a mad wizard for using his magic staff on subordinates and demanded to be sent to the infirmary. Unfazed, Heimin questioned if the man truly considered himself a soldier. He watched the man begin to run, squealing that it was just a little nosebleed. From Heimin's perspective, He heard no real whining. The defiant soldier screamed for everyone to get out of his way as he fled the training grounds entirely, unable to endure the pressure. As dusk settled, the remaining members of the platoon lay scattered and utterly exhausted across the field, the grueling run finally complete. He approached one of the men, checking on his condition. The soldier, identified as Sergeant Baz, slowly pushed himself to his knees, assuring the lieutenant he was all right. The sergeant, surprised, asked how the lieutenant knew his name. Heimin explained that he had memorized the platoon roster, citing Baz's apparent endurance and skill with his sword. Heimin appointed him to be in charge of instruction starting the next day. Flustered, Baz accepted the new responsibility. While he and the other platoon members lay exhausted, Sergeant Como eagerly raised his hand. Lieutenant Heisenheim looked on, explaining that physical training was part of the job, but they must manage themselves. Como shouted his affirmation. The lieutenant then began to detail their new rations. From now on, 2 servings of food and 3 glasses of wine. Before he could finish a sentence, Como excitedly asked if this generous allotment was for everyone, as his comrades remained collapsed from the grueling exercise. As the training exercise concludes, members of the 8th Platoon celebrate their apparent victory. Sergeant Como, however, remains hunched over, sweat dripping from his face as he grits his teeth in exhaustion. From a short distance, Heisenheim observes them silently. He clenches his jaw, muttering a curse under his breath, clearly frustrated with the outcome. Day turns to night, the moon now hanging in the cloudy sky. Later, a knock sounds at Heisen's door. He asks who is there, and the door cracks open to reveal a gaunt man with an unnerving grin. The man introduces himself as Sergeant Dickett of the 8th Platoon, announcing that they have prepared a welcome party for the new lieutenant and formally requesting his presence. Heimin remains guarded, stating that it does not feel like a welcome. Dickett attempts to placate him, insisting it's a misunderstanding and that they have no desire to be enemies. He proposes they share wine and food to build their friendship. Though Heimin senses they are plotting something, he quietly agrees. As they prepare to leave, Dickett points to the magic staff at Heisen's hip, calling it a dangerous thing that should be left behind. With a confident posture, he promises that the platoon will protect Heimin if anything should happen. His grin widens as he leans in, tauntingly asking if Heimin feels unsafe without it. Turning away with a chuckle, Dickett says he will guide him to the party. Inside a nearby room, a commotion is already brewing. Sergeant Como grabs Baz by his shirt, telling him to shut up. He angrily accuses Baz of becoming arrogant, just because his swordsmanship was praised earlier in the afternoon. The door swings open, and Dickett announces the arrival of the main guest. Heimin steps into the room as Baz, holding a bottle, offers a rough welcome and extends a full glass of wine towards him, inviting him to drink. He eyed the bottle and platter of food, his expression unreadable. A single thought surfaced in his mind. It was probably poison. To prove its safety, Sergeant Como grabbed the bottle and took a long drink directly from it. He insisted there was no poison, reminding Heimin that he, a subordinate, had prepared it himself. He then challenged Heimin, asking if he was afraid. Unfazed, he calmly lifted the glass to his lips and took a sip. He concluded internally that the first cup was merely a bluff. The real poison must be in the second one. As he lowered the glass, Heimin commented on how delicious the drink was, surprising Como. The sergeant laughed, gloatingly confirming Heimin's suspicion. He declared that the second cup was indeed poisoned and that the fool would wriggle in pain for 3 days and nights. In response, he simply picked up the bottle and began pouring the contents into 2 more empty glasses. He stated that it wouldn't be fair for him to drink alone and proposed they all share a toast together. The offer hung in the air, causing the other platoon members to stammer and freeze. Como broke into a cold sweat, a horrified realization dawning on him. Heimin knew the cup was poisoned. Heimin, maintaining his composure, noted their reservation and pointedly asked what was wrong, questioning why they wouldn't want to drink with him. He then lifted the poisoned glass, a chillingly calm smile spreading across his face. "Don't worry," he said, his voice even. "It's not poisoned." He held the glass out, pointedly asking if this wasn't the very wine that Como himself had prepared. The direct challenge struck the sergeant with the force of a physical blow. His face twisted in a mixture of shock and fury as the truth became undeniable. This newcomer knew everything. With the platoon's plot completely exposed, Heimin calmly explained their failure. Their plan was too careless, he noted, and their nervous looks and behavior had given them away. He lectured them, stating that assassination requires far more training than ordinary killing. Como could only stare, dumbfounded. The condescending lecture finally broke the sergeant's composure. "Damn," he snarled, cursing all rookies for thinking they're so important. With a roar of frustration, he swung the heavy bottle at Heisen's head, while another soldier simultaneously launched a kick at him. He effortlessly counters the 2-pronged assault. With a swift motion, he unleashes a technique called Kazakiri, a wind cutter, using nothing more than a simple fan. The force of the invisible blade strikes Sergeant Como directly in the face, sending him hurtling backward as the other platoon member freezes in disbelief. The raw power of the attack leaves the other soldier trembling in shock. He stares at the unmoving forms of his comrades on the floor, his mind reeling with a single, terrifying thought. Did he kill him? But Sergeant Dickett, though incapacitated, is still conscious. He struggles to comprehend what just happened, questioning aloud why Heimin could use magic when his magical staff was left behind in his room. Turning away from the fallen man, Heimin calmly explains that a magical staff is not always a necessity. He adds a cryptic warning, stating that it is not advisable to show all one's cards, especially concerning their fates. His chilling words break their remaining resolve. The two conscious soldiers bow their heads to the floor, apologizing profusely. They confess that Sergeant Como was the one who poisoned the wine and that they were threatened into participating. Heimin listens, then clarifies a point they seem to have misunderstood. Como was punished for striking a superior officer with a wine bottle, not for the poison. He then leans down, his voice low and menacing, directly addressing the spiky-haired soldier. He points out that if the wine had truly been poisoned, the man before him would be punished not for assault, but for treason. To emphasize his point, he presents a glass filled with the dark red liquid. "So, tell me," he asks, his tone deceptively calm, "is this wine poisoned?" The soldier stammers, insisting it's not poisoned, but his fear is palpable. He explains they were just following Como's orders and that they made the poison themselves. Heimin's expression shifts to a bright, cheerful smile. He declares he's glad to hear it and suggests that, in that case, the soldier should drink it too. The soldier's hand trembles violently, and the glass slips from his grasp, shattering on the floor. As the red wine spreads across the wooden planks, Heimin looks down at the mess with cold satisfaction, remarking that this outcome is their just deserts. The soldier lets out a choked gasp of terror. Heimin's friendly demeanor vanishes completely, replaced by an icy stare. "What's wrong?" he presses, his voice devoid of warmth. "Drink, quickly." He remained on the floor, trembling under the oppressive aura of Lieutenant Heimin, who stood over him like a silent executioner. A brief, panicked memory surfaced of him being forced to kick Sergeant Como, his actions driven by coercion rather than malice. The memory was shattered by the piercing scream of Sergeant Dickett, who writhed in agony as Heimin calmly brandished the fan used to cast the spell. Heimin then flicked his wrist, sending another invisible blade of force hurtling toward the coerced soldier. The impact threw the man across the room, leaving him incapacitated on the floor near the terrified Sergeant Como. With the conspirators subdued, Heimin pinned Como's head to the floor with his boot. He declared that Sergeants Como and Dickett had planned to assassinate a superior officer, a serious violation of military discipline. As for Sergeant Baz, Heimin noted he was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. He leaned down, his gaze intense, and demanded confirmation from the pinned sergeant. Ignoring the silence, Heimin turned to the last conscious platoon member, placing a hand on his shoulder. He entrusted the soldier with the disposal of the bodies and notifying their families. As a final reassurance, Heimin revealed he had switched the wine. It was never poisoned. The soldier could rest easy. With his orders given, Heimin departed, closing the door on the grim scene and wishing the survivor a good night and sweet dreams. Alone in the corridor, a cruel smirk formed on his lips as a dark, viscous liquid dripped from his eye. He thought of them only as brats. As the strange substance trickled from his eye, a memory from decades ago surfaced. A powerful, robed entity loomed over a hooded figure, its voice echoing with disdain. It declared the man pathetic, questioning if this was truly the end for the one known as the most powerful wizard in history, a man who had lived for 200 years. The wizard's voice resonated through the memory, explaining that he had lost someone important. By the time he tried to get her back, it was too late. He acknowledged that people die, that it is the law of nature, but he could not accept it. This refusal drove him to gamble his soul and all his magical knowledge. The result of this pact was waking up in his current young body 3 years ago, leaving him to wonder if the being who oversaw the transaction was a god or a demon. The memory faded, returning his focus to the present. The dark, tear-like streak remained by his eye, a physical mark of the profound bargain he had struck. His gaze lifted to the night sky, where a full moon hung among the clouds. He considered the state of the military, concluding that not only the high-ranking officers, but even the subordinates were corrupted to the core. This, he mused, made it the perfect place to rise quickly if one was only looking for results. Standing on a balcony, a cold, determined smile spread across his face. He decided that this was where it would all begin. It was time to put an end to the decay, to devour the country that had been living in corruption for far too long. Overseeing the 8th Platoon's training, Rifa shouts with cheerful menace, urging the running soldiers onward. She promises 2 extra laps for anyone she manages to catch, a wide grin spreading across her face as she watches them struggle. A week has passed since the incident. One of the platoon members, exhausted from the run, marvels at Heimin's resilience. He notes that Heimin has been amazing, never missing a single day of training, a stark contrast to when Sergeant Como was in charge. The memory of Heimin standing over a defeated figure surfaces. Meanwhile, within a formidable fortress, a high-ranking officer sits at his desk, reviewing documents. He looks up at a visitor standing before him and remarks with a calm, almost amused tone that it surprises him to see the man is still alive. His visitor is Heimin, standing at attention. Heimin questions the officer's surprise, reminding him that he has been submitting daily reports as required. The officer simply acknowledges this with a quiet, "I see." He then dismisses the matter, explaining that the 8th Platoon was known to be full of criminals and considered a headache. With a slight smirk, the officer apologizes for testing him in such a manner. The officer continues, confirming he received the report about Heimin killing Sergeant Como and others on his first day. After Heimin affirms the report's accuracy, the officer announces he will introduce him to his new direct superior, Lieutenant Mo's Pizza. At that moment, a flustered man with a prominent mustache bursts into view, exclaiming that it's unacceptable to lose 2 subordinates on the very first day. This is Lieutenant Mo's Pizza, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. His introduction leaves Heimin utterly bewildered, able to muster only a faint sound of confusion. The first officer corrects the lieutenant, stating that it wasn't just 2, but 10 non-commissioned officers and lieutenants lost within 2 weeks. He reveals records showing that all 10 of the 8th platoon's previous commanding officers died under suspicious circumstances, implying Como was the cause, and asks Heimin what he knows. Heimin turns his gaze upon his new superiors. He questions what they think, accusing them of negligence. He points out that if they had acted after the first death, the second could have been prevented. His voice sharpens as he delivers his final verdict on their character. "You're a piece of shit." He presses his accusation, his voice low and steady, suggesting the superior officer deliberately ignored the facts surrounding the previous deaths. The officer's face contorts with rage at the direct challenge to his authority. Maintaining his composure, he calmly states that he is merely presenting objective facts. If the officer cannot accept the circumstances of Sergeant Como's death, he proposes they request an external investigation. This suggestion is the final straw. The officer erupts, shouting that Heimin's words are blatant disrespect to a superior. The officer grits his teeth, a low growl escaping him. He realizes that any external investigation would inevitably turn its scrutiny upon his own actions and decisions, placing him in an untenable position. Before the confrontation can escalate, a higher-ranking officer, Colonel Gedru Magno, steps in. An emergency report has just arrived, and he calmly diffuses the tension, deciding to table the matter for now, but warning that a more detailed report will be required later. The emergency is clarified. The Cumin tribe, a hostile group from the mountains, has been sighted. A force of about 100 has appeared just 3 kilometers from the border. As the messenger reports, Heimin studies a map, recalling that the Empire's expansionist policy neglects these mountainous regions, making the local villages vulnerable to such raids. He sees an opportunity in a crisis. Turning to General Gedru, Heimin formally requests to take command of the vanguard platoon, declaring it a chance to prove his strength. While Lieutenant Mo's Pizza begins to protest, General Gedru calmly considers the bold request. After a moment's thought, he grants permission. "Go," he commands, "protect the villages." With his new authority, Heimin leads the 8th platoon out into the rugged, hilly wilderness that marks the borderlands. From a concealed position within dense foliage, he and another platoon member scout the enemy. The soldier confirms through a spyglass that they are observing the Cumin tribe. They are armed, but have not yet initiated an attack. Heimin immediately asks the most critical question: is there a wizard among them? The view through the spyglass provides the answer. The soldier confirms that the man with the large, ornate crown is indeed a wizard, identifying the primary threat. Observing his target from a distance, Heimin made a swift deduction. The crown man had to be a minor noble. After all, within the Empire, the ability to use magic and the amount of one's power were entirely dependent on bloodline. Only the nobility possessed such gifts. One of his platoon members questioned the strategy, asking if they wouldn't wait for the main forces to arrive. Heimin sharply dismissed the idea, stating he couldn't wait for the slow-moving reinforcements. He laid out his plan. Battles between sorcerers were typically individual duels. While he eliminated the wizard, the 8th platoon would ambush and capture the distracted Cumin tribesmen. He added a crucial detail. Most magic users can only wield a single wand at a time. With his strategy clear, he gave the command with a confident smirk. "Okay, let's go." He burst from the cover of the trees, landing before the startled tribesmen. "Sorry to interrupt your meeting," he announced, his voice cutting through the quiet forest. "This territory already belongs to the Empire. I can't overlook outsiders doing whatever they want." The tribesmen reacted with shock, demanding to know where he came from. Their leader, the wizard, identified Heimin as a sorcerer and calmly told his men to back off, a hint of challenge in his voice. Heimin watched as his opponent's staff began to glow, shards of ice forming around it. "I see," he remarked coolly, identifying the weapon's power. "So that's the power of your staff. An ice axe." The wizard wasted no time, immediately launching a volley of spinning ice rings. Heimin slid backward across the forest floor, deftly dodging the projectiles as they slammed into the ground and shattered. He pressed the attack, conjuring a massive, swirling vortex of icy energy that tore through the clearing. Heimin remained unimpressed. "Not bad," he commented, a slight smile on his face. "But it's too simple. A bit of wind can alter its trajectory." With a flick of his own wand, he sent a precise current of air slicing through the wizard's spell, effortlessly deflecting it. Seeing his magic fail, the Cumin wizard charged forward, leaping through the air to strike with his ice axe. Heimin sidestepped the clumsy attack, his smile widening. As expected of a savage, he thought, but getting closer allowed him to realize something crucial. His realization solidified as he got a clear view of the weapon. The man handled his wand and fought crudely, but the gem that formed its core was different. its size, its shine. In the Imperial Army, only a major would be permitted to use a gem of such quality. He dodges another barrage of ice shards, his mind racing with the implications. For a so-called savage to possess such a gem meant the Cumin tribe might have a source for these precious magical artifacts. This realization solidified his resolve. He had to acquire that staff, no matter the cost. Focusing his energy, he prepared to cast a spell of his own. He unleashed his attack, Shadow Fangs. Vicious tendrils of pure darkness erupted from a void at his feet, lashing out. One tendril shattered the wizard's ice defense, while another whipped directly towards the tribal leader. The dark magic struck true, sending the wizard tumbling backward and knocking the ornate staff from his grasp. As the weapon flew through the air, Heimin moved swiftly to intercept it, catching it cleanly. He examined the prize, noting that their duel had drawn an audience. From the nearby woods, a war party of Cumin tribesmen emerged, charging forward with axes and cleavers raised. They screamed with fury, but he remained perfectly calm, merely acknowledging their presence. He turned away from the charging warriors, a signal to his own forces. He announced that the wizard was defeated and gave the order to advance. In response to his command, the 8th platoon surged forward on horseback, their armored forms a stark contrast to the tribal warriors they were about to engage. The clash was immediate and brutal. Raifa and Sergeant Como led the charge, their superior training and equipment making short work of the tribesmen's frenzied assault. Watching the battle unfold from a distance, a faint, approving smile touched his lips. He observed his platoon's performance, thinking to himself that they were indeed capable when they put their minds to it. After the fighting subsided, Sergeant Como reported the outcome. While some of the enemy had escaped, their numbers were too few to pose any further threat to the nearby village. The captured warriors, bound and kneeling, continued to shout defiantly until a soldier silenced them. In the aftermath of the skirmish, Sergeant Como assessed the condition of the captured Cumin warriors. He noted with satisfaction that while there were some injuries, there had been no fatalities. As the platoon secured the prisoners, Raifa bluntly asked Heimin if they were going to kill them, startling Sergeant Como. Heimin calmly overruled the idea, stating that the prisoners should be treated with courtesy as they could serve as valuable bargaining tools. With the prisoners dealt with, Heimin's next priority was to check on the nearby villages. He asked Sergeant Baz if there was any Cumin tribe interpreter available, but Baz apologized, explaining that it would be difficult to find one, given the tribe's intense hostility. Unseen by the soldiers, a young girl hiding in the bushes sighed with relief. She had overheard some of the platoon members complaining about the incessant screaming of the prisoners, finding the Cumin language to be nothing but noise. She remained concealed, thinking that it would be faster to just hit the prisoners to silence them. However, she also knew that if Lieutenant Heimin were to find out, the soldiers responsible would not escape punishment. Emerging from her hiding spot, she approached a bound warrior who was struggling. The other prisoners were shocked to realize she was a girl, as she told the man his collar was choking him and that she would fix it. Her intervention was cut short as Sergeant Como and another soldier seized her. They aggressively questioned her, demanding to know where she was from and accusing her of helping the Cumin tribe escape. The commotion attracted Heimin's attention. He walked over, demanding to know what all the noise was about. A flustered Sergeant Como could only stammer an apology, explaining that the person they had caught was a girl. He observed the girl, now held firmly by the sergeant. Noting she didn't look like a member of the Cumin tribe, he asked what she was doing in such a dangerous place. The girl simply stated that the prisoner she approached had said his collar was choking him. Her words gave him an idea. Heimin asked if she understood the Cumin language. When she timidly admitted she knew a little, a smile spread across his face. He realized that having her on his side would be crucial. He introduced himself as Lieutenant Heimin of the Imperial Army, offering to escort the girl to the village because it was dangerous for her to be alone. His smile, however, seemed suspicious. The girl replied, giving her name as Yenlin as they rode together on his horse. He questioned her about her ability to understand the Cumin language, casually mentioning that the jewels of the Cumin tribe sell for a high price. She asked if he traded with the tribe and whether it was dangerous. He brushed off her concern, explaining that he merely distributes market profits and that the Cumin have an absolute taboo against harming children. His attention then shifted to her appearance. He remarked that she looked about 6, but she cheerfully corrected him, revealing she was 13. Surprised by this, he wondered if her growth was stunted and asked for permission to perform a checkup, to which she agreed. He placed his gloved hand on her head to begin. As particles of light began to emanate, she asked with surprise if he could also use magic. In response to his touch, an immense amount of magical power erupted from her, shocking him with its sheer magnitude. His gaze locked onto her eyes, and a sudden realization struck him. He knew those eyes. A memory surfaced, the eye of the wizard from his past, the most powerful in history. The memory left him visibly shaken. Yenlin noticed his distress and asked if he was all right. He quickly composed himself, claiming he was fine, but privately acknowledged the unsettling resemblance of her eyes to those of that person from his past. Her concern shifted to her own health, and she nervously asked if she had a serious illness. He explained his theory. The immense magical power within her was likely hindering her physical growth. He then asked if she could use magic, though he seemed to doubt his own assessment. As he contemplated the girl's immense power, she spoke of her own origins, unaware of his thoughts. Lin explained with a laugh that she couldn't possibly have magic, as that was something for nobility and royalty. She revealed she was just a commoner, abandoned at an orphanage, with no knowledge of who her parents were. Their journey concluded as they arrived at the entrance to Dynastrid Village, a small settlement of rustic wooden and plaster buildings. Upon entering, a local man wearing a piece of shoulder armor observed that there didn't seem to be any significant damage. As he spoke, Lin and another child looked on with concern, their attention drawn to an approaching procession. The cause of their alarm became clear. Imperial soldiers were leading the captured Cumin tribe through the village. The sight ignited fury among the locals. One girl cried out that her father and brother had been killed by them, while the armored man screamed for the prisoners to die, preparing to attack. Before the villager could strike, Heimin moved with swift precision, his blade blocking the path. He coldly informed the man that abusing prisoners was forbidden and that if they continued, they would be punished according to military code. The man recoiled, shouting back defiantly that they were not soldiers and cared nothing for such codes. His defiance gave Heimin pause. The captured Cumin wizard, standing beside him, quietly asked if Heimin truly intended to follow the rules, hoping he wouldn't. Heimin considered this, then stated that if the villagers wouldn't follow the rules, he would simply let them go. The villager's face went pale with terror. An image flashed through his mind. A smirking Heimin wreathed in fire, a sorcerer powerful enough to destroy their entire village in a single night. He then turned to address the stunned crowd, explaining that Imperial soldiers only protect good citizens who follow the Empire's rules. If it chose not to follow those rules, he declared they would receive no intervention. His ultimatum was met with outrage. The armored villager accused him of posturing, shouting that the military always arrives after they've been attacked. He claimed their capture of the Cumin was pure luck, and that if the soldiers had helped them last time, no one would have died. He listened as Lieutenant Heimin acknowledged the villagers' right to be protected, but firmly stated that the military also has a duty to protect. If they desire that protection, Heimin explained, they must endure the hardships that come with it. That, he concluded, is the nature of war. His voice turned cold, his fist clenching at his side. He declared that those who chose not to fight for revenge, but instead throw stones at a defenseless enemy and use the dead to justify their actions, make him sick. The villager's defiance crumbled. He stammered an agreement and ordered the others to leave. The crowd quietly dispersed, leaving the captive Cumin wizard kneeling on the ground. With the immediate threat gone, Heimin turned his attention to the young girl, Yin. He asked if she was okay, explaining that he had come to the village to check for damages and for a personal matter, knowing nothing of the villagers' plans for revenge. Yin gave him an enthusiastic yes. The villager, now apologetic, asked Yin if she had been scared by the commotion. She thanked him, saying she was fine and that she was used to it, as there were many children like her at the orphanage. Hearing this, Heimin told Yin he needed her to guide him there. The villager offered to negotiate with the orphanage director for him, but Heimin cut him off, stating that the orphanage was poor with nothing to sell. This was not a purchase. He then looked down at the girl, a wide, inscrutable smile spreading across his face. Yin, he said calmly, I'm adopting you. His sudden declaration was met with wide-eyed shock from both Yin and the villager. His smile, the villager sputtered, it's suspicious. On a wooden surface, a gloved hand places a single, small gold coin as an advance. In exchange for this payment, Heimin makes his proposition to the woman before him, Director Norway. He asks her to hand over the young girl, Lin. Outside the dilapidated Dynastrid village orphanage, she considers the offer. Heimin adds that he will also have a small silver coin delivered every month, enough for 10 or more children. The director finds the proposal interesting. Their conversation continues inside. Heimin explains that he values the director's skills greatly, noting her long tenure managing the orphanage and her success in trading with the culturally distinct Cumin tribe. Acknowledging the difficulty of her situation, he expresses a desire to help in any way he can, which seems to surprise her. Before the director can respond, Lin speaks directly to Heimin, declaring his offer insufficient. With startling confidence, she demands 2 small silver coins every month, twice what he offered, questioning if she is not worth such an investment. A faint, knowing smile crosses his face. Without hesitation, he accepts her terms with a single word, deal. With the agreement settled, they prepare to leave. Heimin sits atop a horse, with Lin seated before him. Seeing the girl's small satchel, Director Norway asks if that is all she needs to bring. She explains that in the orphanage, many things are shared, so the bag contains all she truly owns. She adds that having fewer things in her new room will be better. Heimin simply replies that he understands. Her eyes widen in sudden, horrified realization. She shouts, asking if she's going to live with him. The thought of an officer's room, so much cleaner than the orphanage, seems to be the source of her distress, as she declares she doesn't want to go. Her protests continue as they ride away, with Director Norway waving from behind. Lin screams that she absolutely does not want this, but Heimin dismisses her, stating that the decision is made and her opinion doesn't count, musing that it must just be a young girl's feelings. With his hand resting on her head, Heimin internally assesses his new ward. He is impressed with her courage and talent for business, qualities essential for his plan. To gain power within the Empire, money is paramount, and he has decided that Yin will be the one to raise the necessary funds. As they begin their journey, The question of how they should address one another comes up. Heimin muses that perhaps he will adopt her as his sister. Seizing the opportunity, Lin cheerfully calls him Big Brother, though she flinches when he asks if she truly wants to use that title. The word brother strikes a nerve. His expression darkens instantly, as a painful memory seems to flash before his eyes. His sudden change in demeanor startles Lin, who pleads with him not to make such a frightening face. With a click of his tongue, Heimin apologizes, explaining that it is not her fault. She simply reminded him of his stupid little sister. He quickly changes the subject, instructing her to call him sensei from now on, as he will be teaching her magic. Lin is shocked, thinking to herself that sensei is the last thing she wants to call anyone, especially since she believes she knows nothing about magic. Heimin addresses her confusion, explaining that her slow physical growth is a direct consequence of possessing an immense amount of magical power. He continues with a grave warning. If she doesn't learn to handle it, that power will go out of control when it awakens, causing great harm not only to her, but to everyone around her. Taking in his words, Lin agrees that she understands, but openly admits that she cannot bring herself to trust him completely yet. A small smile plays on Heimin's lips as he asks, "Can't you trust me?" He notes her sharp perception. The thought of training her is an interesting one. He believes that if he does, her future will improve and be fascinating to watch. As they continue on horseback, Lin looks back at the shrinking silhouette of her home. She remarks that the village has become so small, realizing this is the farthest she has ever been from it. She looked up as Heimin brought up their previous negotiation, stating plainly that she had undervalued herself. Her expression fell as she quietly affirmed his assessment. As they rode on horseback through the mountains, he continued his lesson, explaining that she should have insisted on 5 large gold coins as an advance, plus 3 small silver coins every month. The sheer amount left her speechless. She then posed a hypothetical question. What if the other party sets an impossibly high price, like 100 gold coins? Heimin calmly advised that one shouldn't aim for the absolute maximum. Instead, he explained, the goal is to secure at least 80% of the desired amount by identifying the opponent's point of compromise without letting emotions interfere. He elaborated on the fine line between a maximum and minimum, explaining that if she had pushed too far, the result would be the same. He could have simply accused her of trading with foreigners, a punishable offense, and then forced her into slavery. The cruel logic of his threat made her recoil in horror. His tone then shifted as he revealed his ultimate goal for this training. Looking toward the bound Cuman tribesmen, he declared that he wants her to eventually become an intermediary with their people, making her negotiation skills essential. Despite the harshness of his lessons, he offered a slight, confident smile, adding that he believes she has potential, at least. His words seemed to resonate with her. She listened intently as he concluded that her true value is 100 times greater than the price they had discussed. This unexpected praise caused her to light up, her eyes shining as she asked if he was trying to encourage her. Flustered, Heimin immediately and vehemently denied it. His denial quickly turned into a harsh lecture. He began poking her forehead repeatedly, demanding to know what she thought she was hearing. He warned her that if she settled for her current value, she would be useless to him. She needed to work 10 times harder. Suddenly, a strong pair of hands lifted Lin away from him. A tall woman with light hair admonished Heimin for pressuring the girl. She introduced herself as Raifa, his bodyguard, and added that she would be looking after Lin as well. The young girl looked on, surprised, as she was introduced to her new companion. She found herself suddenly embraced by the young girl, who exclaimed in awe at her beauty. Flustered, Raifa stammered that it was the first time anyone had ever called her beautiful. The girl hugged her tighter, declaring that of all the people she had met, Raifa was the most beautiful. She confessed that she had always wanted a sister and was incredibly happy, leaving Raifa stunned. Her cheerful demeanor prompted Raifa to ask a question. Surprised that Lin might have a child, she asked how old she was. Lin brightly claimed to be 19, adding that women in her Zexan tribe typically give birth around the age of 14. From his vantage point on horseback, Heimin cut in, warning Raifa not to pamper the girl. He revealed that despite her claims, Lin was only 13 years old. Furious at being exposed, Lin clenched a fist, muttering about Heimin's awful character. Deception revealed, the girl began to cry, shouting that she wanted to go back to the director and calling Heimin a kidnapper. Sometime later, as they rode towards a large fortress, Heimin turned to an armored soldier beside him. Noticing a large contingent of troops assembled outside, he asked what was happening. The soldier identified the heavily armored unit as Lieutenant Mispitz's cavalry, explaining that they had finally completed their preparations to depart. He then asked Heimin if this was his first time seeing them. Heimin's eyes widened in shock as he processed the information, questioning if they had really been preparing for more than half a day. His companion explained that the soldiers have very little combat experience and are terrified of being injured. Because of this, they usually spend so much time preparing that the war ends before they even set out. The soldier's explanation was met with a sudden jolt from Heimin's horse, causing the armored man to cry out in surprise. Upon his arrival, Heimin is immediately met by a bellowing voice. An officer in ornate armor shouts, calling him a scoundrel. The man offers a backhanded apology, claiming he didn't recognize Heimin because his posture and gear made him look like a novice. Unfazed, Heimin quietly asks who is greeting him. The officer crosses his arms smugly, asking if Heimin simply ran back defeated from his encounter with the Cumin tribe. Heimin calmly refutes this, stating that they did, in fact, defeat them after ensuring the safety of the nearby villages. His smug demeanor shatters. The officer stares, utterly shocked, as Heimin reveals a line of captured and bound Cumin warriors. Confirming his victory, Heimin orders Sergeant Baz to take the prisoners to their cells for the time being. His shock quickly curdles into rage. The officer furiously demands to know why Heimin didn't follow his orders. Heimin explains that he judged they wouldn't have made it in time. As a result of his actions, the village suffered no damage and the Cumin tribe was captured. He dismisses this as mere hindsight, accusing Heimin of going ahead simply to take all the credit for himself. Calmly, Heimin challenges the lieutenant, asking what special strategy he had in mind and stating he would love to hear it. The lieutenant growls, unable to answer. He clenches his gauntlet, shifting his argument to the risk involved. He points out it was a magical battle, questioning what would have happened if Heimin had lost. It would have been a disaster, he insists. Heimin stands resolute before his assembled 8th squad. With unwavering confidence, he states that he won't lose. He declares that even if an unforeseen situation were to arise, the members of his squad would be able to handle it. This declaration of faith is met with derisive laughter. The lieutenant scoffs at the idea that the 8th squad could be useful, contrasting them with his own men who, he implies, are so cautious they take half a day just to put on their armor. His mocking laughter continues as he questions how such useless men, who can barely read or write, could possibly be of any use. Heimin's expression hardens as he asks if the lieutenant finds something funny. The lieutenant gestures dismissively at the squad. Of course, he says, confirming that he finds it hilarious. He declares that they are nothing more than former farmers, a group taken from the fields. In his eyes, they are utterly disposable. The lieutenant's cruel words are met with a cold fury. Heimin steps forward, his voice laced with menace, telling Lieutenant Jourin he has gone too far. He dismisses the idea that skills depend on background or literacy, his point emphasized by a finger wreathed in dark energy. Sergeant Como attempts to intervene, but Heimin is undeterred. The dark energy intensifies around the cowering lieutenant as Heimin continues his verbal onslaught. He coldly assesses that for Jourin to hold his position despite his extremely low intelligence, lack of ethics, and complete inflexibility, he must be very skilled with magic. With that, Heimin extends a challenge for a duel someday. Stung by the public humiliation, the lieutenant erupts in a flustered rage. He sputters nonsense, declaring he won't waste his time on Heimin before turning on the assembled soldiers and screaming at them to disperse. He turns his back on the confrontation, storming away while shouting that Captain Lorenzo will be arriving that night. Heimin and Como watch him go, the immediate tension finally broken. As the sun sets, the atmosphere calms. Como thanks Heimin, but the second lieutenant dismisses it, saying he did nothing worth being thanked for. He then instructs Como to make sure the men get some rest after securing the prisoners. Como agrees enthusiastically, telling Raifa, who is holding a sleepy Yen Lin, to take the girl to her room first. Raifa acknowledges the instruction as Como runs off to fulfill his duties. Later, Heimin enters a well-appointed building where his arrival is announced. A calm, blonde-haired officer turns and introduces himself as Captain Lorenzo. He apologizes for the late hour, explaining that he simply wished to speak with Heimin. Before he can respond, another officer with long, tied-back hair aggressively gets in his face, demanding to know why he is there. Heimin calmly states that he was told to report on the matter of the Cumin tribe. The aide stammers, looking back toward his captain, who promptly pulls him away. Captain Lorenzo calmly addresses his subordinate, asking if he is unaware of his presence or simply incapable of following orders. He states that the matter will require his own instructions to resolve. His aide, however, glares past him with raw hostility, his eyes fixed on Heimin. He declares that he will be the one to decide if the matter is dealt with, then demands to know what Heimin is waiting for, ordering him to speak. His face contorts in disbelief. Before he can speak, Heimin announces his departure, stating that he is leaving on the immediate orders of Lieutenant Mo's Pizza. The aide is flabbergasted, protesting that their discussion hasn't even begun. In response, Lieutenant Mo's Pizza flails frantically between the two men, insisting that Heimin shouldn't phrase it that way. He clarifies that he merely reminded the young officer not to be disrespectful to the captain. Heimin ignores the lieutenant's panicked explanation, his gaze fixed on the aide. With a calm but challenging tone, he asks if he can finally begin his report, noting that the captain has supposedly given his permission. The aide's face tightens with rage, a vein throbbing on his temple. Just as the tension peaks, Captain Lorenzo's voice cuts through. With a slight, amused smile, he confirms he heard everything and asks Heimin to proceed. Standing before captured Cumin tribespeople, Heimin formally proposes an exchange of prisoners to establish a ceasefire. Lorenzo finds the idea very interesting and requests more detail. Lieutenant Mo's Pizza attempts to interject, questioning Heimin's authority to meddle in the colonel's grand strategy, but the captain swiftly silences him. Mo's Pizza meekly complies. With the floor secured, Heimin begins his briefing, pointing to a location on a large map. He explains that the Cumin tribe's base is likely in the mountains, a territory of little value to the Empire. Nevertheless, the Empire's policy of territorial expansion forces them into conflict. The map illustrates the strategic deadlock in the northern Ghana region. Under the imperial decree for continental unification, their forces are caught in a stalemate between two opposing powers, the Cuman tribe and the Duchy of Dyard, with the Gastro Empire also in the vicinity. His eyes narrow with focus as he reveals the crux of his strategy. He proposes a ceasefire with the Cuman tribe, allowing them to concentrate their full military might against their other primary adversary, the Duchy of Dyard. Captain Lorenzo considers this, then raises a practical objection. He asks how they could possibly negotiate a large-scale confrontation when they don't even share a common language with the tribe. In response, Heimin declares that he will handle the negotiations himself. He reveals his trump card, a 6-year-old girl, Yen Lin, whom he has hired as an interpreter. As the small girl smiles, Captain Lorenzo is struck speechless, shocked at the prospect of using a child for such a dangerous diplomatic mission. He considered the grave implications of the proposal, his mind flashing to an image of a roaring pyre. If this plan failed, both the lieutenant and the girl would be executed, a possibility Heimin seemed to discuss with an unnerving calm. Voicing his doubts, he asked Heimin what chance of success he truly had. The lieutenant's response was blunt. He would probably die. However, he explained that the girl would likely survive, as the Cuman tribe has a strict rule that anyone who harms or kills a child is exiled. He then met the captain's gaze, clarifying that he was not suicidal and had no intention of letting himself be killed so easily. He admitted, however, that framing the situation so grimly made for a good impression. After a moment of silent contemplation, Captain Lorenzo's expression hardened with resolve. He understood the gamble and declared that he would take the proposal to the higher-ups. As they walked, his aide nervously questioned the wisdom of acting on the opinion of a mere second lieutenant. Lorenzo waved off the concern, stating it would be his decision and he wouldn't mention Heimin's name. Heimin, overhearing this, realized the captain simply wanted to avoid taking responsibility. He watched them leave, his thoughts turning inward with frustration. Even on the front lines, he was surrounded by such incompetent officers. This only solidified his private ambition to connect with promising individuals in the provinces as a stepping stone to a position in the Central Command. Meanwhile, Lorenzo explained the potential upside to his aide. If a ceasefire agreement with the Cuman tribe was reached, it would be a considerable achievement for Second Lieutenant Heimin, one that might even earn him a great special merit. The very idea of a great special merit was enough to make the aide collapse in shock. Struggling to his feet, he stammered, asking if that truly meant Second Lieutenant Heimin would receive such an honor. Lorenzo calmly confirmed that he would. Their discussion was interrupted by the boisterous arrival of Lieutenant Mo's Pizza. He declared that any recognition shouldn't be Heimin's personal merit alone. Since Captain Lorenzo was the one who approved the reckless proposal, he argued, the credit should rightfully go to him. He shouts with indignation, arguing that a second lieutenant has no place receiving a great special merit. He reminds them that the last time the award was given, there was a debate over whether even Miss Haru, one of the Empire's 4 counts and a superior captain at the time, was worthy. To him, the honor should go to someone with at least the rank of lieutenant. Captain Lorenzo calmly interjects, asking Lieutenant Mo's Pizza if he believes that he, a man who has dedicated his life to the Empire, deserves the merit more than someone who has been a second lieutenant for barely a month. His subordinate is left flustered and speechless. Heimin steps in, apologizing to the confused Mo's Pizza and clarifying that his only goal is the success of the ceasefire agreement. The captain then turns his attention to Heimin, inviting him for a private conversation. Lorenzo notes that at his rank, he rarely has the opportunity to speak with the younger officers. As they walk, he asks Heimin if he is familiar with the strategist Jill Sasazura, a hero from the Empire's early days. Heimin admits that he is no expert in history and has only heard the name. He continues, explaining that Sasazura left behind a military strategy that classified all soldiers into 4 distinct types. His explanation begins with the first type, those with both skill and an iron will, who are destined to be frontline commanders. The second type are those with skill but lacking will. They are best suited as rear strategists. The captain continues, describing the third type as those with neither will nor skill. He chuckles, stating that since they are useless, they should be forced to fight on the front lines. His amusement turns into a sinister grin as he murmurs about the final category, those with will but no skill. He calls this type a special merit. The young lieutenant looks at him intently, asking what the strategist wrote for those types of soldiers. He looked up, his expression devoid of hesitation, and delivered the grim conclusion to Sasazura's theory. The soldiers with will but no skill, he declared, must be killed immediately. Having delivered his stark assessment, he bowed formally to the captain, concluding his report and taking his leave. A stunned Captain Lorenzo, sweat forming on his brow, offered a weak thanks for his efforts. As the door clicked shut, the captain's expression hardened with a dawning, unsettling recognition. He had heard of him. As Heimin's figure receded down the long, dark corridor, Lorenzo's thoughts solidified into a stark conclusion. Second Lieutenant Heimin, a truly terrifying man. In a prison corridor, Yen Lin conducts a simple language lesson for 2 captive Cuman warriors. Holding up a red and a green apple, she clearly identifies the green one for them. Her own learning process, however, was not always so formal. In a brief recollection, She appears flustered, pleading with her smiling human tutor, a man she calls Mr. Moko, to be more serious in his teaching. Back in the present, her resulting fluency is evident. As Heisenheim observes from a distance, one of the prisoners compliments her excellent command of their language and jokingly suggests she come to his village to marry him. Lin loudly dismisses the offer, telling him to stop fooling around. He turns from the scene and walks down the hall, where Sergeant Buzz sits on a crate taking notes. Heisen comments that Yin seems to be progressing well, and Buzz agrees, noting that her youthful appearance helps her gain the trust of others quickly. Indeed, her success is not limited to conversation. She is also learning their manners and customs, a fact reflected in her cheerful and confident expression. With this foundation laid, Heisen remarks that they have gathered plenty of information, expecting negotiations to proceed smoothly. Buzz is taken aback, surprised that his lieutenant has already figured things out. Heisen dismisses the praise, telling the sergeant that he should learn the language as well, much to Buzz's astonishment. Later, while sharing a meal, Heisen poses a pointed question to Lin. Is there another person besides her who can speak the human language? The inquiry startles her, causing her to choke on her food. In the background, Sergeant Buzz is passed out on a bed, surrounded by books, having studied to the point of exhaustion. She quickly composes herself, nervously denying his implication and insisting that she learn the language entirely on her own. Heisen calmly advises her not to lie if she can be found out. He explains that there are two primary ways to acquire a language: intuitively during childhood or by studying its structure as a second language. Her particular way of speaking, he concludes, strongly suggests the former. He presses his point, deducing that a merchant was likely the one who helped her contact the human tribe. Visibly distressed, Lin concedes that he is right but states that she promised not to talk about it, clearly unsettled by his ability to see through everything. Having brought her to the clandestine meeting, he watched as Lin addressed the man they had come to see. She spoke first, her voice steady, assuring the man that she was not there to have him arrested. Her reassurance seemed to work. The man, a roguish-looking merchant, stood with his back to them and declared that he simply wanted to talk business. He then settled onto a sofa, his demeanor relaxed and confident. The merchant remarked with amusement that he had come trembling in fear when summoned by the army, only to be surprised by the sight of such a young officer. Ignoring the pleasantries, Heisen cut straight to the point. He asked the merchant directly if he was the one who taught Lin the human language, and if so, how he was able to speak it himself. His direct question was met with a dismissive smirk. The merchant feigned ignorance, mockingly asking if soldiers of today truly took the words of small child so seriously. In response to the evasion, Heisen placed a document and a coin on the table. He explained it was a paper absolving the merchant of any statements made, plus a reward. The merchant, impressed, noted that he could still lie without consequence, questioning if this was acceptable. His gaze sharpened. Heisen stated coolly that it would be their duty, not the merchant's, to determine what was true and what was false. The unwavering confidence in the young officer's voice made the merchant's smirk falter as he reassessed the boy before him. He let out a short, sharp laugh, breaking the tension. The merchant conceded, admitting Heisen's intimidating look gave him the chills. As a man of business, he agreed to talk for the offered compensation. With the deal struck, he stood and casually revealed his secret. It was nothing special, he claimed. He had been dating a woman from the human tribe, and, as he put it, simply learned the language in bed. He continued his story, explaining that he had taught Yin the human tribe's crafts, like making amulets. He revealed that he had specifically sought out a promising child in an orphanage and found her. Patting her head affectionately, he remarked on how smart she is, adding that the human people are not only harmless to children, but are actually very kind to them. As the merchant finished, Heisen leaned forward abruptly, his expression hardening. He cut through the tender moment, stating that the man must have a motive for his actions and demanded to know what it was. He revealed his own objective, explaining that a ceasefire agreement with the human tribe would soon be signed. Once that happened, he intended to begin trading with them as quickly as possible, sealing his proposal with a firm handshake. The merchant reacted with stunned disbelief, questioning the very idea of a ceasefire. He accused Heisen of joking, reminding him of the immense bloodshed that had occurred between their peoples. Heisen calmly countered, revealing that the army currently holds a human sorcerer as a prisoner, which provides them with a crucial opportunity to negotiate. He leaned closer to the still-shocked merchant, his voice low and strategic. He explained that once they managed to get inside the human circle of trust, it would be their chance to act. The merchant's mind raced, concluding that the lieutenant was insane. He reasoned internally that any trade following a ceasefire should be handled by the army's official merchants. The fact that Heisen had sought him out, despite the inherent risks, suggested a different, unofficial motive. His suspicion was met with a knowing smirk from Heisen, who correctly identified the merchant's unspoken thought: smuggling. The merchant was taken aback by the bluntness. Heisen, now leaning back comfortably on the sofa, casually asked how much he should be paid for this venture. Flustered, the merchant insisted he didn't need anything, arguing that those who conduct legitimate business are the ones who deserve fair profits. He then admitted that there was, in fact, something he was interested in. Heisen acknowledged this but presented a condition. He would grant the merchant the rights to the first trade negotiation with the human. However, the price for these rights would be decided by Yin, much to the little girl's surprise. The merchant erupted in hearty laughter, immediately accepting the deal. He threw an arm around Heisen's shoulders in a gesture of newfound partnership, then turned to Yin, pinching her cheek playfully and declaring that she had found a good man. As the deal concluded, Yin Lin's expression twisted with alarm. She silently insisted to herself that the merchant was anything but a good man. The merchant, however, offered a different assessment to Heisen. He confessed his personal belief that Imperial soldiers only use their power for personal enrichment, but admitted that Heisen seemed to be an exception. He acknowledged his own insensitivity, reflecting that he had continued his trade even while others were harshly persecuted, something he occasionally thought about. Heisen responded with cold clarity, stating that he only acts for his own benefit and goals. He left the merchant to do what he wished with that information. 3 days later, the mission began. As they looked out over the mountainous Cuman territory, WAIFU questioned whether a peace treaty was truly possible after such a long war. Walking alongside the captive Cuman wizard, she mused aloud that the outcome would ultimately depend on the disposition of the tribe's leader. The wizard, guiding Heisen, Yin Lin, and WAIFU along a narrow path, added a condition. Their success was contingent on the truth of the information they had extracted from their captives. Their arrival was met with immediate hostility. A crowd of warriors surrounded them, spears leveled, their vigilance palpable. Heisen calmly noted that this intense reception was to be expected. The Cuman warriors exchanged wary glances and muttered to one another, their suspicion evident as they kept their weapons aimed at the delegation. WAIFU shifted uncomfortably, complaining that the intensity of their stares was painful. Heisen, ever composed, simply stated that the warrior's reaction was understandable. He kneels before the unseen leader, formally introducing himself as Lieutenant Heisen of the Imperial Army. Despite the hostile reception, he reasons that being guided to this place must signify a willingness to negotiate. His gaze lifts towards a grand throne at the top of a short flight of stairs. He addresses the Cuman tribe leader directly, expressing his appreciation for being received. From the throne, a regal woman with long, light hair and intricate tribal markings looks down upon them. She introduces herself as Blue Queen Basha and expresses surprise, noting that Heisen has not only mastered their language, but also seems to understand their customs. Her initial surprise, however, quickly gives way to a chilling question. She asks if they truly believe they will be allowed to leave alive, despite having come to sign a ceasefire agreement. At her words, the tension in the room snaps, and the surrounding warriors once again level their spears at the delegation. Yin Lin lets out a small cry of fear at the renewed threat. He remains outwardly unfazed by the weapons, calmly apologizing for the suddenness of their visit. Basha responds with a cruel smile, offering him a choice of punishments for his intrusion: impalement, decapitation, or public exposure. As the queen lists the grim options, Yin Lin, still hiding behind Heisen, frantically begins to search for a potential escape route. Her search is cut short as one of the warriors lunges forward, aiming his spear directly at her. Before the weapon can connect, Beija's sharp command rings out, ordering the warrior not to point his weapon at the girl. The warrior recoils slightly, but argues back, questioning if such softness is the very reason their tribe is in decline. Heisen, now protectively holding Yin Lin, dismisses the warrior's concern, stating he doesn't care. Yin Lin, however, clutches his uniform and contradicts him, insisting that he does care and that threatening a child is wrong. Basha watches the exchange, her expression unreadable. She declares that Heisen's opinion is irrelevant. The Cuman, she explains, are a proud clan of warriors who do not seek prosperity built upon the indiscriminate slaughter of women, children, and the elderly. Heisen concedes her point, agreeing that she is absolutely right, before delivering a stark warning. The Imperial Army, unlike them, will use any means necessary to seize this land if they deem it beneficial. She remained silent as Heisen continued his explanation, revealing that he had analyzed the staff belonging to the Cuman tribe's mage, Kosuko. He elaborated on the Empire's strategic thinking, stating that they perceived the Cuman's mountainous territory as worthless, which had so far spared the tribe from destruction. However, he cautioned that this peace was temporary, as it was only a matter of time before the region's valuable gem deposits were discovered. Her gaze sharpened as she challenged his logic. Assuming the gems were real, she questioned why he would reveal their existence to the Empire, effectively inviting them to be stolen. She pointed out that such a discovery would inevitably turn their land into a bloody battleground, coveted by all neighboring nations. His response was a raw, startling declaration of self-interest. He wanted all the gems for himself. The queen stared, utterly flabbergasted by his brazen admission. Her shock quickly curdled into fury. Believing she had been made a fool, she threatened to execute him on the spot. In response, he calmly requested she hold her judgment until after she had seen what he had to offer, presenting a sleek, black magic wand. A warrior brought the wand to her. She inspected it carefully, acknowledging its fine craftsmanship and the absence of any traps or hidden mechanisms. Yet she remained puzzled as to its significance. She pointed the wand towards him, demanding to know how a common soldier could possibly craft such an item when the Empire maintained an exclusive contract system for their production. He simply stated that he had made it 2 years prior. He confessed to having stolen the technique. He explained that he needed to improve his crafting skills, but the official guild was too restrictive, and the magical gems required for practice were prohibitively expensive. He then laid out his final proposition, revealing that he had already secured a safe trade route, He suggested they could sign a secret ceasefire agreement, allowing them to trade without the gem deposits becoming public knowledge. The terms were simple. He desired their magic gems, and in return, he would supply the human tribe with magic wands and the military power they represented. Blue Queen Basha considered his proposal, her gaze steady. She confirmed her understanding of the terms. He wanted her tribe to sell him their magic gems, and in return, he would provide them with magic wands that they were forbidden from selling to the Empire. The arrangement was a simple, closed loop. The human would provide the raw gems, and he would refine them into wands, which would then be sold back to the tribe. She acknowledged the mutual benefit of such a deal, but immediately raised a critical point, questioning him directly. As an imperial soldier, she pointed out this was a clear act of betrayal against his own country. He met her skepticism with a confident smirk. While he might be a soldier for now, he explained he had his own goals. With unwavering conviction, he declared that he had no intention of serving the Empire. A flicker of interest crossed her face. She sized him up, a small smile playing on her lips as she remarked that he was an interesting man. Turning away, she ascended the steps of her throne, her voice echoing through the grand hall. She agreed with his underlying sentiment, declaring that without stronger forces, their tribe would be exploited. With the Empire and the duchies advancing daily, she proclaimed they could no longer afford to remain a backwater tribe. Hopeful, he asked if this meant she accepted his offer. She turned back to him with a light laugh, holding up a hand and telling him not to rush. Her expression turned serious, her eyes sharp. She reminded him that they are a clan of warriors. To them, the weak are not trustworthy. With her conditions set, she called out a name, Oribes. A powerful warrior immediately stepped forward, affirming his readiness. The warrior, Oribes, stood before them, his gaze fixed and intense. Basha introduced him as the second strongest in the human tribe and asked if he understood his task. Heimin watched, a confident smile on his face, ready for the trial. He stood opposite his opponent in a vast arena, the duel officially underway. The human tribe watched from all sides, their cheers echoing through the structure. From the stands, Raifa expressed her concern, recalling that Oribes had repelled soldiers from both the Empire and the duchies on numerous occasions. The human crowd roared with anticipation, shouting for Oribes to crush the stupid soldier. Unfazed, Blue Queen Basha declared the terms simply. The last one standing would be the winner. With a decisive gesture, she commanded the fight to begin. As the duel commenced, Oribes stood ready, his weapon a formidable construct of jagged ice. He offered a casual warning, telling Heimin to be careful of the fierce ice dragon. Heimin, in turn, assessed his opponent's power, recognizing that the jewel Oribes wielded was on par with that of an imperial colonel. Oribes gave a final, confident remark, acknowledging that Heimin's previous speech hadn't been bad. He then unleashed his power, summoning a colossal dragon formed entirely of crystalline ice. The beast lunged forward as Oribes shouted a challenge, telling Heimin not to disappoint their queen. The ice dragon's maw crashed into the arena floor, shattering on impact. Heimin deftly evaded the strike, landing atop a large shard of ice. He looked down at the attack's aftermath, calmly acknowledging to himself that his Shadow Fang's technique would be insufficient against such power. In response, he began to conjure a new spell. A complex magical sigil, ringed with glowing orbs of light, materialized around him. Below, Oribes' confidence vanished, replaced by disbelief as he stared at the unfamiliar incantation, demanding to know what Heimin was doing. Oribes stares in disbelief at the array of glowing weapons materializing around Heimin, demanding to know what they are. With a calm smile, Heimin gestures to the spectacle, admitting that he knew his Shadow Fangs alone wouldn't be enough to secure victory. He begins to explain his unique nature, revealing that he is someone who has lived on 2 separate continents and, as a result, understands 2 fundamentally different systems of magic. He elaborates on the distinction. In the Western continent, where he used to be, magic relied on chants and seals. This method was slow but allowed for a wide variety of spells. In contrast, the Eastern continent uses magic wands for instantaneous activation, though each wand is limited to a single type of magic. He concludes that since travel between the continents is practically impossible, he is likely the only person alive who knows of both. Having the ability to choose between the 2 systems, he chose the magic wand without any hesitation. His explanation is cut short as he leaps back to dodge a sudden eruption of ice spikes. Oribes scoffs, declaring that no matter how many low-quality wands Heimin possesses, the outcome will be the same as a colossal ice dragon materializes from his magic. In response to the dragon's imminent attack, he slams his hand down, roaring the name of his spell, Earth Shield. A massive barrier of rock and soil erupts from the ground, intercepting the blast. His shield holds. As the energy dissipates, Oribes stares, stunned that Heimin managed to block the ice dragon's breath. He explains that by expanding an attack's range, its power decreases, allowing even a low-level earth shield to withstand it. Declaring it his turn, he readies his wands. Oribes notices with horror that Heimin holds a wand in each hand, realizing he can use them simultaneously and calling him monster. Heimin boasts that if it's a unique feat in history, he can do it, adding that he heard Mishuru of the 4 counts could as well. With a confident smirk, he unleashes his own spell, shouting its name. Jourin. A massive torrent of fiery energy erupts from his wand, streaking across the arena directly toward the ice dragon. The attack connects with devastating force, completely shattering the ice dragon into a cloud of frozen fragments. Oribes can only watch, his face a mask of pure shock, unable to comprehend how his powerful summon was so easily defeated. He watched, stunned, as his ice dragon was obliterated. Before the dissipating magical energy stood Heimin, whose victory was delivered by the magic wand known as Jourin, the Crimson Lotus. This particular wand specializes in a single, devastating strike, its power enormously amplified for one use per day. He then calmly produced a second, entirely different wand, its ornate head gleaming as he raised it. His opponent's mind raced with confusion, which quickly morphed into alarm as he braced for another attack. His shock hardened into defiance. He scoffed, declaring it a bluff. He boasted that as long as his own magic power remained, the ice dragon could be resurrected as many times as needed. All the while, Heimin watched him with a knowing smirk as the Jourin wand dissolved into nothing. But before he could act, tendrils of dark energy erupted from the ground, ensnaring him completely. He cried out in disbelief, demanding to know who was interfering in their one-on-one duel. Heimin simply explained that his other magic wand, Teikoku, was designed for remote control, manipulating and transmitting magic power from a distance. The realization of the trap struck him. He cursed his foolishness as he saw Heimin closing the distance in a blur of motion. He was met not with a strike, but with the tip of the Teikoku wand pressed gently against his forehead. Heimin admonished him, stating that he was too simple and pure. The most important thing in a battle between wizards, he explained, is the ability to deceive one another. He looked down at his defeated opponent, his expression unreadable, and asked a single, cutting question. Are you satisfied? Watching from afar, the Blue Queen Basha raised a single hand, her gesture bringing the proceedings to a halt. With quiet authority, she declared that the outcome had been decided. Her judgment did little to quell Oribes' frantic curiosity. He and Basha approached Heimin, and Oribes demanded to know just how many wands he possessed and how he managed to conceal them. Heimin simply smiled, explaining that the inherent flaw of magic wands is easily resolved by carrying multiple ones, a method he considered to be the very best. He concludes his explanation, revealing that he uses a ring-type magic wand called Jinto to render his other wands invisible, allowing him to exchange them with Nindo without being seen. The Blue Queen, Basha, reacts with astonishment. She questions if he can truly call such an extraordinary, almost monstrous feat a mere little trick. He remains composed, admitting that even with such a diverse collection of magic wands, his power is still not enough. He clarifies that he only revealed his secrets to prove his value to her. Basha considers his words, concluding that while having him as an ally would be terrifying, it is far better than having him as an enemy. Heimin calmly accepts her assessment, appreciating her understanding. With their agreement reached, they stand together before the Cuman tribe. Heimin announces to the crowd that, starting today, they will sign a ceasefire agreement with the Empire, an announcement met with a powerful cheer. He observes the reaction, having expected some voices of opposition. Basha assures him that among her people, the leader's decision is absolute. Yet within the crowd, a warrior's face is tight with resentment. He clenches his fist, a silent testament to the deep-seated grudge against the empire that the new peace cannot erase. Sensing the mood, Basha calls an end to the formalities, ordering sake to be brought out to welcome their guests. She explains to a surprised Heimin that while her people have lost much, they have also taken much. Unlike her predecessor who would have fought to annihilation, she seeks a different path. She drapes an arm over his shoulders, but he politely declines a drink, stating that he dislikes alcohol because it dulls his ability to think. Basha playfully asks if refusing her offer means he will break their agreement. Suddenly, Waifu appears, enthusiastically declaring that she will handle the alcohol and meat. As Yin shouts in protest, Heimin can only stare, his face a mask of pure horror at the chaotic arrival of his companions. He points a stern finger at Yin, declaring that she hasn't been useful and should liven up the party with a dance. In the next breath, however, he strictly forbids her from drinking alcohol, reminding her that she is a child. In mock terror, Yin flees to Blue Queen Basha, crying for help. The queen laughs, amused, and asks if the girl is Heimin's daughter. Heimin calmly corrects her, explaining that he adopted Yin for her talent. He states his intention to introduce her to a merchant so she can gain experience in trade, and asks Basha to be strict with her. Basha's expression turns serious as she studies the small girl, acknowledging that if Heimin brought her, she must be special. Yin shivers, finding the queen's intense gaze frightening. She retorts that Heimin simply wants to exploit a small and weak child. Her comment makes Basha burst in a hearty laughter. Heimin, unfazed, clarifies that Yan's display of fear is merely a bluff and reveals that she's actually 13 years old. Flustered at being exposed, Yin points an accusing finger at him, declaring that he has a bad personality. Once the laughter subsides, Basha raises a large wooden mug, remarking that it has been a long time since she laughed so much and that it is truly a good day. Heimin raises his own mug in a toast, expressing his hope that this marks the beginning of a good path for them both. Their mugs clink together, sealing the sentiment. The celebration continues in earnest. Raifa enthusiastically tears into a large roasted bird, while elsewhere, Lin playfully entertains a group of cumin warriors, who sit on the ground looking utterly defeated. As night falls, the sounds of the lively festivities echo through the dark mountain range under the light of a crescent moon. The next day, Heimin walks down a long, sun-drenched corridor within the fortress. He approaches Lieutenant Mo's Pizza, who is reviewing a document. Maspitz's eyes widen in disbelief as he reads the contents, a ceasefire agreement. He looks up at Heimin, utterly shocked, and demands to know if he truly accomplished this. Mo's Pizza expresses his skepticism, suggesting that such a simple document could easily be a forgery. Heimin calmly informs him that to formalize the agreement, Queen Basha herself will visit the fortress. The lieutenant suggests that it would be appropriate for Commander Gettle to attend such a meeting. His eyes narrowing with suspicion, Mo's Pizza asks if Captain Lorenzo has been informed. Heimin replies with a simple no. He explains that his orders were to report to Mo's Pizza first. Then, with a chillingly calm demeanor, he adds that he advised the captain to dispose of Mo Pizza, and wonders aloud if the captain is considering that disposition first. Maspitz's face twists in abject terror. Lieutenant Mo's Pizza gloats from behind his desk, a wide, self-satisfied grin stretching across his face. He muses that while he can hardly believe it, this is the greatest achievement in the history of the Fourth Company, declaring that special merit is no longer an unattainable dream. Heimin stands before the lieutenant's desk, utterly perplexed by the display. He silently assesses the situation, realizing Mo's Pizza is a dangerous man who not only did nothing but actively obstructed progress and evaded his duties, yet now shamelessly attempts to claim all the credit. The lieutenant, leaning forward with a dismissive air, clarifies his position to Heimin. He claims it wasn't his idea, but he believes the Fourth Company should receive the special merit, adding as an afterthought that the 8th Platoon's notable misconduct is a known issue within the company. He calmly turns the lieutenant's logic against him, pointing out that if the platoon belongs to the company, then the 8th Platoon's behavioral problems must be a direct result of the lieutenant's own lack of guidance and supervision. Mo's Pizza recoils, shouting in disbelief. The enraged lieutenant furiously denies any connection, shouting that the platoon's bad conduct is their own fault. Heimin sighs, calmly stating that it makes no sense to want the merit without accepting the corresponding responsibility, and suggests that Mo Pizza should then recommend only the 8th Platoon for the award. His superior officer becomes flustered, urging Heimin not to be so rigid. He argues that Heimin should think more flexibly, reasoning that if the 4th Company receives the merit, the 8th Platoon will surely benefit as well. He remains completely unmoved by the plea. As Mo's Pizza grits his teeth in frustration at what he perceives as insolence, Heimin states plainly that the people outside the 8th Platoon have made no effort whatsoever. The lieutenant snaps, raising his hand to strike his subordinate while shouting that this is a disciplinary action. Before the blow can land, Heimin effortlessly catches the descending wrist, simultaneously pressing the sharp point of a pen against the man's skin. His superior's face contorts in terror. With a simple, fluid motion, Heimin throws the lieutenant off balance, sending him sprawling to the floor. He now stands over the fallen officer, holding not a weapon, but a simple fan. The terrified lieutenant whimpers, scrambling backward across the floor. Unfazed, Heimin takes a slow, deliberate step forward, closing the distance. He stands over the terrified Lieutenant Mo's Pizza, who sputters that Heimin just tried to kill him. Unfazed, Heimin calmly excuses himself, stating he only killed a harmful insect. With a cold gaze, he declares that as an Imperial soldier, he will also kill any other insects that corrupt the Empire for its future. As Lieutenant Mo's Pizza struggles to his feet with a grunt, Heimin informs him that he is keeping Captain Lorenzo waiting and asks to be excused. The flustered lieutenant, though clearly against it, reluctantly tells him to go. The lieutenant's suspicion flares, and he points accusingly, demanding to know if Heimin intends to report to the captain on his own. Heimin confirms that those are indeed his orders, causing Mo's Pizza to grunt in frustration. His distrust boiling over, Mo's Pizza demands to know the contents of the report. He insists that Heimin must say the 4th Company should receive the special merit. Heimin coolly replies that he will report exactly what he has already told the lieutenant. He elaborates, stating he will report that the captain ordered him to convey his opinion that the 4th Company should receive the merit. This subtle distinction enrages Lieutenant Mo's Pizza, who shouts that this is completely different from his instructions and accuses Heimin of deliberate insubordination. Stomping his foot emphatically, the lieutenant declares that they will rehearse the report immediately, vowing not to let Heimin leave until he gets it perfect. Heimin begins to protest, reminding him about the waiting captain. But Mo's Pizza waves off the concern, declaring it's fine to keep the captain waiting as long as they want. A calm voice from the doorway suddenly cuts in, stating that would indeed be a problem. The lieutenant whirls around in shock, demanding to know who is interrupting them. The speaker is revealed to be Captain Lorenzo himself, looking thoroughly unimpressed. He touches his temple, remarking that he thought his ears were going to rot from what he overheard. He steps into the room, his voice laced with contempt as he accuses the lieutenant of twisting facts and coercing subordinates to deliver a false report. Mo's Pizza stammers, utterly flustered, unable to form a coherent response to the captain's presence. The captain reveals he has been listening since the very beginning. He explains that upon hearing of Lieutenant Heimin's return, he came to meet him. However, After being told Heimin had strict orders to report to Lieutenant Mo's Pizza first, he decided to wait outside, taking their particular relationship into consideration. Enraged at being caught, Lieutenant Mo's Pizza turns his fury on Heimin, grabbing him by the uniform and shouting his name in disbelief. He, however, remains perfectly composed. He had certainly planned for his missteps to be noticed by the higher-ups, but he admits to himself that he never thought the situation would escalate this far. As Heimin reflects, Captain Lorenzo calmly informs the sputtering Mo's Pizza that he will request his demotion and Heimin's promotion. Lorenzo admonishes him, stating it was premature to entrust him with a lieutenant's position and that he should be ashamed for blaming the wrong person. He looks down at the cowering officer with a chilling smile, asking if he is sure about this. Lorenzo then declares his intent to completely crush the insects that corrupt the empire. The threat sends Mo's Pizza into a panic. He scrambles backward on the floor, pleading for any other punishment. The captain clarifies that, for now, the change is only temporary, until it is officially announced. Mo's Pizza is to consider himself as having the equivalent authority of a lieutenant. Heimin then speaks up, making a request. As Mo's Pizza looks on in horror, Heimin states that the lieutenant is a kind and gentle person who dislikes tormenting the weak, and therefore asks that the ex-lieutenant be assigned to the 4th Company. He elaborates with a cold expression, explaining that the ex-lieutenant has a bad habit of abusing the unit's NCOs. If Mo's Pizza is in his unit, Heimin can punish him immediately. Captain Lorenzo agrees, cautioning Heimin to ensure the punishment does not become simple revenge. With a dark smile, Heimin confirms he understands, vowing internally to completely crush Spitza's rotten spirit. His fate sealed, the disgraced officer collapses to the floor, whimpering in utter defeat. He sat in stunned silence, sweat and tears streaming down his face as the reality of his demotion sank in. Behind him, Heimin watched without a flicker of emotion. Captain Lorenzo, seemingly unconcerned with the disgraced officer, turned his attention to Heimin with a smile. He remarked on how impressive it was that Heimin would be promoted to 1st lieutenant after only a month on his assignment. He, however, remained focused on the larger picture. Brushing aside the compliment, he insisted that they needed to move on to the next step quickly. His abruptness caught the captain off guard, who could only echo the words back as a question. Heimin began to elaborate, confirming that was indeed his intention. Later, after concluding his business, he returned to his quarters. A familiar voice greeted him as he opened the door, welcoming him back. It was Raifa, sitting beside a sleeping Yinlin. She asked if his duties had taken longer than expected, then noted that the young girl was still asleep. She explained that the previous day's trek through the steep mountains had been difficult for Yinlin. Given her small size, it was only natural that she needed to rest. He moved to the window, stretching his arms as he looked out. He agreed, remarking that it was wise to rest while the opportunity presented itself. His gaze fell upon the sleeping girl, a somber look on his face. The next step, he knew, would offer no such peace. It would be a war against the Duchy of Diordo. Standing before Raifa and Yinlin, Heimin makes a startling announcement. Their next objective is a war with the Duchy of Diordo. Both Raifa and Yinlin react with shock, rising to their feet as they question the sudden declaration of war. He ignores their alarm, instead turning his attention to the still drowsy Yinlin, asking if she is awake. As she rubs her eyes, Raifa voices her concern about the abruptness of the conflict. Heimin then presents something for Yinlin to take. He hands her a letter sealed with wax, instructing her to deliver it to Queen Basha. Yinlin accepts the missive and agrees, though she internally admits to having a bad feeling about the task. His focus then shifts to their ongoing operations, as he inquires about the progress of Nandaru's trade. Yinlin reports that a large quantity of Magatama jewels has been prepared for delivery and that the next shipment is expected to contain jewels of even higher quality. He acknowledges the report, remarking on the impressive strategy of hiding jewels within the Magatama. He understands that flooding the market would devalue the goods, but expresses confidence in her ability to manage the distribution. Her expression turns grave. Trembling, Yinlin circles back to his earlier statement, confirming that she overheard him mention something about a war. He turns away dismissively, clarifying that it was merely a suggestion he had made to the captain. Raifa watches the exchange with a serious, contemplative look. The scene reveals the details of his proposal. He had argued for a preemptive strike against the Duchy of Diordo, capitalizing on the period before their ceasefire with the Cuman tribe becomes public knowledge. He outlined the enemy's strength, a fortress with 5,000 troops that could swell to 30,000, insisting that the moment to act was now or never. In his discussion with Captain Lorenzo, the captain notes that the higher-ups are already considering such a move, but expresses reservations about the poor timing and uncertain logistics. Hayes encounters that the enemy faces the same logistical challenges and asserts that they can manage until the fortress gates are opened, as long as follow-up units are prepared. He acknowledges Heisen's high capabilities, but his expression remains troubled. The captain adds a critical piece of information. The Duchy's fortress has him. Heisen's eyes narrowed as he processed the captain's words, his mind racing to identify the formidable individual being described. In response, Captain Lorenzo revealed the man's identity. General Gazar, a true powerhouse who wields the rare and destructive lightning attribute magic. He elaborated that lightning mages are exceptionally rare and powerful, noting that many strong figures, including the 4th Marquis Mishru, have built their reputations on such abilities. Heimin took in the information, understanding the gravity of the threat. As he considered this, Lorenzo added that while Marquis Michiru is expected to assist the duchy in a few months, the duchy itself is well aware of how reckless a full-scale war would be at this time. Having heard enough, Heimin concluded that it was pointless to press the matter further and excused himself. As he turned to leave, Rifle watched him go, her expression troubled by the talk of war so soon after their reconciliation with the Cuman tribe. He walked on, his mind already calculating. To others, attacking a formidable opponent like the duchy with only the 4 squad would seem a pipe dream, but to Heimin, that was precisely why it was the perfect opportunity. He acknowledged that this situation was an unexpected development for all parties involved. There was no doubt, however, that they had successfully shifted the 10-year conflict into a stalemate. A confident grin spread across his face. As expected, he thought they should let him go. Meanwhile, at the 8th training ground, Captain Lorenzo's command to begin training was cut short by a sudden commotion. The captain was unceremoniously thrown from his horse as it reared up with a loud whinny. Watching the scene unfold, Heimin sighed, exasperated by the thought that Lorenzo couldn't even ride a horse properly. He found himself questioning why such an incompetent person was a lieutenant. Captain Lorenzo explained the man's situation. He was the 5th son of a 9th-rank noble with no right to inheritance, so they couldn't simply dismiss him from the military. Heimin privately assessed the man as having a vile personality, low intelligence, and atrocious magic skills. The lieutenant, seemingly overhearing or guessing Heimin's disdain, erupted in fury. He demanded to know what Heimin had said, boasting of his favor with the captain. Heimin, however, simply sighed, internally concluding that the man was not just useless but a detriment. The thought of simply killing him crossed his mind. In a swift, decisive motion, Heimin struck the nobleman across the face with the hilt of his sheathed sword. Blood dripped from the lieutenant's lip as he recoiled in shock. Enraged, the lieutenant screamed, questioning how a commoner dared to strike a high-ranking noble. Heimin calmly placed his sheathed sword on the ground, reminding him that in the military, rank is everything and questioning his subordinate's lack of respectful language. The nobleman furiously threatened that his family would not remain silent and would ensure Heimin received the highest form of punishment for his actions. Heimin met the threat with a quiet, unimpressed query. "Is that so?" It was then that Captain Lorenzo spoke, his tone even. He informed the lieutenant that he, too, was quite a failure. Lorenzo pointed out that despite his high-ranking noble background, he had no right to inheritance, was still only a lieutenant, and was, by all accounts, nearly disowned and socially estranged from his family. His words struck a nerve. The lieutenant began to shake, sweat beading on his brow as he stammered, demanding to know on what basis Lorenzo was making such claims. From behind a desk piled with documents, Heimin began to explain. He stated that it is a superior's duty to plan their subordinates' leave, and in doing so, he had prioritized those who hadn't been able to return home for some time. The implication was clear. The lieutenant's face twisted in horror as he realized the incredible irony. Heimin had discovered his personal shame through official military procedure. He continued, dismissing the lieutenant's sputtering claims of imagination. Heimin laid out his deductions. The man had used considerable connections to pass the officer exams and was coasting through military life by flattering his superiors. Even without direct proof, Heimin asserted his incompetence was obvious. His gaze was cold and direct as he delivered the final, cutting remark. "Isn't it embarrassing," he asked, "to have someone like you as family?" He stood over the kneeling lieutenant, a silent victor. The other soldiers of the 4 squad watched, stunned into silence by the sudden and absolute reversal of power. The defeated noble trembled, sweat beading on his brow as the weight of his humiliation pressed down on him. He could not form a single word. His shock gave way to sputtering outrage. He declared himself a noble, refusing to be treated like a slave and accusing Heimin of bullying. With a placid smile, Heimin offered a counter-proposal. If the lieutenant was considering becoming a slave, he could arrange a position as a higher-ranked one through his acquaintances. Heimin's calm demeanor remained, but his eyes were cold. He called the lieutenant's claim of being a victim hypocritical. Drawing a small book, he asked if the noble had forgotten what he did to the second lieutenant and warrant officer who died before his arrival. He began to flip through the pages, revealing it to be the memoirs of the executed Sergeant Como. The lieutenant paled, stammering in disbelief. Heimin noted that despite his appearance, Como had been quite meticulous, and the lieutenant's instructions were all recorded within. The lieutenant desperately claimed such a thing couldn't be considered evidence. With a sigh, Heimin closed the book. He asked with disdain if the noble was truly so stupid that he failed to understand that after committing such sloppy crimes repeatedly, everyone already knew and had simply kept quiet. The cold dismissal struck the noble like a physical blow. In his mind's eye, he was surrounded by the spectral forms of the men he had wronged, their silent judgment suffocating him. His composure finally shattered. He fell forward, begging and pleading for mercy, crying out that he regretted his actions and was reflecting on them. He continued to grovel, whimpering that he didn't want to be a slave. Heimin looked down at him, his face a mask of contempt, and asked what he had done to those who had pleaded to him in the same way. Deciding the conversation was pointless, he handed Como's diary to Sergeant Buzz. He instructed Buzz to use the diary as a reference to thoroughly discipline the lieutenant, then announced he was returning to his room. Buzz accepted the order, though a hint of uncertainty crossed his face. He looks over his shoulder with a cold, determined expression, giving a final order concerning the disgraced lieutenant. If the man is about to die, he is to be brought to Heimin, who vows to heal him, no matter how many times it takes. In response to the chilling command, Sergeant Buzz, sweating slightly, can only manage a simple, obedient affirmation. Later, Heimin stands outside a room, his arms crossed and his face clouded with worry. Inside, Raifa and Lin notice his troubled state. Raifa remarks with alarm that if their master is worried, the world itself could end. Heimin, meanwhile, reflects on how things rarely go as planned. He turns to the two of them, admitting that, rude as it may be, he has worries just like anyone else. His confession leaves Raifa momentarily speechless. She contemplates his serious demeanor, musing internally that she doesn't dislike the idea of changing his role to a high-level slave job. She reasons that if he were bound by a magic contract, he could still be of use to society. Letting out a sigh, she concludes that it's more about a person's own will. Heimin overhears and remarks with a gentle smile that his own future was decided in a similar fashion, calling it a natural thing for a friend to do. Raifa, annoyed by his placid expression, retorts for him to not say such things with a face that seems to require no thanks. The exchange leaves her feeling troubled. It is known that Raifa comes from a combat-specialized ethnic minority, and despite her strength, she possesses a pure and kind heart. In an empire obsessed with magic and rife with unpleasant intrigues, her straightforward nature makes it difficult for her to cope. She is someone who needs a person who truly understands her. Lin observes Raifa's quiet contemplation, sensing her unspoken thought, a feeling of inadequacy, of being someone like me. Understanding the sensitivity of the moment, Lin decides to remain silent. Breaking the heavy atmosphere, Raifa puffs out her cheeks and tells Heimin that as a rookie in his first year, it's natural he wouldn't understand. She immediately catches her own mistake, flustering as she exclaims that they are from the same generation. Heimin sits by a window, observing the soldiers training below. He quietly considers the vast difference in their skill levels, acknowledging it as a matter of course before catching himself. It is a bad habit, he realizes, to include the age and experience from his previous life in his calculations. A faint, confident smile touches his lips as he compares his situation to that of an employee who possesses 100 years of experience. His quiet moment is broken by the energetic arrival of Lin and Raifa. Lin excitedly declares that she must go teach Sergeant Buzz the Cuman language, while Raifa adds that she also needs to help with the platoon's training. Watching them, Heimin dryly wonders what they are so worked up about, musing that they will likely have to work for at least another 2,000 years. Meanwhile, at the Argide fortress in the Duchy of Diordo, heavily armored soldiers stand guard. The fortress is renowned for its impregnability, protected by a magic barrier that neutralizes projectiles. Despite the formidable defense, one of the guards lets out a sigh, finding the duty profoundly boring. Perched on a high balcony overlooking the fortress walls, a powerful warrior listens as an unseen companion speculates that his current dull assignment is a demotion for having struck a minister. The man is identified as General Gazar, his expression a mixture of intensity and simmering discontent. He sits with an aide, who remarks that it's only natural for an incompetent minister focused on personal gain to get hit. Gazar retorts that he had no choice in the matter. He was simply angry. Leaning back, the general laments how boring his situation is, openly wishing the Empire would attack. His aide quickly cautions him, pleading with him not to say such unlucky things. The sound of hurried footsteps interrupts their conversation. A messenger approaches, and Gazar's interest is immediately piqued. What's happening? He asks. A fight. A battle. His aide calmly clarifies that it is neither. The messenger stands before them and reports that someone wishes to see General Gazar in private. He grinned with malicious delight. The prospect of this mysterious meeting smelled like something fun, a welcome break from the monotony. Stretching dramatically, he declared he was so bored he could die. His aide inquired if the general would go himself. Gazar didn't care if it was a betrayal or a trap. Either way, he was eager to see it for himself. With that, he bounded up the stone steps, his aide following closely behind. Upon reaching the meeting point, he confronted the hooded visitor directly, demanding to know their purpose. He questioned if they were a spy or perhaps seeking to defect. The figure identified themselves as an officer from the 2nd Battalion of the Gastro Empire's Northern District of Garna, explaining that they had brought a copy of a letter. The officer's voice grew urgent as they made their shocking request, their face contorted with intensity. They pleaded with General Gazar to eliminate 2 individuals, Captain Lorenzo and Heimin. A few days later, at the formidable Argide fortress, Guard Commander Landbrew delivers a report. He informs General Gazar that they have obtained proof Mishiru of the 4 counts is heading their way. Based on this intelligence, General Gazar addresses his assembled commanders. He explains that he has gathered them because the ceasefire agreement with the Cuman tribe appears to be real, evidenced by imperial caravans now entering and exiting their territory. His face splits into a wild grin as he declares, "Let's go to war." The cavalry commander, Nidal, responds with booming enthusiasm, admitting he doesn't quite understand the situation but is eager to show the country what they can do. In contrast to the fervor, infantry commander Nudita calmly tells Nidal to settle down. Guard Commander Landbrew sighs, apologizing if he startled them, and clarifies that the events leading to this moment actually began a few days prior. The scene shifts to that earlier meeting. A hooded officer from the Gastro Empire informed General Gazar that Mishiru's army will gather at the northern Garna fortress in a month's time, with the objective of capturing Argid. The officer presents a document as proof, which Landbrew accepts, stating he will have it verified by the intelligence department. He then questions the hooded figure's motives, asking why an imperial officer would betray their own empire. The officer trembles, revealing his burning hatred for a second lieutenant named Heimin, who he claims took everything from him and left him unable to even manage his own subordinates. His informant continues, insisting Heimin is no ordinary lieutenant. He single-handedly brokered a ceasefire with the Cumin and created the momentum for this very attack. As Landbrew expresses disbelief, Gazar studies the document, pondering what reward the traitor seeks. He realizes that if the intelligence is true, it presents a valuable opportunity. He understands the motive is pathetic personal revenge, but finds the man's disgusting treason beneficial to the duchy. Landbrew adds that they have been underestimated, as their enemies are likely planning for them to recapture the Garna fortress. Overcome with rage, the hooded officer demands they eliminate both Second Lieutenant Heimin and Captain Lorenzo. The officer anxiously asks if the deal is settled. General Gazar reassures him with a confident smile, promising that he, the Thunder General, will personally see to their deaths. At this, the officer erupts in maniacal laughter, envisioning Heisenheim's final moments. Returning to the present, General Gazar concludes his briefing. Lounging before his commanders, he confirms that this is how the situation unfolded, and the reason he has gathered them all here today. He issues his first command, ordering his aide, Landbrew, to request the participation of General Ganararu and his 50,000 men from the capital. Landbrew acknowledges that such a force is necessary to defend against Mishu, but notes how easily Gazar speaks of the mobilization. The general simply smiles. His excitement is palpable, his blood boiling with anticipation. He declares that in 10 days, they will raise an army and capture the Empire's fortress. Landbrew then raises the issue of the Cumin tribe, questioning if their current forces will be enough to handle them. Gazar dismisses the concern, stating that the ceasefire is not a true alliance, and that 5,000 men will be sufficient to hold them off. The cavalry commander, Nidal, slams his fists on the table, roaring with enthusiasm that he is fired up for the coming battle. Gazar laughs, remarking on the irony that Heimin's plan has completely backfired. He muses that if it weren't for the whistleblower, the situation would have been dangerous, and that it might be interesting to capture Heimin for a chat. He then scoffs at the idea of honoring his deal with the traitor. He has no intention of keeping a promise to a lowly defector, especially the part about eliminating Moe's Pizza. Meanwhile, at the northern Garna fortress, the intelligence has arrived far too late. Heimin and Lorenzo race through the corridors as Heimin laments that a large army led by General Gazar is already heading towards them, having reached the nearby villages. Lorenzo curses the disgrace, noting the command is divided on whether to resist or retreat, and that the crucial information failed to reach the ranks in time. Heimin grimly observes that there's always a hindrance somewhere. Lorenzo explains that Lieutenant Colonel Barasag's detachment has already withdrawn, aiming for Colonel Gettel's downfall, leaving no hope of winning through conventional means. Heimin realizes that if the number 2 detachment retreats, their forces will be cut in half. Their only option now is to rely on Heimin's plan. As they reach their destination, an aide announces the arrival of Captain Lorenzo and Lieutenant Heimin. They enter a command room where Colonel Gedru Magno sits at a large table. The colonel, annoyed, demands to know what they're doing there so late. Lorenzo calmly asks the colonel to listen to Lieutenant Heimin's plan. Heimin, with a slight smile, interjects that it's good news Colonel Barasag has withdrawn, as they can accuse him of desertion later. The colonel recognizes him. The colonel tells him not to flatter him and to get to the point. Heimin boldly declares his intention. He is going to defeat General Gazar himself. He explains that without the general, the duchy's army will collapse. The colonel is stunned into silence, then angrily dismisses the idea as fantasy, questioning why Lorenzo brought such a fool to him. Inside the command room, Captain Lorenzo advocates for Heimin's plan. He argues that the peace agreement with the Cumin tribe, who value strength, was only possible because they recognized Heimin's immense power. Colonel Magno dismisses this, scoffing that they are merely a savage tribe. In response to the colonel's narrow-mindedness, Heimin poses a question. What does a mage truly mean to him? He suggests it's not simply someone who uses magic. For Heimin, a mage is someone who makes the impossible possible. He lays out the colonel's stark choices. Fleeing without a fight guarantees demotion and being branded coward. Alternatively, Magno can trust him and become the hero who defended the fortress with half the troops. Heimin reminds him that soldiers are worthless without victory, and firmly states that he can achieve this for him. His expression shifts, a chilling smile spreading across his face as his eyes gleam with unnerving intensity. I'll grant your wish, he promises, leaving the colonel gasping in stunned silence. The tense moment is broken by an indignant Major Heimin, who furiously declares that Colonel Magno will not listen to the fantasies of a rookie. He demands to know if Heimin has a brilliant idea, but Heimin calmly replies that he has only stated the facts. He then addresses the room with an air of absolute certainty. He tells them they are lucky, for if they entrust this battle to him, he will deliver a victory no one could possibly imagine. At that moment, Captain Lorenzo steps forward, his expression resolute. He addresses Colonel Magno, stating that he also has a request. He wishes for permission to grant his own captain's authority to Lieutenant Heimin. He reflects on the situation, noting that while they were on the defensive, the High Command's self-preservation was manageable. But with a real battle looming, their cowardice becomes a liability. He sees Heimin as a storm that has descended upon the fortress, forcing a change. Elsewhere, Blue Queen Basha shares a similar sentiment. She too sees Heimin as a cruel storm, one that in a short time has achieved the impossible, exposing the discord in the fortress, the incompetence of its command, and even her own shortcomings. Back in the command room, Lorenzo looks at the sneering officers. He resolves that if becoming like them, or like Heimin, means giving up his seat at their table, then it is not a great sacrifice to make. Colonel Magno's face twisted into a furious snarl. He delivered his ultimatum directly to Heimin. Failure would be met with a death sentence. As the colonel's threat lingered, Captain Lorenzo added his own conditions. He informed Heimin that he would not tolerate failure. However, should Heimin succeed, he would be transferred away from the fortress, with a strict order to never return. With the terms set, Colonel Magno officially issued the command from his desk, ordering Captain Lorenzo to cede his authority. Turning to face Heimin, Lorenzo formally transferred his captain's authority to the lieutenant. He then bowed deeply, entrusting him with a single, solemn plea to save the fortress. As the captain remained bowed before him, Heimin looked down with a calm, unwavering expression. He accepted the immense responsibility with a single word: understood. Over a strategic map littered with game pieces, Captain Lorenzo looks to Heimin, acknowledging his new subordinate role. He asked what his first orders are. Heimin, with a serious expression, states that he wants Captain Lorenzo to continue serving as their liaison with the upper ranks. Lorenzo lets out a small laugh, admitting he was certain Heimin would demand he use more respectful language. Heimin, however, looks past him, voicing his concern that the colonels will not easily follow his instructions. In a sudden, theatrical display, Lorenzo snaps to attention, loudly declaring his intent to show respect. Heimin calmly clarifies that while he did insist Lieutenant Mo's pizza use polite speech, he privately hopes Lorenzo will continue to speak to him as he always has. He is taken aback, flustered by the unexpected sentiment. Lorenzo confesses he never thought he would hear the word respect from Heimin's mouth and pleads with him not to tease him so much. Shifting the conversation back to the pressing matter, Heimin's gloved hand points to a piece on the map. He lays out the grim numbers. They must first position their 15,000 troops for a defensive siege against an enemy force of 50,000. Lorenzo soberly questions if they can possibly hold out. He continues, noting that the opposing commander is on the level of a Grand General, Gazar, and possesses a powerful bodyguard corps. Despite the odds, Heimin's expression hardens with resolve as he declares his intention to defeat General Gazar before that becomes an issue. He explains his reasoning to a thoughtful Lorenzo. The upper ranks likely have no desire to fight Gazar themselves, so his proposal to do so will likely pass. This, he states, is precisely why he needs Lorenzo to take command of the main force in his absence. He elaborates on his personal role in the strategy. As a mage, he will sow confusion among the enemy ranks while their attention is focused on the fortress, creating a critical opening. Lorenzo, his expression serious, asks what exactly Heimin is planning. Heimin acknowledges that he knows he isn't fully trusted. He remarks that this caution is part of Captain Lorenzo's strength, as he avoids mistakes by not believing in others blindly. His finger presses down decisively on the central fortress piece. He gives his final order. While Lorenzo holds his position, Heimin will need his support for the defense of the other units, as the direction of the enemy's main attack remains unknown. Despite Heimin's bold strategy, Captain Lorenzo lets out a weary sigh, admitting his lack of confidence. He notes that the Principality of Diordo possesses a strong cavalry, which will almost certainly target the fortress's central gate. He counters this concern with a confident smile, stating that this is precisely why they must use Raifa. He assures the captain that he will witness something interesting. Beside him, Raifa stands with her arms crossed, looking equally assured. At this, the captain clenches his hands together, bowing his head slightly in acceptance. He quietly agrees to the plan, offering his thanks. Heimin then poses a question, asking Captain Lorenzo what qualities he expects from a superior officer. Lorenzo glances at a map and guesses at overall military ability, but Heimin immediately clarifies that is not what he means. The captain offers other possibilities: excellent judgment, the capacity to forgive subordinates, or the fair assessment of abilities and achievements. Heimin explains that the top priority is not any of those things, but rather what a leader does after the fact. He elaborates that the most crucial quality is the ability to sincerely consider the opinions of subordinates and to utilize any excellent ideas they propose. He dismisses men like Colonel Gedru and his opportunist entourage as incapable of such leadership, but asserts that Lorenzo is different. He can do it. He then extends a gloved hand, formally requesting the captain's strength. Visibly impressed and somewhat flustered, Lorenzo remarks on Heimin's persuasive skill. He notes that while a soldier should show superficial respect, Heimin is not, which he seems to find compelling. Heimin simply accepts this as one of his own shortcomings. Convinced, Lorenzo firmly grasps his hand in a resolute handshake, declaring that, of course, he will help. On the day of the battle, the roars of the Principality's army echo from the plains below. On the fortress walls, the defenders are gripped by fear. One soldier collapses, crying out that he doesn't want to die as his comrade tries to restrain him. Heimin observes the scene, recognizing that being outnumbered more than 3-1 has sown widespread despair. Amidst the rising panic, Heimin remains composed. He calmly confirms with the soldier that they have enough arrows and gives a sharp order not to neglect equipment checks. The entire fortress is steeped in despair and resignation, and he stands alone, contemplating his next move. He is approached on the fortress wall by an armored soldier, who greets him with booming enthusiasm. The soldier, pointing confidently, thanks Lieutenant Heimin for his hard work. The soldier continues, asking if Heimin is giving in to despair. He reassures him that, of course, he isn't, because they are all there with him. Heimin questions this unwavering optimism, asking if it holds true even with an enemy army of 50,000. Without a moment's hesitation, the soldier shouts back that it's no problem at all. With a confident smile, the soldier insists that if it's Lieutenant Heimin leading them, they will definitely win. Heimin remains stoic, reminding the man that they are up against the famous General Gazar, a name known across the continent. The soldier is undeterred, stating that as soldiers, they are prepared for such an outcome. He even quotes Heimin's own past words back to him. If you're going to kill someone, be prepared to be killed yourself. In response, Heimin's face darkens as he admits that he cannot make sure everyone will survive. His grim pronouncement hangs in the air, and he falls into a brief, intense silence. He then lifts a small, triangular magical artifact. A slight smile touches his lips as he murmurs that being a soldier is, seriously, a tough job. As the device activates, his voice booms across the ramparts, amplified for all to hear. Soldiers of the Empire, can you hear me? The men in armor turn, startled by the sudden address. Elsewhere, Colonel Gedru Magno reacts in surprise, demanding to know the source of the voice. Lieutenant Mose Pizza calmly explains not to be surprised, as Heimin is using a magic staff to ensure everyone can hear him. Heimin's amplified voice lays out the stark facts for the army. The battle will be decided in 3 days, desertion means death, and they face the 50,000 soldiers of Thunder General Gazar. He acknowledges their potential despair, but then, with a look of fierce determination, he declares that he has a promise for them. While he prepared his own address, another officer, Captain Lorenzo, was already attempting to rally the men. He promised them that half would survive, that they would drive back the enemy and escape this hopeless situation. He urged them to endure the siege for 3 days, to trust in their training, their bodies, and their comrades. The soldiers, however, listened with uncertainty, questioning if such a promise could be true. Taking a different approach, he then raised the amplifier to his lips and roared a simple, powerful command across the entire fortress, for all troops to raise their voices. In response, a wave of energy surged through the ranks as the soldiers raised their weapons and let out a unified battle cry. As the sound washed over him, he lowered the device, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. It was a rare sight to see them so galvanized. Raifa appeared at his side, remarking on how unusual it was for him to shout like that. He quietly explained his reasoning. He had to raise morale somehow, because aside from Captain Lorenzo, he didn't trust the other officers. He admitted to himself that it was out of character, but his motivation was simple. Looking out at the soldiers, he saw the faces of his platoon members in his mind's eye. There were people here he refused to let die. Her expression softened into a knowing smile as she noted he wasn't being entirely honest. Without another word, he declared he was leaving the rest to her and broke into a run along the top of the fortress wall, leaving her stunned. She leaned over the parapet, calling out in alarm, demanding to know where he was going. But he was already gone, mounting a horse below. With the army's morale now high enough for even a poor commander to hold out for a day, he knew a capable man like Captain Lorenzo could do even better. His part here was done. It was time to do what he truly needed to do. Watching him ride off, Raifa sighed, a wry smile on her face. She could only pity the captain who had just been entrusted with such a heavy burden. Meanwhile, in another location, Blue Queen Basha stood before her assembled Cuman tribe warriors. They knelt in silent, disciplined rows, awaiting her command. On the opposing side of the field, General Gazar surveys the distant fortress with a confident gaze. Before him, his vast army stands assembled, all troops in position. He turns to his aide, Guard Commander Lambrew, and declares their strategy with certainty. They will break through the enemy's center. He then addresses his soldiers, his voice ringing with fervor. He reminds them that they have suffered enough under the Empire and that now is the time for retribution. This battle, he proclaims, will be a momentous one. Noting their high morale, Gazar prepares to give the order to charge, but a sudden, gruesome event stops him cold. The head of a soldier nearby explodes, leaving the general utterly stunned. The shock spreads through the ranks as a powerful roar echoes from the fortress. Gazar and his aides stare in disbelief, while their soldiers murmur in confusion. The general cannot comprehend how the enemy, with a force 3 times smaller, can possess such high morale. Elsewhere, an imperial officer observes the distant effect, wondering aloud if this is the skill belonging to Heimin that had been mentioned previously. Back on the battlefield, Guard Commander Lambrew suggests switching to a long-term strategy. Gazar immediately rejects the idea, stating that it will be a short-term battle, and they will attack with everything they have from start. He explains his reasoning. The enemy is likely waiting for the arrival of the war god for Count Michil. With that power on their side, they could definitely overturn their numerical disadvantage. He continues his analysis, concluding that if the defenders see any hope in enduring the initial assault, a half-hearted attack would only backfire and strengthen their will to fight. Therefore, his decision is final. With a resounding clang of steel, he gives the command to crush them completely, unleashing his entire army in a furious, all-out charge. His order was carried out without hesitation. A storm of arrows rained down upon the fortress walls, forcing the defenders to raise their shields against the relentless volley. From a high vantage point, Heisenheim watched the assault begin. He knew that taking losses from arrows with such a small defending force was unsustainable. He had to find a way to intervene. He quickly located a fallen human warrior near the base of the wall. In the chaos of battle, he reasoned the only way to distinguish friend from foe was by their clothing and flags. Apologizing under his breath, he began to take the uniform from a body. He donned the enemy's attire, pulling the turban low over his brow. He noted that the Principality's equipment wasn't bad at all. His disguise allowed him to move unnoticed among the enemy archers, whose commander was shouting orders. The man urged his troops not to panic, to maintain a steady shooting rhythm, and to remember they had plenty of arrows. As one of the archers reported that they were successfully maintaining the front line, Heizen slipped silently along the rampart, closing in on his target. With a sudden thud, he struck. The archer commander fell, an arrow embedded in his head, his subordinate crying out in shock. Heizen's objective was clear: take out the leader to sow confusion among the archers. He stood calmly amidst the growing panic. Murmurs spread through the ranks as the warriors questioned what had happened. Was it an assassination? Who killed their commander? He blended back into the disorganized formation, telling the others not to break rank. Internally, he planned his next move, setting a few fires here, and there should be enough to complete the disruption. Meanwhile, inside the command center, the door burst open. Captain Lorenzo turned, his face a mask of shock, as his aide rushed in to report that the archers' offensive was weakening. He smiles, buoyed by the news of the faltering enemy attack. Addressing his men, he confirms that Lieutenant Heizen's efforts have paid off and rallies them to hold their position until sundown. On the battlements, his soldiers follow their orders, holding the line against a volley of arrows. A commander directs his troops to shift their position, confirming the area is secure for now. Meanwhile, from the opposing side, General Gazar observes the battlefield through a spyglass. His aide, Lambrew, questions their current standing, asking if they are at a stalemate or a disadvantage, and whether they should deploy their commander. The general dismisses the idea for now, noting that a duel between mages is too unpredictable. His attention is drawn not to a mage, but to a different, unusual warrior standing next to Captain Lorenzo. From a high vantage point, a powerful female archer takes aim. She releases her shot, which explodes with tremendous force upon impact, sending soldiers flying. Watching the devastation, General Gazar remarks on the warrior's terrifying strength, while his aide asks him to stop whistling in admiration. His observation is cut short by the sound of a distant explosion. A messenger gallops towards him, shouting his name as Gazar turns, demanding to know the cause of the commotion. The messenger arrives with dire news. The archer commander has been killed, assassinated from behind their lines. His aide elaborates on the report, explaining that the commander had no resistance to magic and was killed instantly. By the time his guards turn around, his head was already gone, the attacker having targeted his specific weakness. The narrative shifts, revealing Heisenheim from behind, holding a thin, wand-like weapon. The implication is clear. This was his doing, revealing him to be an assassin-type mage. As the sun begins to set, General Gazar processes this new information. He orders a messenger to pull all units back for the day. His aide calls out to him, but Gazar is lost in thought, realizing that being skilled at assassination implies something more. His frustration boiled over as he slammed his sword down onto a table with a loud clang. He reasoned that the assassin, Heizen, was not suited for large-scale group battles. If his forces pulled back to reorganize and strengthen their defenses, there would be nothing the lone operative could do. With this new strategy in mind, a confident grin spread across his face. He declared that tomorrow, they would finally let loose. Below, the fully armored cavalry commander Nidal, mounted and ready, eagerly accepted the command. He announced his name and confirmed that he had been waiting for this moment, ready to lead the charge. As Lieutenant Heisenheim steps into the command room, Captain Lorenzo greets his return. Lorenzo confirms that Heizen assassinated the enemy's archer leader, a feat that allowed their forces to hold out. He asks how it was accomplished. Heizen explains that due to the high morale of the soldiers, he was able to easily pass for one of the enemy, adding that he wishes to avoid pointless killing. The captain lets out a dry laugh, remarking that nothing is easy in enemy territory and that Heizen is a terrifying individual for making it seem so. He then shifts the conversation to strategy, stating that the battlefront will advance the next day, bringing General Gazar with it. Lorenzo asks if Heizen intends to face the general, but Heizen reveals the man present was merely a decoy. With a slight smile, Heizen declares he will leave the general to the captain tomorrow and excuses himself, advising Lorenzo to get some rest. The captain is momentarily stunned, exclaiming that Heimin is dumping the responsibility on him again, but quickly resigns himself to the task. He leaves the command room and enters a large, stone-walled hall serving as a makeshift infirmary. Seeing the wounded soldiers lying on the floor, he observes with some relief that there are fewer injuries than he expected. As he surveys the scene, Sergeant Buzz approaches. He asks if the men present are all of the injured, but Heimin informs him that there are more. He then gives Buzz a direct order: gather all of the wounded and bring them to this location. Though hesitant, the sergeant affirms he will. Heimin holds up a serpentine magical item with a glowing eye at its tip. He declares his intention to heal everyone, stating that they need as many soldiers as possible for the coming battle. As Heimin kneels beside a wounded soldier, Buzz rushes to his side, voicing his concern. He warns that using magic will deplete the lieutenant's power, adding that he heard from Yin that Heimin hasn't slept at all while planning their strategy. Heimin simply replies that he will conserve his magic. Buzz, confused by this, asks what's wrong. Heimin turns to face him and explains his philosophy. As a superior officer, he has a duty and responsibility to do more than those who serve under him. The words strike Buzz with profound surprise. He has never heard an officer speak that way before. He continues his explanation to the sergeant, acknowledging that while he is paid more, it is a mistake for superiors to believe their only job is to give orders and boast. As he speaks, Sergeant Buzz listens with a wry smile. Heimin dismisses such leaders as merely lacking in ability or effort, predicting that they will eventually make fools of themselves. The sergeant remarks on how casually his lieutenant says such terrifying things. He then offers a piece of advice, his gaze steady and serious. He reminds the sergeant that he will not be around to guide him forever. The weight of this statement causes Buzz to clench his gauntlet fist, a choked sound escaping him. Heimin, however, continues, stating that he is simply doing what is expected of him as a superior officer. A sudden clatter of armor breaks the tension. Sergeant Buzz stands tall, his expression shifting to one of earnest conviction as he declares his admiration for Lieutenant Heimin. Heimin looks back at him, his own expression unreadable as he processes the sergeant's sudden and heartfelt declaration. After a moment of silence, he finally responds, telling the sergeant that there is no need to admire him. His focus returns to the task at hand. He explains that all he requires is for his subordinates to do what they need to do. As he speaks, a bandaged soldier stirs, confused to find himself already healed. Heimin concludes that if everyone fulfills their role, the army as a whole will grow stronger. Hearing this pragmatic philosophy, Sergeant Buzz reaffirms his position. He agrees with the logic but insists that he still admires his lieutenant, explaining that it is rare to find someone with such values in the real world. With his hand over his heart, he declares his profound respect for Lieutenant Heimin. Faced with the sergeant's unwavering conviction, Heimin sighs in resignation and tells him to do as he pleases. Buzz smirks triumphantly, declaring that he will do just that. The following day, the sun rises over the fortress. He stood alone atop the fortress wall, the ground rumbling as General Gazar led a cavalry charge to the west. With his trust placed in Captain Raifa, Heimin turned his attention to the battle before him. His gaze narrowed with grim determination. Now, he thought, his own job was clear. His target, to crush the central cavalry unit bearing down on their position, led by the heavily armored Commander Nidal. The enemy charge was stronger than expected. Even with the infantry leader joining the cavalry, his side was struggling. Raising a cloth-wrapped staff, Heimin prepared to intervene. He unleashed the staff's power, a spell called Ground's Fury. The weapon, which controlled gravity within a certain range, sent a shockwave that instantly disrupted the cavalry's formation, sending horses and riders tumbling. The sudden chaos threw the enemy into confusion. From the ground, a soldier spotted the lone figure on the wall, shouting that it was a mage and ordering the archers to prepare their bows. In response, a volley of arrows flew towards the fortress, only to stop dead in midair, embedding themselves in an invisible barrier. Commander Nidal stared in disbelief as an aide urged him to fall back, admitting the mage was beyond their level. He then leaped from the rampart, landing gracefully on the ground below. Commander Nidal, surprised by the bold move, called out to confirm his identity. "So, you're Heimin, right?" Heimin affirmed that he was. The commander, still mounted, stated his purpose. He had heard that Heimin could wield multiple staves and declared that he wanted to confirm this fact before they engaged in battle. Heimin calmly addressed a different matter. He confirmed that he was indeed the one who had killed the Kanahawan archer commander the day before, explaining that he had to take him out to disrupt their formation because their excellent archers were in the way. His confession left Commander Nidal momentarily speechless. The commander's gauntlet creaked as his grip tightened, his voice trembling with restrained fury. He revealed that the man Heimin had killed was his best friend. Heimin simply acknowledged the statement, his expression unreadable. His shock hardened into pure rage. With a guttural crackle of energy, Nidal declared he now had one more reason to kill him. He raised his ornate weapon, ready to begin their duel. Before the duel could commence, the sky above Heimin filled with a storm of steel as countless swords materialized and shot towards him. From their vantage point, the commanders observed the attack. Nidal, impressed by the sheer quantity of blades, wondered aloud if it was a superior form of telekinesis. He correctly deduced that the rear infantry commander, Nyudita, was providing magical support to strengthen the assault and guide the weapons with precision. But the target of the assault moved with impossible grace, weaving and flipping through the air to evade every blade. Nidal stared in disbelief, shouting to ask how he could fly so freely. Floating calmly amidst the chaos, Heimin replied that it wasn't so convenient, but rather the result of ingenuity and improvement. This feat was achieved through a clever combination of magical principles. A magic wand that allows free flight is a dream for every wizard, but its realization is difficult. By using an item known as a floating feather to render one's weight 0, a wizard can then use a wind-generating wand, the Wind Roar, to ride the currents for movement. Unimpressed by the technique, Commander Nidal scoffed, declaring that his weapons would pursue their target endlessly. In response, Heimin simply raised a folding fan. Uttering the words Wind Roar, he unleashed a powerful gust that violently scattered the entire volley of swords. The storm of steel dissipated, the blades falling from the sky and stabbing uselessly into the ground. Watching the failed attack, Nidal noted with confusion that the weapon seemed far too light. He changes tactics, roaring a challenge as he telekinetically hurls a massive boulder towards his airborne opponent. The boulder crashes to the earth with a tremendous thud. He observes the impact, confident that the sheer mass of the projectile is too much for the Wind Roar to simply blow away. But Heimin does not attempt to blow it away. Instead, he meets the attack head-on, swinging a new, massive blade that cleaves through the solid rock with impossible ease. He reveals the name of his weapon, Steel Slash. He explains to the stunned Commander Nidal that it is a magic wand specialized in cutting through matter, capable of slicing through steel as if it were pudding. With the threat neutralized, Heimin stands ready and asks if Nidal has any other moves, declaring the situation to be checkmate. Before Nidal can respond, Heimin reveals yet another ability. Ice begins to crackle and form across the blade of Steel Slash as he invokes a new technique, Permafrost Horizon. The commander feels a sudden, unnatural chill in the air. A small shard of magical ice taps against his helmet, and he looks up in confusion, wondering at the source of this strange cold. With a sharp snap, the entire length of the Steel Slash blade, now frozen solid, shatters into countless glittering fragments that fill the air around Heimin. This display of power is made possible by his new weapon, a magic wand modified from one originally used by the Kimin tribe. It is an artifact that boasts high-grade jewels and an immense magical output. Enraged by the demonstration, Commander Nidal shouts to Infantry Commander Yudita, ordering him to unleash his maximum power as well. No Yudita complies, and together they launch a massive, rumbling wave of telekinetically controlled weapons directly at Heimin. The combined assault fails. On the ground below, the remnants of their telekinetic barrage lie shattered and broken. Nidal screams with effort and frustration, while Heimin meets his gaze with unnerving calm. His overwhelming power leaves devastation in its wake. On the battlefield, Commander Nidal collapses, cursing his defeat as his comrade, Yudita, lies motionless nearby. Heimin turns his attention to General Gazar, who observes from a distance. Heimin acknowledges that emerging unscathed from such an attack makes Gazar a monster, but dismisses the need for such a grand title for this level of effort. He expresses his anticipation for their eventual confrontation, and Gazar simply states that he will be waiting. The victory is absolute, a scene akin to the depths of hell, with Heimin standing victorious over the fallen commander amidst a field of broken swords. For a brief moment, the strain of the battle shows as he lets out a quiet breath, a single bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple. He staggers slightly, and a nearby soldier rushes to support him, asking if he is safe. Heimin admits to using a fair amount of magic power, but before the soldier can celebrate their imminent victory, Heimin rallies, roaring for the army to commence a full charge, announcing that the enemy's head has been taken. His gaze then shifts, fixing on a distant structure. He understands that the outcome of the battle now hinges entirely on the west gate. From a high vantage point on the fortress walls, several figures watch the approaching army. Among them, two officers, Captain Makazalu and Captain Blue Eyes, observe with disdain. Makazalu remarks on the carelessness of approaching with equal forces. Blue Eyes adds that General Gazar's reputation is inflated, holding weight only because the duchy is a middle-tier nation. In the Empire, he'd barely rank as a lieutenant. Their superior, Major Simon, laughs boisterously, agreeing that there is nothing to fear. His cheerful demeanor vanishes as he turns to face Captain Lorenzo, who has just arrived. Simon venomously asks if Lorenzo was demoted or perhaps ousted by Lieutenant Heimin. He declares they have no need for a disgrace to the officers. Unfazed, Lorenzo calmly states that he has been assigned to support the area, even as the other officers snicker behind him. Atop the fortress walls, Captain Lorenzo contemplates the situation. Though Lieutenant Heimin has entrusted him with the West Gate, he recognizes their forces are nearly equal to the enemy's and ponders his next move. Nearby, his fellow officers are far more confident. Major Shimon laughs, boasting that victory is so certain it's practically a guaranteed promotion. Captain Blue Eyes agrees, remarking that he can't imagine having to coordinate with Captain Makazalu and the Major. Their discussion is cut short as Lorenzo spots a single figure approaching at great speed. Beside him, Raifu announces she is ready to act on his command, but Lorenzo holds up a hand, thanking her and stating that for now, they will simply observe. The figure crashes down outside the gate. It is General Gazar alone. He points up at the ramparts, roaring a challenge to the Imperial cowards. He declares that if they can defeat him, the battle will end, and they will earn great glory. Knowing that Imperial soldiers use magic, he demands they give him a good fight. Captain Mikazalu glares down, his knuckles cracking with tension. His taunt strikes a nerve. Captain Mikazalu sees, calling Gazar a monkey and declaring the insult unforgivable. As Major Heimin fumes beside him, Captain Blue Eyes tries to remind them of their orders to avoid single combat, but Mikazalu silences him. Major Heimin then turns his fury on Lorenzo, shouting at him to know his place, and accusingly asking if he is implying Captain Mikazalu might lose. Lorenzo calmly meets his gaze and answers with a simple no. Ignoring the quiet exchange, Captain Blue Eyes stomps forward decisively. "Let's go," he declares, rallying the others to defeat Gazar and secure the Empire's victory. As they move, Lorenzo remains behind, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Moments later, Captain Mikazalu steps out from the west gate, warhammer in hand. He stands alone in the open ground before the fortress, facing General Gazar as the other officers watch from the entrance. He addresses his opponent directly, introducing himself as Mikazalu and proposing they settle things with single combat. Gazar grins, finding the terms agreeable. He presents his own weapon, an ornate staff, and tells Mikazalu to remember its name, the Thundercutter Peacock. From his vantage point, Lorenzo recognizes the weapon instantly. He internally confirms that it is General Gazar's magic staff, the Thundercutter Peacock. He recalls that such staffs, crafted by artisans, are considered masterpieces, each bestowed with its own unique name. At the West Gate, Captain Mikazalu boasts, declaring that he is the only captain in the Empire wielding a masterpiece weapon. With a booming laugh, he unleashes its power, shouting the name of his technique, Yellow Rock Surge. The attack, however, is met with contempt. General Gazar effortlessly halts the captain, grabbing his head. He dismisses Mikazalu as a weakling who talks too much, then lifts the captain's own warhammer, calling it the magic staff that will kill him. With chilling calm, he asks, "Can I start now?" Before anyone can react, it is over. A heavy thud echoes across the stone as Captain Mikazalu's headless body collapses, his masterpiece weapon falling beside him. The shocking speed of the execution leaves the onlookers stunned. Captain Lorenzo turns to Raifa, asking if she saw it, but she admits she did not. General Gazar, now holding his own staff, the Raikiri Peacock, lets electricity crackle around him. He is the Thunderclap General, whose movements are said to be like lightning. With a casual swing of the warhammer, he asks, "Well then, who's next?" His challenge sends a wave of terror through the other officers. Major Heimin and Captain Blue Eyes cry out in fear, stumbling backward from the horrifying display. In stark contrast to their terror, Captain Lorenzo remains composed. Pointing directly at the lone general, he bellows the order, "All troops, advance." No matter how strong he is, he's just one man. Overwhelm him with numbers and take him down. As the armored soldiers mobilize, Major Heimin's composure shatters completely. He curses, lamenting that he only came because he was assured Heizen could handle this monster. His panic intensifies as he sees Captain Blue Eyes turning to leave, shouting after him. Captain Blue Eyes, however, has no intention of fighting. He shoves his way through the ranks of advancing soldiers, screaming for them to get out of his way. "Let me through," he yells, callously referring to his own men as meat shields. The soldiers ignore their cowardly captain and charge forward. Their disciplined advance is met by a whirlwind of destruction as General Gazar leaps into their midst, cutting them down with impossible speed. The assault is over in an instant. Having pushed his way to safety, Captain Blue Eyes looks back just in time to see the last of his soldiers fall. He stares, utterly dumbfounded by the massacre, able to muster only a confused, "Huh, what?" He stared, paralyzed by fear, as General Gazar regarded him with a cold, predatory smirk. The general's voice dripped with disdain, calling the captain a disgraceful man for having his subordinates advance while he ran away. Looking down, Captain Blue Eyes screamed in agony, realizing his leg had been completely severed. He began to drag his mutilated body across the ground, desperately pleading for his life. In a frantic bargain, he pointed towards the fortress, promising to open the west gate with his authority if Gazar would just let him go. The general's expression hardened with disgust. He declared that men like Blue Eyes disgusted him the most, before simply commanding him to die. Before the captain could utter another word, the cold steel of a blade plunged through his back, silencing his pleas forever. Witnessing the swift execution, Major Heimin's composure shattered completely. He began screaming for a full retreat, turning to flee the battlefield in a blind panic. He sprinted towards the safety of the fortress gate, his mind consumed by terror. Reaching the heavy wooden doors, he pounded on them furiously, roaring that it was an order to open them immediately. From the other side, the gate guards refused, stating their orders were not to open the gate under any circumstances. As his desperation mounted, Captain Lorenzo grabbed him, telling him to stay calm. Lorenzo warned that if they opened the gate, the enemy would flood in and all would be lost. But the major, lost to his fear, only screamed louder for the gate to be opened. Observing the chaos from a distance, General Gazar found this sight pathetic. Deciding it was a good opportunity, he raised his hand, firing a bolt of energy into the sky. Seeing the signal, his aide, Guard Commander Lambrew, gave the command for all troops to advance. At the fortress gate, Captain Lorenzo grits his teeth in frustration. He realizes that both Major Heimin and the troops are paralyzed by fear, unable to act against the approaching enemy. He desperately wonders what he can possibly do. As he struggles, Waifu appears, assuring him that it's fine and to leave the situation to her. Holding a strange, segmented weapon, she declares her intent to engage the enemy. Invoking the name Demon Armor Raging Bone, without hesitation, she turns the weapon upon herself, plunging it directly into her own chest. The segments of the device immediately begin to fly apart with a sharp clatter. The pieces rapidly reassemble around her body, forming a complete suit of jagged, bone-like armor. A hiss of steam and magical energy emanates from the newly completed form. Her transformation sends a shockwave of disbelief through the enemy commander. As the Cuman tribe warriors charge forward, General Gazar shudders, staring at the armored figure and wondering what kind of powerful magic staff could create such a warrior. The Cuman vanguard, oblivious to the power they now face, continues their charge. One warrior surges ahead of the others, laughing as he boasts about being the first to reach the fortress. His boast is cut short as the armored Raifa intercepts him with a single, devastating blow. Seeing his soldier obliterated, General Gazar furiously orders his strong armored soldiers to move forward, while his aide shivers with apprehension. From the ramparts, Captain Lorenzo recognizes the advancing unit with alarm. He identifies them as the elite strong armored soldiers, equipped with reinforced armor made of rare Madoma steel, a force said to be on par with Gazar's own. He can't believe they are being deployed so readily. The elite soldiers' famed armor offers no resistance. Raifa smashes through the Madoma steel with a single, crushing impact. Witnessing this impossible feat, an electric crackle seems to run through General Gazar as he realizes this power belongs to one of Heisen's subordinates. Having cleared a path, the armored warrior stoops and picks up a massive, ornate broadsword from the battlefield, preparing to face the next wave of attackers. She stood panting, a lone figure holding back an entire army as the fallen littered the ground around her. From his vantage point, General Gazar stared in disbelief, questioning what kind of fighting style he was witnessing. Meanwhile, observing from the fortress walls, Major Heimin erupted in gleeful laughter. He declared the display amazing, marveling that Lieutenant Heisen possessed such an outrageous hidden trump card. He roared with encouragement, urging the armored warrior to fight until her last breath. His subordinate, Captain Lorenzo, tried to reason with him, cautioning that they shouldn't push the warrior too hard, as she represented the last of the Western Gate's strength. But the major was consumed by ambition, declaring that if General Gazar fell, the victory would be his alone. When Lorenzo questioned his words, Heimin violently grabbed him, screaming for him to be quiet and not to defy him. Shaken, he looked back towards the battlefield, a grim realization dawning on him. He thought of Heimin as a nauseatingly foolish man and began to wonder about Lieutenant Heisen's true intentions. A chilling possibility entered his mind. Perhaps Heisen's plan involved them being eliminated by Gazar all along. On the field, the armored warrior clicked her tongue in frustration, knowing she couldn't allow their forces to be depleted any further. Seizing the moment, General Gazar charged directly towards her. He moved with incredible speed, unleashing a technique he called Swift Thunder. The strike landed squarely, and the sound of cracking echoed across the field. Despite the damage, the armor held. Gazar landed lightly on a log, impressed by her incredible toughness. A wide, predatory grin spread across the general's face as he cracked his knuckles. He declared that the fight was finally getting fun. Before the Western Gate, General Gazar squared off against the duchy's strange, armored warrior. He crouched low, blade at the ready, preparing for the confrontation. Watching from a safe distance, Major Heimin laughed boisterously. He confidently told Captain Lorenzo that General Gazar was no big deal and that this would be the end of him. The general then exploded into motion, closing the distance in an instant and catching the armored figure by surprise. He acknowledged to himself that such speed took a heavy toll, but it was a necessary expenditure. With a roar, he unleashed his technique, Dancing Peacock. A brilliant, devastating fan of energy erupted from his position, crackling with power as it slammed into his opponent. He landed hard, panting from the exertion as the armored warrior swayed, visibly damaged. "Don't move anymore," Gazar gasped, believing that with this, the Western Gate was secured. Suddenly, the creature self-destructed in a deafening roar. Watching the spectacle, Major Heimin erupted in triumphant laughter, boasting about the power of the Empire's weaponry and screaming for his men to scatter the duchy's army and kill them all. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, General Gazar turned to his remaining soldiers, his expression grim. "Let's retreat," he commanded. As the dust began to settle, Captain Lorenzo cautiously approached the broken, smoking husk of the armored weapon. "Raifa," he called out gently, "it's all right now. The duchy's forces have retreated." His words were met with sudden violence as the creature's arm lashed out, smashing into the ground. "Step back, Captain!" Heisenheim yelled, vaulting between them with his pole arm raised defensively. From within the wreckage, Raifa's strained voice whispered 2 words: "Scatter, liberation." The strange armor began to crack and fall away from her body, releasing her from its hold. As her strength finally gives out, She collapses forward with a heavy thud, but Heimin is there to catch her, cradling her limp form in his arms. He holds her close as her eyes flutter open. Through the grime and blood, she looks up and weakly calls out his name. He looks down at her, his expression softening as he commends her efforts. He tells Raifa she defended the fortress well, assuring her that without her, it would have fallen. Since she worked 100 times harder than anyone, he promises she should eat 100 times as much. His words bring a faint, triumphant laugh to her lips. Panting with exhaustion, she manages to express her pride in her accomplishment before her breath hitches. Realizing the severity of her condition, Heimin urgently calls for a stretcher. He internally assesses her wounds, noting the damage is far worse than anticipated and regretting his late arrival. Nearby, 2 armored soldiers cower behind a barricade, too terrified to approach the one they still see as a monster. As the soldiers hesitate, Captain Lorenzo steps forward, offering to help carry Raifa and reminding Heimin of an upcoming strategy meeting. Heimin's demeanor instantly shifts to anger. He grabs the captain's arm, questioning what is wrong with him and demanding to know if this is how he intends to repay their savior. His fury then turns towards one of the cowering soldiers. With a menacing glare, he orders the man to hurry up and not provoke his anger, causing the soldier to jolt in fear. Under his intimidating gaze, the soldiers finally comply, carefully lifting Raifa. One of them reports to Heimin that he'd heard the lieutenant was heading for the western gate and that the reports from the area had been dire. Heimin simply acknowledges the statement, his focus elsewhere. Captain Lorenzo then approaches him again, offering an apology. He explains that after witnessing her ferocious fighting style, the soldiers must have been terrified. His words conjure an image of the battle's climax. Raifa, alone, unleashing her power against General Gazar and the entire Duchy army. Lorenzo confirms what everyone witnessed. She was the one who saved them all. As Heimin stands near the fortress wall, his hand clenches into a tight fist. He confronts Captain Lorenzo, expressing his disbelief that the soldiers could be so ungrateful, noting that even a dog remembers the debt of a meal and shelter. Lorenzo, sweating slightly, counters that not everyone possesses Heimin's strength. He turns his attention to the armored soldiers lining the rampart, reminding them that they all must have families and people they would risk their own lives to protect. His voice rises as he directly challenges one of the men, demanding to know how they would feel if those precious people were called monsters. The soldier is left speechless by the pointed question. With his point made, he simply tells them to think carefully about it before turning and walking away along the battlements. Later, inside the fortress, Major Shoukan confronts Heimin with a dismissive wave. The Major mockingly congratulates him for harboring a monster, stating that the creature is useful and that he looks forward to its performance tomorrow. Heimin glares back, retorting that it is bold to call her a monster after she saved the Major's life. The Major smugly dismisses the notion, stating that he will report to Colonel Gettle that it was the strength of the 1st and 3rd battalions that drove back General Gazar. Heimin's expression hardens. He calmly proposes that if that is the case, then the Major's units can handle the defense on their own tomorrow. He declares that he will not deploy Raifa. Stunned, Major Shoukan points an accusing finger, roaring that Heimin is defying a direct order from superior, an offense that calls for immediate execution in wartime. Unflinching, Heimin tells him to feel free to do as he pleases. He continues coolly, asking what is wrong and suggesting the Major should hurry to report to Colonel Gettle. He even offers an excuse, that they insulted his subordinate and can no longer use her. The Major can only grit his teeth in frustration. A wave of terror washes over Major Shoukan as he begins to tremble. He realizes that if they do not deploy that thing, the Empire will lose. Many soldiers and officers will die. Defeated, he internally concedes that there is no other choice. He finally breaks, shouting his admission of being wrong and pleading to be allowed to use Raifa. Heimin, however, simply raises a hand, calmly asking what he means. He then points a gloved finger down at the Major, his expression cold as he remarks that for someone begging, Shoukan's head is still held quite high. In response, Heimin demands to see some sincerity. Though initially enraged, Major Shoukan quickly prostrates himself, his forehead to the floor, begging to use Raifa in the next day's battle. Heimin simply agrees. With the Major fully humbled, Heimin's boot comes down firmly on the back of his head. Shoukan grunts in pain and shock, pinned to the ground under the lieutenant's foot. As Captain Lorenzo watches in disbelief, Heimin's voice turns venomous. He tells the pinned Major that if he truly wants to use Raifa, he should bring the Emperor himself to prostrate himself in the same manner. The suggestion leaves Shoukan utterly stunned. The pressure on Shaiman's head increases as Heimin grinds his boot, his contempt palpable. He calls the Major a disrespectful, squealing pig. He then presents a stark choice. Execute him for insubordination and let General Gazar slaughter them all, or turn a blind eye to his actions and use his power to survive. He tells the trembling Major to choose wisely. A triumphant laugh escapes Heimin. Defeated, Major Shoukan agrees to overlook the insubordination, his only condition being that Heimin must protect the fortress no matter what. He seizes on the concession, declaring that the Major has finally admitted to relying on the power of an insubordinate for his own safety. Shoukan weakly protests that his actions are for the Empire, but another stomp from Heimin's boot cuts him off. The lieutenant insists the Major only cares for his own life and demands he admit it. His brutal display was cut short by a sharp blow to the face. Captain Lorenzo had intervened, striking him and shouting that he had gone too far. The intervention gave Major Heimin the opening he needed. He scrambled to his feet and fled the room, slamming the door behind him as Lorenzo stood over the fallen Heimin. Turning his back on Heimin, Captain Lorenzo stomped away, his voice filled with fury. He vowed that Heimin would pay for his actions, threatening to report everything and calling him scum. Moments later, outside the infirmary, Lorenzo's anger had subsided into confusion. He questioned Heimin, noting that such behavior was unlike him. Holding a cloth to his face, Heimin apologized for his outburst, assuring the captain that he had calmed down. He then directed Lorenzo's attention to Raifa, who lay unconscious but stable, a faint glow emanating from her body as Yenlin watched over her. Heimin reassured the captain that Raifa would survive, before explaining that long ago, someone had risked their life and soul to save the person he loved. Lorenzo looked on, perplexed by the sudden confession. Heimin continued, his voice heavy with regret, revealing that despite this person's sacrifice, he had called them a monster. The memory sharpened. A hooded figure who had committed a forbidden act and ceased to be human. This was done out of a desperate obsession to save a single life. A person who was also deeply cherished by Heimin. But when confronted with the immense power this figure wielded, a power far beyond his own, Heimin could only react with fear. He repeatedly called him a monster, realizing that the only way to stop the overwhelming display was to defeat him. Returning to the present, his expression filled with self-loathing, he admitted that while he had no choice at the time, he would have died otherwise. He could make excuses forever. He declared that for the rest of his life, he would never forgive himself for branding his savior a monster. Meanwhile, Major Heimin, hiding behind a barricade with 2 armored soldiers, seethed with a mixture of terror and rage. He muttered to himself that the people he was now forced to deal with reminded him of that very same figure from the past. Heimin's thoughts dwelled on the bandaged form of Raifa. He reflected that despite only being at the fortress for a short time and barely knowing the soldiers, he couldn't bear to see the woman who risked her life for everyone be labeled a monster. He turned back to Captain Lorenzo, dismissing his emotional outburst. He asked the captain to forget the nonsense he had just said. Lorenzo simply watched him, a knowing look on his face, as Heimin looked away in thought. The captain then placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, telling him it was hardly nonsense. He affirmed that Heimin was human, too, after all. Later, alone in his quarters, Heimin contemplated the captain's words when a knock sounded at his door. He found 3 armored soldiers from the 1st and 3rd battalions waiting for him. He addressed them directly, reminding them of how Raifa had saved them all, even when they were gripped by the fear of General Gazar's power, and how they had treated her with such disrespect in return. His expression hardened with authority. As their acting captain, he ordered them to return to their posts, eat, and rest. One of the soldiers began to protest, but Heimin cut him off, stating that there was nothing more they could do there for now. His voice grew sharp with intensity as he declared that there was no one left to fight in their place. He revealed the grim truth. Raifa would be unable to move for at least a month. His words struck home. The soldiers stood tall, fists clenched over their hearts in a unified salute. They understood. To repay her, to show their gratitude, they declared that tomorrow it would be their turn to fight. A faint, approving smile touched his lips. He told them to fight with that very resolve. He turns to leave the soldiers' quarters, his back to Captain Lorenzo. The captain calls out, stating that he hasn't forgiven Heimin, but advises that if the men survive, they should bring Raifa a meal as a token of thanks. He knows she would appreciate the gesture. From off-panel, a soldier enthusiastically agrees. Later, he stands alone in a quiet room, gazing out a window. Nearby, Raifa and Yenlin are fast asleep, recovering from their ordeals. Rejoining Captain Lorenzo, he listens as the captain remarks that being a soldier isn't so bad after all. Heimin turns toward him with a slight smile, agreeing that it's good to see morale hasn't completely fallen. His expression then shifts, his gaze hardening with determination. Under the dark, cloudy sky, he makes a silent vow. Tomorrow, they will defeat General Gazar. Without fail, the night passes. On the 3rd day of the siege, Heimin stands alone before the central gate of Galma Fortress. His opponent arrives. General Gazar of the Diordo Principality greets him, identifying him as Imperial Army Lieutenant Heimin. Gazar observes that since Heimin has come out alone, it must be for a one-on-one duel. Heimin calmly confirms Gazar's assumption. He then raises a finger, proposing that they make a wager on the outcome. With a confident smirk, he declares the terms. If he wins, General Gazar will become his subordinate. The general's face contorts in shock and rage at the sheer audacity of the proposal. With a confident smile, Heimin presents a wager to General Gazar, flipping a gold coin. He declares that if he wins, Gazar will become his subordinate. The general, tapping his own weapon, notes Heimin's confidence and readily accepts the terms, confirming that the reverse would also be true. As he flicks the coin into the air, Heimin clarifies that what he possesses is not mere confidence. The coin spins between them, their eyes locked in a silent, intense challenge. It lands with a sharp clink. His voice rings out, declaring it to be certainty. The duel erupts instantly. Heimin whips out a bladed fan as Gazar leaps through the air, bringing his staff down in a powerful overhead strike. The thunderous impact reverberates as Heimin's weapon transforms, blocking the blow with a cross-shaped shield. As Gazar lands, he remarks that the rumors he had heard about Heisen's abilities have turned out to be true. He identifies Heisen's staff as the magnificent Thundercutter Peacock. Heisen agrees that the ability to wield multiple magic staves and adapt to an opponent is a great advantage, noting it was this power that allowed him to destroy Raifa's demon armor, Raging Bone. Hearing this, Gazar's interest is piqued, and he declares, "I want you." Heisen, however, remains unfazed. He confidently states that he will completely outmatch the general's speed using only a single staff. Gazar's expression turns serious as he processes the challenge. He proposes they showcase the difference in their abilities, fair and square. He crouches into a combat stance, sword drawn, admitting he has changed his mind. Had Heisen been a boring opponent, he would have been beheaded on the spot. Now, however, he will at least hear the name of his staff. Heisen obliges, stating that while it's not much of a name, it is called Magnetic Flash. He smirks, his eyes glinting with confidence as he declares his intention: to use a magic staff that will overpower Gazar's Thundercutter Peacock. A faint glow emanates from his weapon. In response, General Gazar roars and lunges forward, his weapon a blur of motion. But in an instant, Heisen vanishes, reappearing directly behind the general, who whirls around in shock. He instantly recognizes the technique. It is Swift Thunder, the signature ability of the Thundercutter Peacock, which grants its wielder the power to move at incredible speeds and reinforces the body to endure the strain. The general strikes where Heisen had been, his attack carving a deep fissure into the stone ground. But his target is already gone, having vaulted away to land safely at a distance, his two staves standing ready. His attack having missed again, Gazar's composure cracks, his frustration boiling over as he demands to know what has happened. Before he can process the situation, Heisen is suddenly beside him, tapping him lightly on the temple. The lieutenant's voice is calm and dismissive as he explains the simple truth: the general is too slow. As the general begins to turn, he sees that Heisen has already returned to his starting position. A startling realization dawns on him. By the time his mind can even register the lieutenant's movement, the action is already finished. He understands now. His deficiency isn't a lack of physical speed, but something more fundamental: the speed at which he can activate his magic, the very pace of his own thoughts. Seeing the general's hesitation, Heisen calls out from across the training ground, his tone laced with condescension, asking if he is finally ready to concede. The general's resolve hardens. He retorts that ability gaps are meaningless in battle. Victory belongs to the last one standing. Announcing his new strategy, he declares he will divert all of the Thundercutter Peacock's enhancement magic to his vision, determined to track and capture the lieutenant. Unfazed by the general's new strategy, Heisenheim expressed his growing admiration for his opponent's adaptability. With a click of his staff, he announced his intention to reveal the full power of his own technique, Magnetic Flash. He then explained the nature of his ability. By marking the battlefield in advance, Magnetic Flash uses the properties of yin and yang to pull him between those points, enabling ultra-high-speed mobility. It was a strategy that turned the terrain itself into an advantage. As Heisen zipped between the marks, Gazar, despite his enhanced vision, realized he could not stop him and that pausing for even a moment would be fatal. The general lost track of Heisen's purely horizontal movements and wondered where he had gone. Looking up, he saw Heisen perch high on the fortress wall. Gazar gasped, understanding with sudden clarity that he had been bluffed into believing the marks were only on the ground. Before he could process this new dimension of the attack, he realized with alarm that a mark had been placed directly behind him. A thunderous smash sent the general flying into the stone wall. His body hit the ground with a heavy thud, his weapon clattering beside him. Heisen landed gracefully nearby, bringing his spinning staff to a halt. Struggling to push himself up, his face a mask of exertion, General Gazar cursed his failure before finally admitting his defeat. Standing over the fallen general, Heisen let out a quiet sigh of relief, acknowledging that the intense duel was finally over. He looked down at his opponent with a triumphant smirk and made a declaration. "Now, you belong to me, General Gazar." Lying on the ground, a trickle of blood on his lip, Gazar simply smiled back. He agreed without hesitation, calling it a total defeat. He let his head fall back against the earth, gazing up at the sky. A contented sigh escaped him as he reflected on the fight, deeming it a splendid experience. Lying defeated amidst the rubble, he mused that his long absence from the fortress would not cause his soldiers' morale to drop, remaining confident that the principality's advance would continue unabated. His confidence was immediately challenged by Heisen, who, sitting calmly near the fortress gate, asserted that their advance would, in fact, stop. From a distance, two of the general's men watched the outcome, finding it impossible to believe that General Gazar could have possibly lost. Just as the guard commander, Landbrew, clenched his fist and prepared to order the troops to advance despite their general's defeat, a rider galloped toward them shouting for an urgent report. The frantic messenger cried out that it was terrible, urging them to return to the outer fortress immediately as smoke billowed from its distant walls. Atop those very walls, the cause of the chaos was revealed. Blue Queen Basha announced that the Cuman tribe had invaded, remarking to her warrior companion how anticlimactic and boring she found their easy victory. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she unleashed her power. A frigid gust swept through a fortress corridor, instantly encasing the soldiers within in solid ice. One of the general's men, caught in the freezing blast, stammered in disbelief. He questioned how this was possible, recalling the ceasefire agreement they had with the Cuman tribe and wondering if they had sided with the Empire. As another mounted messenger was frozen solid, Lanbru cursed, realizing they had been played. From the ramparts, Basha corrected his unspoken assumption, stating they hadn't taken sides, but had simply attacked because the fortress was left vulnerable. With a colossal ice dragon coiled around the main tower and a white flag of surrender raised, Basha addressed the army of the Diordo Principality. She offered them a choice: surrender peacefully, and she would even spare the lives of those frozen inside. On the now quiet battlefield, the Principality's army has fully withdrawn. As soldiers on the ramparts wonder if the conflict is finally over, Heisenheim gazes at the retreating forces. He knows this is merely a prelude. General Gazar will be captured, but before long, he will be allowed to escape. The defeated general, now sitting on the ground, examines a document presented to him. He questions the nature of the arrangement, identifying it as a magical master-servant contract and expressing disbelief that he is to join the Imperial Army as Heisen's subordinate. Heisen explains his reasoning plainly. He has no desire to serve the Empire himself, but rather uses his position as an Imperial soldier to pursue his own goals. He clarifies that if Gazar were to defect to the Empire officially, it would be more difficult to command him directly, making the contract a more efficient means of control. His opponent's words give Gazar pause. Biting his thumb in thought, he pieces together the truth. Heisen orchestrated the entire war, leaking information to gain merit. He observes that while Heisen appears to be around 20, his combat skills, techniques, and strategic thinking are far beyond his apparent age. He rises to his feet and places a hand on Gazar's shoulder, issuing a stern warning not to try and figure him out, lest he regret it. Unfazed, Gazar looks up and asks with genuine curiosity just how old Heisen truly is. The general lets out a wry smile, folding the contract. He concedes, stating that he will take the young man's advice to heart. The following day, at a victory celebration, Colonel Gedru Magno swirls a glass of wine. He confirms with a nervous Major Schiment that Lieutenant Heisen's message was indeed to bring the Emperor here. The colonel erupts in laughter, lamenting that after a life devoted to the Emperor's will, he must now taste such profound humiliation. Major Schiment protests that it is no laughing matter, but Gedru assures him he is not laughing at the Major. His laughter subsides, replaced by a cold smirk. He declares that Heisen's crime of lèse-majesté is undeniable. Regardless of any accomplishments, the death penalty for such an act is certain. The Major agrees with absolute, gleeful certainty. He notes that with Lieutenant Colonel Beresag and his faction having fallen from grace for desertion, the timing is perfect for them to disappear. Their fate, he concludes, is now firmly in their hands. He muses aloud, laughing, that perhaps if Lieutenant Heisen were to grovel and apologize in tears, they could consider forgiving him. But he quickly dismisses the thought, sneering that Major Simon would never allow such a thing. His laughter turns manic as he declares that Heisen must be made to feast on horse dung, bite after bite. Unseen by his superior, Heisen stands calmly in a different part of the fortress, a stark contrast to the Major's vile outburst. The young lieutenant's quiet moment is interrupted by Yen Lin and a young villager, who approach with a celebratory meal. Yen Lin excitedly points out the delicious food to her master, while the young man adds that it's not a real celebration without the guest of honor. Noticing Heisen's distant expression, he asks if something is wrong, to which Heisen simply replies, no. He turns his back on them, stating plainly, it's nothing, and begins to walk away, leaving the two to watch him go with concerned expressions. Elsewhere, in the fortress dungeons, a smug officer unlocks a cell door, chuckling to himself. He believes he has successfully framed Heisen, making it appear as though the lieutenant allowed a prisoner to escape. With a triumphant sneer, he declares that Heisen is finished. His gloating is cut short as a lantern illuminates him. Captain Lorenzo and Heisen stand before him, their presence unexpected. Lorenzo's voice cuts through the darkness, demanding to know what the officer is doing. The plotter shrieks in shock. He stammers, dropping the keys with a loud jangle. Lorenzo looks into the empty cell and realizes with alarm that General Gazar is missing. He immediately accuses the panicked officer, questioning if he aided the general's escape. The officer frantically waves his hands, insisting it's all a misunderstanding. The captain, regaining his composure, speculates that the officer might be a spy for the Principality, leaking information. He declares it a strong possibility before turning to Heisen and issuing a direct order. Heisen is to apprehend and locate General Gazar. Lorenzo states he will inform the higher-ups, and Heisen calmly acknowledges the command. Without hesitation, Heisen dashes off to begin his pursuit. As he leaves, the disgraced officer is led away, muttering a spiteful, serves you right, still believing his plot has succeeded in bringing trouble upon Heisen. He pauses, however, turning back to Captain Lorenzo with a warm, genuine smile. Thanks, I'm saved, he says, revealing that if Lorenzo hadn't acted, he would have had to let Gazar escape himself. As another officer praises Heisen's defense of the fortress, the true depth of the lieutenant's strategy becomes clear. His official mission now set, Heisen's attention turns to settling old scores. The officer who attempted to frame him is paralyzed by fear, his face slick with sweat as he stammers, questioning what Heisen is and what he means by calling his actions an excuse. The officer's terror is justified. In a secluded brick alleyway, Heimin had already met with General Gazar, calmly informing the general that he was not so foolish as to miss his moves and knew about all the snitching that had occurred. He then provides Gazar with an escape route, telling him he can exit from the West Supply Station. The general acknowledges the information and offers his thanks for the help before departing. With Gazar's escape secured, Heimin's focus returns to the trembling noble. He mockingly speculates that the man's high rank will likely spare him from execution, a thought that sends the officer into a spiral of panic denial as he watches the general disappear. His cold gaze remains fixed on the officer as he delivers the man's true sentence: a fulfilling life as a bottom-tier slave. The noble chokes back a sob, his body trembling uncontrollably at the horrifying fate that awaits him. Elsewhere, under a harsh sun, the consequences of such sentences are made clear. Laborers, including Yen Lin and a heavily bandaged Blue Queen Basha, toil away in a quarry, moving heavy stones amidst the dust. Meanwhile, in a well-appointed office, a high-ranking official gazes out his window, reflecting on recent military victories. He muses that the Principality's army has been defeated and the opposition faction is gone, finding the morning refreshingly peaceful after a spectacular victory celebration. He turned from a window to face Lieutenant Heimin, who stands before him flanked by Captain Lorenzo. The official's calm demeanor shifts as he declares that, unfortunately, Heimin is being placed under house arrest on the grave charge of lèse-majesté. A high-ranking officer with a stern expression, Colonel Gettle, points forward with authority. He declares that Lieutenant Heimin is being placed under house arrest on the severe charge of lèse-majesté. He receives the grave news with an unervingly calm demeanor, his expression unreadable as he simply replies, "Understood." As he stands silently beside another officer, a voice from nearby chuckles with contempt. The speaker, Demoted, mocks Heimin as a fool, convinced the lieutenant has no grasp of the dire situation he is in. Demoted then steps forward, his face alight with smug satisfaction. He reminds Heimin that lèse-majesté is punishable by death, boasting that as his superior, his word alone is enough to condemn him. He then makes a vile offer, suggesting that if Heimin truly wants forgiveness, he should eat horse shit. In response, Heimin leans in close to Demoted's face, who is still chewing loudly. He quietly asks if his proximity has made Demoted angry, before stating flatly that he himself feels nothing. Unfazed, Demoted shuffles around Heimin with a condescending air, flanked by his associates. He theatrically asks if there is something Heimin would like to ask of him, drawing out the question to prolong the humiliation. He finally breaks his silence, stating there is just one thing. As he turns his head, Demoted lets out a dismissive, mocking laugh, anticipating further submission. With a look of utter disgust, Heimin covers his own mouth and nose. He informs Demoted that his breath reeks like sewage and requests that he step back while speaking. The insult lands, leaving Demoted trembling with sudden, sputtering rage. His composure shattered, Demoted whirls around and shouts to Colonel Gettle, pointing furiously at Heimin and declaring that he shows no sign of remorse. The colonel sighs, weary of the display, and simply tells Demoted to get out of his sight. Following the colonel's dismissal of Demoted, Heimin steps forward, passing the other silent officer, who gives a slight nod. He approaches the colonel and formally asks to be excused, ready to submit to his house arrest. While Heimin is dealt with, other matters proceed. In a grand hall, Demoted and two companions celebrate, with Demoted eagerly anticipating the delight of seeing Heimin on the execution platform. Nearby, Colonel Gettle concludes the affair, stating it is time to move on to the next matter. He then addresses an unseen party regarding Captain Lorenzo's disposition. He acknowledges that while Lorenzo's actions would normally warrant a demotion, his recent achievements merit overlooking the transgression for now, concluding with a curt acknowledgement. His focus returns to Colonel Gedru Magno, who impatiently taps a campaign map. Magno declares that with the duchy's forces crushed, they must use their momentum to seize the fortress. He fidgets, turning to Colonel Gettle to ask when Count Michel is expected to arrive. Colonel Gettle replies that such preparations are unnecessary. He delivers the startling news that the Algiad fortress has already fallen, captured by the Cuman tribe. The news sends Colonel Magno into a rage, his eye twitching. He shouts, in disbelief, cursing the Cuman tribe for seizing the fortress while Imperial forces were engaged with the duchy. He realizes with frustration that the duchy's retreat was only possible because of the Cuman surprise attack. Colonel Gettle calmly interjects, reminding his superior that the Empire and the Cuman tribe are bound by a ceasefire agreement. To break it, he warns, would damage the Empire's trust and dignity. But Magno, grinding his teeth in fury, retorts that the agreement doesn't matter. They will reclaim the fortress regardless. His rage boiling over, he begins kicking the furniture, shouting curses. He furiously blames the situation on Heimin, roaring that the lieutenant is meddling in his affairs once again. After his outburst, a cold calculation settles over him. He considers the situation, noting that the land originally belonged to the Cuman tribe and now holds little strategic value due to its mountainous terrain. A new idea forms, and he picks up a quill, stating there is a way to resolve this. Colonel Gettle immediately grasps the concept, voicing it aloud, a land exchange. Magno confirms the idea with a thoughtful expression. Gettle agrees, reasoning that the Algiad fortress is such a critical stronghold that even if they offer the low-value land plus additional territory, the Empire would still gain the strategic advantage. At that moment, Major Heimin begins to applaud, obsequiously praising Colonel Magno for devising such a brilliant plan. Magno, with a dismissive wave, tells him not to flatter him, claiming the solution was simple. Colonel Gettle watches the exchange in silence. Inside a stately office, Colonel Gettle dismisses Major Heimin's concerns with a wave of his hand. He orders negotiations with the Cuman tribe to begin at once, but explicitly without Heisenheim. The Major is aghast, protesting that it's impossible, as only the 4th Company under Heisen's command can communicate with them. His protest is met with fury. Colonel Gettle lunges forward, grabbing Major Heimin by his uniform's collar. He roars for silence, sick of hearing Heisen's name, and demands to know if Heimin believes they are incapable of acting without him. Shoving the Major away, the Colonel continues his tirade, calling him an incompetent fool for daring to hesitate over something as simple as negotiations. In response to the verbal assault, Major Heimin's demeanor shifts entirely. A smug, ingratiating smile spreads across his face as he asks Colonel Gettle to leave everything to him. He boasts that he will have the Cuman negotiating within a week. No, 3 days. Colonel Gettle accepts the offer, entrusting the mission to Heimin with the promise of a promotion to lieutenant colonel upon success. He then turns his cold gaze to Captain Lorenzo, declaring him a disappointment and placing him under house arrest for defiance. Lorenzo quietly acknowledges the punishment. Following his dismissal, Captain Lorenzo walks down a long, empty corridor. His steps echo as he proceeds, but he halts upon seeing Lieutenant Heisenheim waiting for him near a set of doors. He quickly ushers Heisen into the room, urging him to hurry before they are seen, reminding him that he, too, is now under house arrest. Once inside, Lorenzo asks if it was truly all right to let the land exchange proposal go forward without mentioning Heisen's name. With the door closed, Heisen lets out a breath of relief. He explains that had his name been attached to the plan, the colonels would have rejected it outright. He thanks Lorenzo for skillfully guiding them to believe it was their own idea. Lorenzo remains concerned, pointing out that the others are now trying to proceed without him. Heisen, however, appears unbothered, shrugging and stating that he doesn't mind, as it makes no difference who carries out the task. His casual dismissal prompts Lorenzo to ask if he's implying there's a clear reason they are destined to fail. A confident smirk plays on Heisen's lips as he confirms that as long as the objective is achieved, the method is irrelevant. He calmly explained to Captain Lorenzo that revealing the truth would compel him, as an excellent Imperial soldier, to make the best choice for the Empire, a choice Heisen cannot allow. Lorenzo, visibly distressed by this logic, pleaded with him to stop. As he turned to leave, Lorenzo affirmed that his duty was clear. Pausing at the doorway, Heisen countered that his own optimal solution differed greatly from Lorenzo's. Lorenzo let out a strained laugh, dismissing the idea as impossible. From the hallway, Heisen simply advised him to do his best, but to avoid any actions that might cause him stress while under suspension. The following day, at a remote fortress perched in the mountains, Major Heimin greeted his assembled officers with wide-open arms, welcoming them despite their busy schedules. He immediately assigned them a new task, to negotiate with the Cuman tribe members currently stationed at the Argide fortress. The 3 officers, including Captain Lorenzo's aide, reacted with surprise. In response, Lorenzo's aide questioned the directive, respectfully pointing out that communications with the Cuman were typically handled by Lieutenant Heisen and his unit. Major Heimin's face twitched with irritation. The Major's annoyance erupted into fury. "Do not mention that man's name," he roared. He declared Heisen a criminal who had committed an offense against the Emperor, making him unfit for such an important task. The aide recoiled, offering a hasty apology. Another officer interjected, explaining that an interpreter was essential for the negotiations. He reported that other than Lieutenant Heisen, the only other capable interpreter was Warrant Officer Buzz from the 8th Squad. Major Heimin grimaced. Though he disliked the idea of using Heisen's direct subordinate, he conceded he would allow it. He then recalled that Buzz had left on a reconnaissance mission to the Principality of Diordo just the other day. The aide urgently corrected him, revealing that Buzz's mission was in the Principality's capital, deep undercover, and that his return would take at least 2 months. Seized by panic, the aide grabbed the Major, shaking him and shouting for him to recall Buzz immediately. He demanded to know if there was any other option. His subordinates could only report that the interpreter named Nandal was away on a 3-month trip to the Empire's Far East, and another regular merchant hadn't been seen lately. His frustration boiling over, he stomped away from his officers, berating them as useless fools. He roared at them to stop presenting problems and simply figure something out. He spun back around, jabbing a finger at Captain Lorenzo, still insisting that it was impossible. As the Major fumed, Lorenzo quietly muttered to himself that without Lieutenant Heisen, it truly was impossible. Lorenzo met his fury with calm reason, stating that if the Major had a feasible alternative, they would do everything in their power to make it happen. Sweating, Heimin retorted that it was their job to figure it out. As a Major, he only had to give orders. His face contorted with desperation. Heimin insisted that this was a historic negotiation that must succeed at all costs. Lorenzo countered that its importance was the very reason to bring back the lieutenant, even if it meant lifting his suspension. He coolly added how troublesome it was when pride and ego led a superior to demand the impossible. The captain continued, admitting that while none of them were as capable as Heimin, he only pitted their fallen comrades who died following orders from an incompetent superior. As the words sank in, Major Heimin began to tremble, realizing the severe consequences at stake. Having made his point, Captain Lorenzo turned with his aides. With a curt, "Excuse us," they walked out of the room. The sound of the door clicking shut echoed in the sudden silence, leaving Major Heimin frozen in place. Left alone, his composure shattered completely. His face contorted in pure panic as he shrieked into the empty room. What do we do now? The full realization of his predicament sent him reeling backward. He knew that after making such a grand declaration, admitting failure would gravely disappoint the colonel and result in his recommendation for lieutenant colonel being revoked. He sprinted through the corridor, his mind racing. Reaching a door, he pounded on it furiously, shouting for Lieutenant Heimin to open up. A wave of indignation washed over him. He was a major, reduced to begging a subordinate. The door clicked open, but it was not Heimin who greeted him. A small girl, Lin, stood in the doorway, politely asking what she could do for him. The major recoiled in surprise, his mind immediately forming a distasteful assumption about the lieutenant's private life. Inside, Lieutenant Heimin sat calmly, holding some papers. He looked up and asked what the major required. Recovering his composure, Heimin puffed out his chest and declared it a direct order for Heimin to attend the negotiations with the Cuman tribe, even offering to guarantee his pension. Without a moment's hesitation, Heimin refused, prompting Heimin to splutter about insubordination and the chain of command. He rose from his chair, letting a document fall to the floor. He coolly informed the major that such favors were beyond his authority to grant. Furthermore, he stated, whether he obeyed the order or not, his sentence was already death, rendering the command meaningless. The major could only stammer in response. His arrogance shattered, Major Heimin dropped into a deep, desperate bow. He pleaded with the lieutenant, apologizing for his disrespect and begging him to reconsider for the sake of the Empire's future. Heimin's expression softened slightly as he told the major to raise his head. He then walked past the bowing officer, his footsteps echoing quietly. But as he passed, his boot came down hard, slamming the major's face into the floorboards. With cold fury, Heimin demanded to know how Heimin planned to take responsibility, explaining that his careless words had caused the collapse of his entire plan for the future. Pinned to the ground, the major whimpered a sincere apology, promising he would do anything to make amends. He offered money, even a promotion. Heimin listened, a muscle twitching in his cheek, and asked if he truly meant anything. A sharp, almost cruel grin spread across Heimin's face. In that case, he declared with relish, "Bring me horse manure." The absurd demand left both Major Heimin and Lin completely stunned and speechless. She looks on in gloomy disbelief, clutching the manure. The girl cannot believe Heimin is truly telling the major to eat it, and she cries out, asking why he would do something so cruel. Heimin, however, simply smiles and confirms that he is. He responds to her accusation with a calm question, asking what she means by cruel. He explains that it was Major Heimin who first tried to force his hand, and that this is precisely the kind of leverage the major uses when he has an advantage. His logic does little to appease Lin, who growls in frustration. She argues that he wouldn't allow his own master to be subjected to such a thing. Heimin turns away slightly, stating that the issue isn't whether it can or cannot be done. He elaborates on his personal code. His rule is to strike back before he is struck. While an act without ill intent would just be oppression, the major's malice was grotesque and undeniable. Because of this, he will retaliate thoroughly, showing no mercy to those who draw their blade against him. His declaration is followed by immediate action. He presses his foot down on the kneeling major's head, telling him not to do it if he doesn't like it. He adds that the major is wasting his time and should leave quickly. The man flinches under the pressure. The major's mind races, his face contorted with stress. He internally weighs his terrible options: eat the manure and become a lieutenant colonel, or refuse and be demoted. He curses the impossible situation he's in. He looks up, trembling, and asks for confirmation. If he eats it, will Heimin truly lend him his power? With a confident smile, Heimin assures him that he will, provided the major has the resolve to go through with. Before the major can act, Lin lunges forward, grabbing onto Heimin's leg. She begs him to stop, her voice filled with desperation. Heimin looks down, momentarily surprised by her intervention. Her sudden intervention gives Major Heimin a glimmer of hope. He pleads for her help, surprised to learn she can speak their language. But Lin turns away from both of them, declaring that there's no need for this nonsense. She announces that she can't take it anymore and will serve as the interpreter for the Cuman tribe herself. Her declaration is cut short. Heimin swiftly shoves the manure into her mouth, splattering it across her face. He tells her to stay out of it, stating he would never allow such a thing, then punctuates his point by poking her on the head. He holds Lin firmly, his expression cold as he addresses the onlookers. He declares that this is a contractual matter between himself and the girl, and that outsiders should remain silent. As Lin listens, a rustling sound is heard. She understands his point. As a dependent, she is in no position to dissolve or modify any contracts. His composure breaks as he sees the document she has produced. He recognizes it as a contract termination authorization, his mind racing to figure out when she could have possibly obtained it. She asks if this will be enough. A memory surfaces of her return to the orphanage. The director, while signing the paper, had gently chided her, asking if she truly believed she wouldn't read the contract before giving her signature. Back in the present, she thrusts the document forward, demanding confirmation. She explains that even with the director's approval, terminating the contract requires a penalty fee of 10 large gold coins, an outrageous amount. With a snap of the paper, she turns her attention to the flabbergasted Major Shimon. A sly grin spreads across her face as she points out that there is someone right there who can pay the fee. She then turns back, extending her hand in the document towards Heimin with a brilliant smile. For the price of 10 large gold coins, she proposes he should form a contract directly with her. Heimin presents a document to the kneeling Major Shimon, explaining that it is a letter of delegation signed by Director Norway. With this authority, Heimin can cancel their contract at will. He points out the penalty of 10 gold coins, a fortune he doubts the Major could possibly afford. As he processes this, a small voice from behind the Major murmurs an offer to pay the sum. Heimin looks up, surprised, as Lin makes the quiet declaration. The offer infuriates Major Shimon, who leaps to his feet and bellows that he will pay it, accusing Heimin of having rotten ears and a rotten personality. Heimin calmly counters that a verbal agreement is insufficient for such a large sum. He explains that they would need to draft a proper contract after verifying and organizing the Major's assets, a process he estimates would take at least half a year. At this, Lin steps forward with a bright smile, offering to handle the organization of assets herself, claiming she can have it all done in a single day. The Major stares at her, stunned into asking if she is serious, while Heimin looks on with feigned surprise at her offer. Major Shimon erupts in laughter, pointing accusingly at Heimin. He gloats that Yin has finally had enough of Heimin's freakish behavior, calling him pathetic. Internally, he savors the moment, believing he has discovered Heimin's Achilles heel. Yin, playing her part, simply asks what he is talking about. Unmoved by the display, Heimin states that if it is a legal contract termination, his hands are tied. He dismissively tells the Major to hurry and finalize the contract, stating he no longer wishes to hear his irritating voice. Believing he has won, the Major triumphantly tells Yin to pack her things and move into his room once the contract is ready. With a meek, "Yes, sir," she agrees, while Heimin watches silently from the side, arms crossed. He trembles with glee, pumping his fist in the air. As he turns to leave, Major Shimon lets out a booming maniacal laugh, shouting, "I won." The Major's victorious laughter echoes down the empty corridor as he departs, leaving Heimin and Yin alone in the room. Once he is gone, Yin turns to Heimin with a sly expression, asking if her performance was enough. A slight smile plays on Heimin's lips as he confirms that it was, indeed, some impressive acting. As the ruse concluded, Lin reviewed the document, wondering aloud if Major Shimon could truly be fooled by a contract so full of holes. She mused that once her mission with the human tribe was over, her master could buy her back for mere pennies. Heimin explained the simple psychology behind their success. People believe what they want to believe. To Major Shimon, who envisioned her as a radiant savior, Yin was an answer to his prayers, and he wouldn't dare question the details. He then revealed the next step, assigning Raifa as Yan's bodyguard. Raifa cheerfully announced her arrival, playfully scooping Yin up. Heimin noted that this was where Yan's persuasive skills would be crucial, and that it also served as a chance to observe the Empire's corruption firsthand. Raifa readily accepted the mission. As Raifa gently tapped Yan's head, Heimin added that the ability to judge people comes with experience, and that some eyes can only be trained by witnessing true trash. Unsettled, Yin quietly questioned if such an experience was truly necessary. She sighed, retorting that whether Shimon was trash or not, he was still better than Heimin. He simply laughed, asking if she realized that wasn't a joke. His amusement faded as he gave her a final instruction, to play it smart from here on out. With genuine gratitude, Yin thanked him for everything, mentioning that the orphanage had also received funds, and gave a firm nod. By the time their packing was finished, evening had fallen. As they walked across a stone bridge, an exhausted Yin puffed her cheeks and asked Raifa how she could possibly manage to serve a master like Heimin. Raifa smiled, explaining her view of him. She admitted that when he's angry, he shows no mercy and can be brutal. However, she clarified that he never makes unreasonable demands of good people, reserving his harshness for those who show signs of evil or weakness. She then added that Heimin truly cares about Yin. The statement struck Yin with such force that she shouted in denial, insisting it was a lie because he wasn't that honest of a person. Later, while settling in, Raifa noted that Yan's luggage had grown since her arrival at the fortress and asked when she had bought expensive items like books. Yin explained that she had borrowed them from Heimin, wanted to read in her free time because there was still so much she didn't know. She swallows nervously, clutching a box of supplies as Raifa places a reassuring hand on her back. Raifa comments on her diligence, announcing that they have arrived at their destination and that the true test is about to begin. Inside, Major Shimon examines the document presented to him. With a sharp look, he asks if all that is required is his signature. His gaze then falls upon Raifa, and his suspicion erupts into outrage. He slams his hand on the table, demanding to know why Heimin's bodyguard is present and accusing her of being a spy. Lin timidly explains that Raifa is currently employed as her guard and also serves as a deterrent against the human tribe. Raifa stiffens, internally cursing Heimin's annoying personality for putting her in this situation. Flustered, Major Heimin stammers an apology, his gaze lingering on her form. Lin observes his wandering eyes, thinking to herself how weird he is. To finalize the agreement, Lin presents a small pouch. She warns him that the 10 gold coins inside represent nearly his entire fortune, and that this is his last chance to refuse. Heimin scoffs, dismissing the sum as a small price for a promotion to lieutenant colonel, and smugly admitting he had saved that money for a bribe anyway. Declaring how seriously he is committed to this job, his quill scratches across the paper, sealing the contract with his signature. The following day, the group arrives at the massive Algiad fortress. Major Heimin complains about the absurdity of building such a structure deep in the mountains, calling it the work of the principality's scum. Beside him, both Raifa and Lin share a sense of foreboding. As they enter the fortress courtyard, a young human man named Kizoku calls out Lin's name and runs to embrace her. They share a joyful reunion, both relieved to see the other is safe. Major Heimin watches with disapproval, muttering about the impropriety of their public hug. Kizoku explains that in his culture, a hug is a simple greeting, a way for actions to convey meaning when words differ. Heimin laughs derisively, dismissing it as a fittingly indecent custom for a barbarian's dog. He scoffs at the idea they could understand him and orders Lin to follow. She is led before the Cuman leader, Blue Queen Basha, who greets her warmly. Lin immediately kneels in respect, offering her congratulations on their victory in a recent battle. She watches as Major Heimin stomps forward, his boots thudding heavily on the ground. Seeing his direct approach, she suggests that as the captain, he should greet the Cuman tribe in the same welcoming manner she had. He takes her advice with alarming enthusiasm, lunging forward and burying his face directly into Blue Queen Basha's chest. The surrounding Cuman warriors stare, utterly stunned into silence by the audacious act. His action provokes a horrified shriek from Lin, who demands to know what he is doing. From within the embrace, Heimin retorts that he is simply matching their culture, arguing that if a hug is a greeting for equals, then he is more than qualified. The sharp clang of a weapon being drawn cuts through the air. The sound comes from one of the queen's guards, Oribes, who brandishes a weapon crackling with energy. He furiously condemns the major's blatant disrespect toward their chieftain. His outrage spreads instantly. The other Cuman warriors raise their own weapons, their voices joining in a unified cry to kill the offender. Trapped in the escalating chaos, Lin's face drains of color. She believes it is all over, certain she will be killed alongside the foolish major, and sends a silent, desperate plea for the safety of Director Norway and the others. Before the warriors can strike, Blue Queen Basha raises a single, commanding hand. With quiet authority, she orders her people to stand down and freeze. With the immediate threat quelled, she turns to Lin, coolly instructing her to silence the annoying gnats. All the while, Major Heimin continues to nuzzle against her. Lin seethes internally, concluding that the major is a hopeless sycophant, obsequious to superiors and tyrannical to subordinates, and despairs that all upper-class Imperials might be the same. After the tense standoff is resolved, the group convenes around a table bearing a large map. Blue Queen Basha declares the greetings concluded and urges them to get to the point. Lin concurs, formally stating their purpose, to propose a territorial exchange between the Empire and the Cuman tribe. The queen looks at her shrewdly, asking if she had predicted this. She explains that while her mountain-dwelling people have no use for the proposed territory, she is well aware of its immense value to the Empire. With a determined glint in her eye, she asserts that she has no intention of selling it cheaply. As she listened, Major Heimin continued his tirade, remarking crudely that even a trash heap can have something that shines, referring to her as a decent bitch among barbarians. He then yelled that his words were simply too rude. The queen, hearing the untranslated outburst, calmly asked Lin what he had said, but the interpreter advised her to just skip that part, calling him noisy. In a desperate attempt to salvage the situation, Lin offered a heavily sanitized translation. With a strained smile, she told the queen that the major had commented on her admirable insight, adding that it was as expected of the queen. Internally, she prayed that Basha was ignorant of the imperial language and its cultural taboos. Her prayer went unanswered. The queen's hand shot out, grabbing Lin's tunic. She leaned in close, her voice low and sharp, complimenting the nice paraphrasing before questioning if the terms barbarian's dog, decent bitch, and trash heap were not, in fact, essential to capturing the major's true character. She tightened her grip, her face inches from Lin's. The queen issued a chilling command. Translate honestly next time, or Yin would pay the price on her coming-of-age day. Terrified, the young girl could only stammer her assent. Completely unaware of the threat, Major Heimin interrupted, asking what they had been whispering about. He then made a lewd proposition, calling the queen a reasonable bitch and declaring his intent to claim her once the negotiations were over. A cold dread washed over Lin as the truth became undeniable. Basha had mastered the imperial language, and she had let her guard down. He continued to laugh boisterously. Panicked, Lin tried to warn him, stating plainly that the queen understood their language and pleading with him to watch his mouth. His laughter only grew. Dismissing the warning as impossible, he pointed directly at the queen, taunting her by calling her a slutty little mutt and questioning how she could possibly comprehend the glorious imperial language. In response to the direct insult, The queen simply maintained her serene, closed-eyed smile. Heimin took this as confirmation, remarking on the comedy of her ignorance. But Lin saw the expression for what it was, internally screaming that it was not a smile of ignorance, but a knowing one. She finally opened her eyes, her gaze completely ignoring the major. Addressing Lin directly, she declared it was time to move the discussion forward. With a delicate finger, she pointed to a map, listing 5 specific locations as their price: Koryo, Nesfu, Maniata, Rahakart, and Goldia. Lin, still trembling, felt a wave of gratitude for the queen's mercy. While the queen laid out her terms, Major Heimin stroked his chin, feigning deep thought. Lin snapped at him to stop pretending to work seriously. The major finally responded that he understood, declaring that the fortress was one they shed blood to seize and that they demanded lands of even greater value in return. As the negotiations began, Lin considered the empire's difficult position. While the fortress was vital, imperial soldiers were tasked with expanding their territory every year. It was a core policy, a decree that made losing any land, even a little, a significant political problem. She grew frustrated with herself, wishing she had finished reading the history of the empire's founding before falling asleep. The queen's choice of lands was puzzling. Koryo and Nesfu were originally human lands, making their demand understandable. But the other 3 were mountainous and isolated, far from ideal for governance. As Lin pondered the queen's strategy, Major Heimin made his counteroffer. He declared that while Koryo and Nesfu were acceptable, taking 3 additional locations from imperial territory, Maniata, Rahakart, and Goldia, was completely out of the question. He watched as the queen calmly revised her terms, asking for just Maniata and Goldia instead. The major considered her new proposal. If it was only those 2, he thought to himself, it might just be acceptable. Sensing his agreement, the queen declared the matter settled and insisted there was no need to wait for a later signing ceremony. They would do it now. As she spoke, another officer stepped forward. The newcomer was Colonel Gettle, who had arrived to check on the progress of the talks. Major Heimin proudly announced that everything was concluded. The colonel stated that before finalizing anything, they must celebrate their victory and express gratitude for the land exchange. He then knelt respectfully before the queen. The sight of such a high-ranking officer showing proper deference was so dazzling to Lin that it brought tears to her eyes. His superior's action, however, was misinterpreted by Major Heimin as a sign of magnanimity, believing the colonel had finally realized the savagery of his own past actions. Colonel Gettle corrected the sputtering major, explaining that the queen was the monarch of a small nation and that proper respect was required. He then confirmed the terms of the deal, asking if the territories being lost were indeed Maniata and Goldia. Major Heimin, swaying with delight, confirmed it was so, adding with a sneer that both lands were held by the faction of the cowardly traitor, Lieutenant Colonel Kinect. With the agreement settled, Colonel Gettle remarked to the queen that her demands had been strict, but he was relieved they had a deal, as the fortress was crucial for expansion. As he spoke, the queen held up the document. With a knowing smile, she commented on what a master negotiator Major Heimin was, just as the colonel snapped his quill. From her vantage point, Lin observed the proceedings with sharp eyes. She acknowledged Major Heimin's impressive conversational skills, but understood that beneath the surface, both sides were carefully probing for weaknesses. The queen herself remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the document in her hands, her expression unreadable. She then looked up, expressing her gratitude and requesting that the people in the ceded territories be relocated by the end of the year. Nearby, Lin sighed in relief, swaying slightly as she thought the tense affair was finally over. That same night, within Algiad Fortress, the imperial officers celebrated. Glasses clinked as Colonel Gettle and his subordinates toasted what they considered a historic achievement. Gettle advised Major Heimin to follow their example and work hard, noting that since they would be promoted, they would soon become much harder to approach. Their raucous celebration continued, the 3 men draping their arms over one another in a drunken display. Watching from a distance, Lin could only think that the land exchange seemed successful, but the scene before her was a complete disaster. Later, as sobriety began to return, Major Heimin examined the details of the exchange on a map. His eyes widened in shock as he read the names of the territories aloud: Koryo, Nesfi, Goldia, and Maniata. His drunken subordinate, Lieutenant Mose Pizza, slurred a question, asking if he was blind. Ignoring him, a panicked Heimin grabbed the official document, shouting the name Maniata in disbelief and questioning if they had truly signed it away. He trembled as Colonel Gettle smugly confirmed it, boasting that he had come all the way there himself to sign the treaty. The realization hit Heimin with full force. This was a huge problem. His panic escalated as he roared the reason for his terror. Maniata is the sacred site where the 13th Emperor, Emperor Sulgana's imperial tomb, is located. His desperate cry was met only with the confused, drunken murmurs of his 2 superiors, who continued their celebration, utterly unaware of the catastrophe he had just described. An officer with Colonel Gettle shouts in disbelief, questioning if the tomb of the 13th Emperor, Sulgana, isn't located in Maniata. The revelation sends a shock wave through the room, leaving the colonel stunned and Lieutenant Mo Pizza utterly bewildered. Lin also reacts with wide-eyed shock, understanding the immense gravity of the situation. She recalls that Emperor Sogana was one of the most renowned star emperors, a pivotal figure in the nation's history. To offer the land where such a person rests as a condition in negotiations with a small tribe will be a catastrophic blow to the honor of the empire's royal family. The weight of this realization causes Lieutenant Mo's pizza to collapse, wheezing for air. He weakly asks the colonel what is so important about a simple tomb. His ignorance enrages Colonel Gettle, who grabs him by the uniform, trembling with fury. The colonel roars that if the central authorities find out, it won't just mean the confiscation of their territory. It will mean the inevitable execution of their entire clan. Mo's pizza shudders in absolute terror. He begins to cough violently, pleading with the colonel to calm down. In his panic, Mo's pizza begs to annul the agreement and burn the document to solve the problem, while the other officer tries to restrain the colonel. The officer forcefully stops him, demanding to know if he intends to drag the empire's trust through the mud. He reminds Mo's pizza that it is an official, signed document and insists that their focus must be on what to do next. He concludes that they must reopen negotiations as soon as possible, even if the Cuman demand other lands in exchange. Their destination is the imposing Algiad fortress. Inside, Blue Queen Basha greets Colonel Gettle and his distinguished entourage with a knowing smile. She asks if they have forgotten something. Mo's pizza, sweating profusely, stammers that there seems to have been a mistake regarding the land exchange. Basha coolly dismisses his concern, stating she checked the documents and found no errors. Colonel Gettle steps forward, attempting to correct the mistake. He claims Maniata is isolated and inconvenient, suggesting vast and connected lands like Gahald or Kakoba would be far better. However, Beja's smile widens as she reveals her true motive. She intentionally asks for Maniata. Her expression turns menacing. She declares that she cannot wait to defile the tomb of the one who stole the most land and lives from the Cuman people. Leaning forward, she delivers a chilling warning. Don't you dare get in my way. Her declaration confirmed Colonel Gettle's dawning horror. This woman had known their blunder from the very start. As Major Heimin groveled on the floor, pleading for any land other than the sacred Mana, Gettle's hand clenched into a fist. He realized the time for simple apologies was long past. She then turned her gaze to the prostrated major, a cold grin spreading across her face. Speaking in flawless imperial language, she identified him as the man who had insulted them at the meeting, a revelation that struck the terrified Heimin with a fresh wave of shock. He frantically denied the accusation, sweating profusely as he insisted it was all a misunderstanding. His panicked denials prompted Colonel Gettle to turn on him, demanding to know if the major had done something offensive. She dismissed his pleas, coolly asking if such behavior was an imperial custom. With a flick of her wrist, a magical tool materialized above her palm. She explained that it was a device obtained from a merchant named Nandao, capable of recording both images and sound. The device activated, projecting a recording of Major Heimin's previous meeting. His voice filled the room, calling the Cuman people barbarian dogs and gnats. The recording continued, capturing his lecherous comments about the decent bitches among them and his intent to take the queen for himself once the deal was done. As the disgusting footage played, Heimin could only stare in abject horror. The damning evidence sent a surge of fury through Colonel Gettle. He gritted his teeth, realizing the full extent of his subordinate's depravity. He had known Major Heimin was a lecher, but this was an unforgivable disgrace. Turning away from the horrified major, Gettle bowed deeply before the queen, offering a profound apology for his subordinate's outrageous disrespect and his own deep shame. His apology, however, was underpinned by a silent, burning glare directed squarely at the man who had caused this international incident. He dropped to his hands and knees, his voice trembling as he repeated his apology. But the Blue Queen was unmoved. Ignoring the groveling officers, she issued a clear command: bring Heisenheim to her. Only then would they continue their talk. Sometime later, in a separate chamber, Heisenheim and Yen Lin sat opposite the two disgraced officers. Colonel Gettle, his composure regained, but his expression grim, addressed the still trembling Major Heimin. He stated his profound disappointment in the Major's filthy character and demanded to know what he intended to do now. Before Heimin could respond, Gettle lunged forward, grabbing the Major's face in a crushing grip. He furiously declared that Heimin's useless, loud mouth was no longer needed. From this point forward, Lieutenant Heisin would handle the negotiations. The Major could only squeak in terror and agreement. He turned to Captain Lorenzo, placing a hand on the disgraced Major Heimin's shoulder. The colonel apologized, stating that Lorenzo was the only one he could count on now. Lorenzo appeared hesitant, claiming he couldn't be of much help, but the colonel insisted that as his superior officer, Lorenzo should have more confidence. He gritted his teeth, reconsidering. That wasn't right. He realized that giving Lorenzo special treatment would only result in gratitude, which was not what he needed. As the colonel wrestled with his thoughts, Captain Lorenzo spoke quietly with Heisenheim. He warned that Heisin shows no mercy to those he deems enemies and now holds leverage over the colonel. Lorenzo advised that everything now depended on what the colonel would offer him. Heisin's response was not to the colonel, but to the disgraced major. With a quiet sigh, he kicked the door open, sending Major Heimin flying out of the room with a cry of pain. The major crawled desperately on the floor, pleading with Heisin to negotiate with Queen Basha. He swore he would do anything, even eat horse dung, but Heimin coldly dismissed him, stating it was far too late for that. Ignoring the commotion, Heimin calmly closed the book he had been holding. He had been lost in thought. He then revealed the subject of his contemplation with a serene, chilling smile. He had been thinking how much he wished they would all die. The shocking declaration rendered both Colonel Gettle and Major Heimin speechless, their faces frozen in disbelief. Heimin elaborated, gesturing expansively. He mused how convenient it was that with Colonel Kinnick's faction soon to be purged, Captain Lorenzo would become his only superior. He then asked rhetorically if there was any need for useless superiors. Enraged, the colonel called him insane, but Heimin was not finished. He fixed his gaze on the colonel, noting one more thing. He calmly pointed out that the colonel's head was, in his opinion, a bit too high. He coldly observes that Major Heimin seems to understand his position better than the colonel does. Stunned by this blatant insubordination, Colonel Gettle demands to know if Heimin has lost his senses. Unfazed, he reminds the colonel that the only path for his clan to escape execution begins with Heimin's own willingness to negotiate. He then pivots to a more personal threat, casually mentioning that he knows the colonel's daughter is soon to be married and that a grandchild is on the way. The implication hangs heavy as he states they will all perish under clan execution because of Gettle's incompetence. The colonel is visibly shaken, demanding to know how Heimin acquired such private information. The threat strikes its mark. Colonel Gettle erupts in fury, roaring at the lieutenant to watch his mouth. Heimin, however, remains utterly calm, his gaze sharp as he asks with chilling quietness if the colonel was addressing him. His cold demeanor shatters the colonel's anger, leaving him sweating and speechless. Heimin presses his advantage, stating he is merely outlining the inevitable facts and questioning why Gettle still dares to act with such authority. The colonel, struggling to regain his composure, weakly demands an answer. In response, a chilling, wide smile spreads across his face. He declares with open contempt that he doesn't care what happens, that he will be glad when the colonel is dead, and that he feels nothing for the fate of their families. The sheer malice in his words finally breaks the colonel. Gettle lunges forward, grabbing Heimin's arm in desperation. He begs him to leave his family out of the conflict, admitting that their fate would be his own fault. His plea turns into complete submission as he drops to the floor, pressing his forehead to the ground in a desperate bow. He begs Heimin to somehow intervene, while the lieutenant looks down upon the groveling officer with an unreadable expression. He then reaches down, seizing a handful of the colonel's hair and yanking his head up from the floor. With cold precision, he reminds the broken man that only moments before he had been attempting to ruin him with a charge of disrespect. Terror fills Colonel Gettle's eyes. He stammers an apology, desperately taking back his words and pleading for mercy. He remained prostrate on the floor, admitting to Lieutenant Heimin that everything was his fault and begging for mercy. Heimin, looking down impassively, stated that he was not a pleasure killer and demanded a reason why he should even negotiate. The desperate colonel, looking up from the floor, frantically offered a new bargain, a promotion to Major General for Heimin, instead of for Major Heimin, who looked on in disbelief. Heimin considered the offer, touching his chin thoughtfully. He mused that as a second lieutenant, jumping 3 ranks at once was unrealistic, but Gettle insisted that it was nothing to worry about. His expression soured. He looked down at the officer and questioned why Gettle himself was getting promoted. The sweating colonel swore that upon his own promotion to Major General, he would ensure Heimin was pulled up through the ranks as well. He lunged forward, grabbing Gettle by the hair and yanking his head back. Enraged, Heimin demanded to know whose victory it truly was, reminding the colonel that he had done nothing but cower in the fortress. The audacity of the offer infuriated him. He then issued a new command. When the promotion to Major General was offered, Gettle was to decline it. Furthermore, he was to push for Captain Lorenzo to be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel in his stead. The order left Gettle speechless. As he turned to leave, Heimin acknowledged that there was no precedent for such a move. He waved a dismissive hand, adding that Gettle didn't need to worry. If he failed, he and his entire family would simply die. His threat hung in the air. Before Heimin could walk away, Gettle scrambled to his feet, shouting desperately that he would do it, promising to follow the orders exactly. The exchange had not gone unnoticed. Captain Lorenzo stepped forward, confronting Heimin about his methods. He declared that he had no intention of rising through the ranks in such a manner and asked if Heimin intended to run away again. He calmly explained that Lorenzo was witnessing the Empire's corruption firsthand. Comparing the nation to a great tree, Heimin stated that the rot had reached its very trunk. To save it, they had to sever the old, rotten branches and leaves. Captain Lorenzo bowed his head, overwhelmed by the ruthlessness of the proposal. He found himself unable to fully articulate his objection, murmuring that the method was simply too much. The scene replayed in his mind. Colonel Gettle, stripped of all dignity, desperately grabbing his leg and pleading for him to accept Lieutenant Heimin's proposal. Lorenzo had remained stubborn, but the colonel warned that his refusal would mean the death of his entire clan. Back in the present, Heimin placed a reassuring hand on the captain's shoulder. He told Lorenzo that he must realize he could no longer stand by and cling to his integrity while lamenting the Empire's future. He was now a part of it. The captain let out a weary sigh. Heimin continued his persuasion, casually suggesting that if Lorenzo still refused, he might just defect to the duchy, noting they were shorthanded with General Gazar absent. Lorenzo turned back, conceding that letting Heizen go would be too great a risk for the Empire. He resolved to stay, if only to act as Heizen's watchdog. Their eyes met in a tense standoff. Lorenzo declared that while he would go along with the plan, he would never approve of these methods, or of Heizen himself. Heizen calmly replied that he was sure Lorenzo wouldn't. He admitted that he didn't like this method either, but circumstances had left them no choice. He looked directly at Lorenzo, explaining that it was precisely because the captain hated this kind of coerced promotion that he was the only one Heizen could entrust with the position. With the matter of the promotion settled, Heizen turned his attention to a new task. Placing a hand on Yen Lin's head, he addressed Major Shite, stating his intention to buy Yen back. The startled Major quickly agreed, and they prepared to head to the fortress. He then presented a document to the Major, clarifying the terms. The 10 gold coins Shite had paid were merely to cover a penalty owed. The actual buyback price for Yen, as stipulated in the contract, was 3 gold coins. Major Shite's face lit up, eagerly agreeing to sell her for that price. The Major immediately protested, sputtering that the price was completely unreasonable. With his arms crossed, Heizen coolly asked if he didn't like it, then lowered the offer to 5 silver coins. As Major Shite reeled in disbelief, complaining that the price was going down even more, Heizen remained unmoved. He lowered the price again. Fine, he stated flatly. Then 1 silver coin. His final, insulting offer leaves Major Shite sputtering, utterly flustered and at a loss for words. Beside him, Yen Lin remained silent, her expression unreadable. As the Major flounders, a single thought burns through her mind with intense frustration. Every word he speaks only serves to lower her value even further. Before Shite can protest again, Heizen steps forward with a warm smile, welcoming Yen back. The defeated Major finally concedes, shouting that he'll sell her for 3 large silver coins. With a calm expression, Heizen confirms the deal is struck. He glances over at Yen Lin, reflecting on how truly awful Shite was to value her at such a paltry sum. The girl herself seems bewildered, her own sense of what is terrible completely breaking down in the face of the bizarre transaction. With that matter settled, he turns to Colonel Gettle, who is in the middle of signing a document. Heizen confirms the signature is complete and issues his orders. From now on, Gettle is to follow Captain Lorenzo's commands, and in return, his status as a decorative colonel of the fortress will be guaranteed. Nearby, a nervous Major Shite asks what his own role will be. Heizen promises that if he fulfills his new duties, he too will become a colonel. Desperate for the promotion, Shite grits his teeth and shouts his compliance. In response to his eager agreement, Heizen presents him with a thick, metal collar, ordering him to put on. The Major's face falls, his initial confusion turning to shock and disgust. He looks down at the humiliated officer with a cold, superior gaze. Heizen explains his new station plainly. From this moment on, he is livestock, lower than a dog or a pig. Far from the fortress, within a grand, domed palace, another power receives news. The name spoken is Lord Barcia. Inside, Blue Queen Basha reclines as a warrior reports that Heizen's party has arrived. She muses aloud, surprised, admitting she had underestimated her people, never thinking they could actually influence Heizen's movements. Her scout, Oribes, watched silently from his post as the party she had been expecting made its way down the long, columned corridor. Lieutenant Heisenheim and the small girl, Yen Lin. When the guests finally entered her chamber, however, the sight that greeted her left her momentarily speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief as she could only stammer, "Wait." What? He greeted her with a calm smile, the sound of rattling chains accompanying his words. "It's been a while, Queen Basha. I'm glad to see you well." On the floor before him, on all fours and bound by a collar and chain, was Major Shite. Heizen gestured to the humiliated officer, offering, "Please accept this gift as thanks for forgiving our recent discourtesy." She recovered, a sly look crossing her face as she replied that she didn't want it. With a pleasant, closed-eye smile, Heizen noted what a coincidence it was, as he didn't want it either. The queen, reclining on her chaise, gave a simple order: throw him in the dungeon. Major Shite erupted in protest, pointing an accusing finger at Heizen and screaming that this wasn't the deal, that he was supposed to be promoted to colonel. He turned to the struggling major with a look of mock pity. "Ah, what a shame," Heizen said dismissively. "If you had died here, you would have gotten a 2-rank posthumous promotion." As Shite was dragged away screaming that he didn't want to die, Heizen turned his attention back to Basha. "Well, enough of the sideshow," he began. "How about Karelhu, Kumokarna, Sokahu, and Mizui for the locations?" She remarked on his generosity, musing aloud that she had devised all sorts of plans to test him, but now they were all wasted. Setting aside her schemes, she instructed Yin to start drafting the contract, and the young girl eagerly agreed. The young girl grabbed Heizen in her excitement, prompting him to plead with her to stop. He urged her to finish the contract overnight, complaining that his liver wouldn't last 2 days of celebration. Hearing this, Queen Basha clapped her hands and declared that they would feast until it was ready. She moved closer, gently lifting his chin. She praised his brilliant display of skill, but admitted that something felt strange. It seemed her side had benefited too much. She reminded him that when they first formed their alliance, he had told her he had no intention of serving the Empire. Her gaze remained fixed on him as she pressed her inquiry. She demanded to know his true goal, to understand who he really was. She spoke his name with weight, Heisenheim. Heisenheim deflects a question about his true identity, stating that he cannot say much at the moment, but implies there is more to reveal. His thoughts are interrupted by the voice of Blue Queen Basha, who lays out her request. In 2 years, she will need his help. Until that time, she wants the Cuman tribe to build more strength in the mountains. She accepts his unspoken agreement, noting that he isn't asking why. He retorts with a wry smile, reasoning that she wouldn't answer even if he did ask. Basha thanks him, declaring that the Cuman never forget a debt. Heisin clarifies that he merely made a deal, but she counters, explaining that his sincerity in saying, "not now," was more valuable than a half-baked lie. She looks upon a vision of her people, reflecting that they have gained a peaceful life, free from the immediate threats of hunger and invasion. Later, as they share a drink by a moonlit window, Basha observes that eternal peace is an illusion. Heisin quietly agrees, acknowledging it as a fleeting peace. She concludes with resolve that all they can do is continue moving forward, striving to make that peace last even a little longer. He listens in silence, his expression serious as he absorbs the weight of her words. Sometime later, Heisin approaches Yenlin and a sleepy Cuman scribe named Doze, asking how their extracurricular lesson went. Doze, holding a document, confirms the contract is finished and that it wasn't bad for an all-nighter. Yenlin, shocked, immediately asks since when he and the queen were in cahoots. As Doze gasps in surprise, Queen Basha appears, clarifying that they aren't exactly allies and that she last contacted Heisin 2 months ago, deepening the mystery. As she struggled to process the revelation, Heisin calmly explained that her assessment was flawed. He told Yin that she should have considered every possibility from the very beginning, clarifying that his intricate plan was set in motion the moment the higher-ups first rejected his proposal. She reeled, shocked that his machinations began so long ago. She questioned his methods, arguing that if his only goal was to take down Colonel Gettle's faction, he did not need to go to such extreme lengths. He countered with his own strategic philosophy. If one is already going to the trouble of swapping territories, one must maximize the impact. He then added a crucial point. Maximizing impact does not always align with the Empire's maximum benefit. His plan had hinged on the predictable flaws of the other officers. He knew the competent Captain Lorenzo would have caused the negotiations to fail. In contrast, Major Simon was an exceptional idiot who predictably acted alone to seize all the credit. Even Colonel Gettle's potential interference was a calculated, low-risk factor. Overwhelmed by the complexity, Yen Lin grew flustered. She lamented that if she had properly read the history of the Empire's founding, she might have understood, but she always got sleepy trying. A sudden suspicion struck her, and she asked if the book itself had been tampered with. Heisin simply stated that her own lack of vigilance was another issue. He crossed his arms, continuing his lesson. He had never promised to spoon-feed her information and insisted she should have sought knowledge from other sources. Yen Lin retorted, reminding him that he was the one who told her to call him master and learn from him. Pouting with frustration, she tugged at her braid and asked him directly, what lesson was he truly trying to teach her? His gaze was steady as he delivered the core of his philosophy. The lesson was about humanity. He elaborated that the most unmanageable elements in the world are fools who have attained high positions. She considered this, acknowledging that Major Simon was an obvious scoundrel. However, she confessed that Colonel Gettle had always seemed like a normal officer to her. He conceded that Gettle had ability, but explained his critical flaw. He had lost his judgment as a commander by surrounding himself only with loyalists. Over many years, Heisin concluded, it was Gettle himself who had crippled the fortress from within. He sits with Yen Lin, imparting a crucial lesson. He tells her to remember that obvious villains like Major Simon are rare. Most scum, he explains, were the faces of normal or even good people, and she must train herself to see through their facade. Shortly after, Yen Lin stands beside Blue Queen Basha. The queen playfully sticks out her tongue, and Yen Lin, holding her hand, mimics the gesture with a look of disgust, muttering bleh. The girl then throws her arms around the queen in an enthusiastic hug, pleading for Basha to adopt her. Watching from short distance, Heisin sighs in exasperation. Basha looks over at him with a triumphant smile, remarking that she seems to be better at winning over children. For a while after, the North Galna Fortress is a flurry of activity as Yen Lin walks through its corridors. During this time, Heisin encounters Captain Lorenzo. He offers a dry compliment, telling the captain that his current appearance suits him. Lorenzo lets out a breath, acknowledging that it sounds like sarcasm, but deciding to accept the comment at face value. Their conversation is cut short by the arrival of Colonel Gettle. As Lorenzo calmly addresses the colonel, Major Scheimet, who accompanies Gettle, flinches with a startled yell. The colonel gets menacingly close to Heisin, ignoring Lorenzo completely. He gives a direct order. The troops from Lieutenant Colonel Kinect's faction are returning, and Heisin is to handle their treatment as instructed, without acting or speaking on his own initiative. Heisin affirms the command with a simple, firm yes. After Colonel Gettle departs, Lorenzo turns to Heisin and remarks that the man was once said to be a valiant soldier. He adds, with a hint of melancholy, that everyone ages. He continues, explaining that surrounding oneself with yes-men and growing accustomed to an easy life is like a drug, corrupting from within. Heisin replies with a slight smile, expressing his hope that Lorenzo doesn't end up the same way. With a confident smirk, Lorenzo assures him that he will keep that advice in mind. He stood at attention before Captain Lorenzo, who announced that as his first task following his promotion, he would be giving Lieutenant Heimin his orders. Heimin affirmed his readiness. The order was a transfer to the Southern Doctrine Territory, a rear support base situated far from the Lyle front line. Lorenzo's intent was for Heimin to observe from a distance and build his moral compass, confident that the young lieutenant would surpass him in due time. Heimin accepted the assignment, wryly commenting on the colonel's toughness. Lorenzo confessed that his own stomach couldn't handle Heimin remaining at the fortress any longer. He added that he expected great things from Heimin as a civil officer, musing that Heimin would probably follow his own path anyway. As their conversation concluded, the door to the office was thrown open. Sergeant Buzz burst in, eagerly demanding to know if the rumors of Lieutenant Heimin receiving new orders were true. He turned to face the sergeant, confirming the news. Buzz, noticing the captain, offered a quick apology for his abrupt entrance, but Lorenzo waved it off. Heimin then corrected the sergeant, informing him that Lorenzo was no longer a captain, but a lieutenant colonel. The news seemed to deflate the sergeant. With a downcast expression, he lamented that it was unfortunate to see Lieutenant Heimin go. His sorrow quickly turned to intense earnestness. Buzz leaned in close, insisting that his feelings were genuine. Heimin, slightly flustered, attempted to brush it off as flattery, claiming he wasn't the likable type. The sergeant pulled back, his expression one of pure sincerity. Placing a hand over his heart, he thanked Lieutenant Heimin, explaining that it was because of the lieutenant's fairness that he could finally take pride in his work. Unaccustomed to such heartfelt praise, Heimin averted his gaze, a bead of sweat forming on his temple. Nearby, Lieutenant Colonel Lorenzo observed the moment with a faint, knowing smile. He then turned back to the sergeant with a determined look. Heimin made a promise. If Buzz continued to improve and prove his capability, in 3 years' time, Heimin would personally see to his promotion from non-commissioned officer status. The sergeant could only stare, stunned by the declaration. He stands firm in his decision, declaring to Lieutenant Colonel Lorenzo that if the law is an obstacle, he will simply change it. Lorenzo, however, points out the legal difficulties, acknowledging Sergeant Buzz's talent, but questioning the feasibility of such a promise. The lieutenant colonel turns his attention to Sergeant Buzz, who stands before him, a bead of sweat on his temple, having overheard the exchange. A moment of tension breaks, as both men share a laugh. Lorenzo concedes with a smile, admitting that he wouldn't put such a feat past Lieutenant Heimin. Their amusement still lingering in the air, Heimin announces his departure, stating he has packing to do. Buzz offers his assistance, but Heimin, slightly perplexed by their laughter, simply questions it before turning to leave. He declines the offer, reminding the sergeant that he is supposed to be in training right now. The sharp reminder seems to hit Buzz with the force of a physical blow. Later, inside an office, Heimin stands with a stack of documents, his gaze drifting out the window to the training grounds below. At a nearby desk, Yinlin diligently practices her writing. Noticing his presence, she looks up and addresses him as master. He turns from the window, a faint, calculating smile playing on his lips as he acknowledges her. Her focus is shattered moments later by a shriek of terror as she reads the documents he's handed her. Unfazed, Heimin simply asks her to add another paper to the pile. The papers contain a devastating series of charges against Lieutenant Mo's Pizza, a formal complaint to the Ministry of Justice, a letter to his family urging his disownment, and accusations of crimes within the fortress, including aiding an escape. The consequences are dire, likely ending in high-class slavery for the disgraced officer. With his arms crossed and a satisfied smirk, Heimin remarks that Mo's Pizza should be grateful for a job befitting his stature. Yinlin, overwhelmed and furious, slams her fists on the desk, shouting that he is a heartless devil. He endures the long journey across a sun-scorched desert, his travel companion relentlessly poking him in the side. She chides him, reminding him that his next post is said to be harsher than his last, leaving no time for idle banter. After 15 days by horse, their destination comes into view, the fortified city of Doctrine Territory. Yinlin gasps in awe at the sight, while Heimin and his other companion, Doze, observe the settlement with stoic expressions from beneath their hoods. As their small party rides on horseback toward the city gates, they draw intense glares from the local populace. The reason for the hostility becomes apparent as a crowd of emaciated, desperate children swarms them, begging with outstretched hands. Heimin remains impassive, his face hidden in the shadow of his cloak. Ignoring their pleas, he and Doze ride onward, leaving the impoverished children behind in the dust. Having changed into his uniform within the administrative district, he observes a lavish government building. He notes the stark, undisguised wealth gap and grimly accepts that this opulent place is his new workplace. Inside, he formally presents himself, stating his name is Heimin and that he has been assigned as a mid-level civil officer. He internally reflects that Doctrine Territory is a strategic rear support base ruled by aristocrats, far from the front lines. While it should be safe, the condition of its people suggests otherwise. A man at a large desk acknowledges him, introducing himself as Vikarnal Ghana, the acting governor of the territory. He informs Heimin that an office has been prepared and instructs him to proceed. He processes this, confirming the man's identity. He internally calculates the hierarchy, realizing that the civil position of acting governor is equivalent to a colonel in the military, a significant rank. Upon entering his new office, he is met by a man who snaps rigidly to attention. The aide introduces himself as Gilman Wanoa, a mid-level civil officer secretary assigned to assist him. Heimin offers a simple, reciprocal greeting. He expressed his desire to begin working immediately, but his new secretary, Gilman Wanoa, informed him that it was time for greeting rounds. Gilman began listing the necessary visits, first to the acting governor's secretary, then the chief civil officer, and others after that. Heimin was taken aback by the sheer number of officials he was expected to meet. Gilman pressed on, explaining that greeting rounds were basic protocol and that to get his face known, they would also need to actively host banquets. He let out a weary sigh, internally lamenting what a hassle it all was. All he wanted was to get to work. As Heimin began writing at his desk, Gilman insisted that he couldn't get any work done without following protocol, arguing that nobody would even glance at papers from someone they didn't know. Heimin countered, questioning the point of such protocol if it only served to bog down the actual work. His thoughts shifted to the territory's strategic importance. Doctrine territory was a crucial relay point for supplies heading to the frontline Wild, across the vast Bahana Desert. His primary mission was to improve that very supply route. Yet, he couldn't ignore the immediate crisis. The city's populace was suffering, lacking sufficient food and water. Returning his focus to the conversation, Heimin conceded. He acknowledged that he understood and would take the advice, complimenting Gilman on being a good secretary. The sudden praise caught Gilman completely off guard. He recalled his own advice to Heimin, that one needed to get on a superior's good side to get work done, but also to present the facts without flattery. Heimin then handed him a stack of documents, stating that he simply didn't want his work to go to waste, and that this was his good attitude in action. Gilman looked down, stunned, at 3 detailed proposals for civilian aid and optimized supply routes to the front line. As Heimin began to walk away, Gilman scrambled after him, protesting that the flawless documents would never be approved. He insisted that mixing work with initial greetings was rude. Heimin, meanwhile, reflected on what a pain being a civil officer was. He stopped and turned, a confident look in his eyes. He told Gilman that he would give it a shot, reminding the secretary that as his superior, he took full responsibility for both his own actions and Gilman's work. He stands before a set of large double doors, announcing himself with formal precision as Heimin, the newly assigned mid-level civil officer. The doors open to reveal a lavish office where a portly, older man is lounging between 2 female aides. The man, senior civil aide Nyotai Ganmori, greets Heimin with a lecherous grin, slurring a welcome and acknowledging that he has heard of him. Ignoring the decadent scene, his gaze sharpens, noting the 2 aides while considering the territory's backed-up workload. He immediately tries to present his proposals for review, but Ganmori casually waves the documents away, telling him to forget about work for now. The senior civil aide taps his cigar on an ashtray, not even glancing at the papers. He expresses a desire to get to know the new officer personally over a nice, slow chat, a proposition that clearly catches Heimin off guard. Ganmori's smile widens into a greasy grin. He clarifies that while being eager for work is fine, he is more interested in what Heimin will bring him, understanding the thinly veiled request for a bribe. Heimin calmly asks if this expectation extends beyond official duties, confirming that it is within his expectations. His interest piqued by the apparent compliance, the official leans forward in his chair with a creak, a greedy glint in his eyes. He eagerly asks if Heimin is suggesting they meet at a specific kind of place. He confirms that he means a place to talk over a meal. Observing that Ganmori appears to be quite the gourmand, Heimin offers to take full charge of the food arrangements himself. To entice him further, Heimin promises a feast featuring fresh, high-quality ingredients imported directly from North Galna. The mere mention of such delicacies sends Ganmori into a state of ecstatic anticipation, his breathing becoming heavy with desire. He then feigns a problem, stating that as a newcomer, he has not yet secured a venue for such a meal. Completely taken in by the offer, Ganmori excitedly points and insists that Heimin use his personal villa. The official, now drooling and lost in lecherous fantasies, asks if he will be able to sample everything freely. With a pleasant smile, Heimin presents a small, wrapped gift and readily agrees, telling Ganmori he can take whatever he likes. His words had the desired effect. Senior civil aide Nyotai Ganmori, drooling with anticipation, declared he was growing tired of local flavors. He mused aloud about North Galna, noting he'd heard it was home to many fair-skinned delicacies, and expressed his delight at the idea of taking some home. He pressed his advantage, complimenting the aide on his knowledge of other regions' goods. With a sly smile, Heimin suggested specific dishes to whet his appetite, Gilgas chicken thighs, or perhaps Miglu cow dairy and fillet. The official roared with delight, his lecherous imagination running wild at the mention of thighs and dairy. He slapped his hand down, declaring that Heimin was a promising rookie who truly understood him. He accepted the praise with a simple thank you, humbly claiming he was no foodie and had merely gleaned his knowledge from a guidebook. With a mood set, Heimin steered the conversation back to his proposals. Ganmori, still grinning and drooling, replied that they could discuss them tomorrow at the earliest, making it clear that everything depended on how the evening's festivities went. He swallowed, his expression hardening with resolve. He understood the terms of the bargain and quietly affirmed that he would do his best. As night fell, the stage was set at Nyotai's opulent villa, its windows glowing under a crescent moon. Inside, a grand table was laden with a magnificent feast. Heimin, presenting the spread with a flourish, apologized for his lateness as Ganmori arrived, welcoming the senior civil aide and inviting him to enjoy his favorite dishes. But as Ganmori took in the scene, his smug expression shattered. A wave of confusion washed over him as he stared, utterly bewildered. The source of his confusion became clear. Heimin, holding a serving towel with professional poise, began to rapidly recite an endless menu. Gilgast chicken thigh, balba chicken breast, Galna-style fried chicken, Migla cow sirloin, and filet, cooked to preference, assorted cheeses. Ganmori tried to interrupt, pleading for him to wait, to stop, but his words were lost in the torrent of culinary descriptions. He calmly addresses the official's frantic question. What about the women? With a sharp, knowing smile, Heimin replies that there are none here, pointing out that Ganmori never specified they should be provided after the meal. The official recoils, his face a mask of disbelief. After all their back and forth, how could the lieutenant possibly not have understood the implication? He stares at Heimin, who simply stands there, feigning utter confusion. His composure shatters completely. With a guttural roar, Ganmori screams that it was all code, a secret understanding that Heimin, the incompetent fool, failed to pick up on. The outburst gives way to frantic desperation. Waving his hands wildly, Ganmori explains that he turned down a meeting with his own superior because Heimin had insisted on this dinner. He pleads, asking what he's supposed to do now and how this disaster can possibly be fixed. As Ganmori hisses the word women over and over while stress eating, Heimin sees his opponent has completely broken. With a slight bow, he promises to arrange for them immediately and turns to leave, the door clicking shut behind him. Alone in the hallway, his calm facade remains, but his thoughts turn to the state of the administration. He reflects on the expected corruption, heavy taxes on the people, skimming profits, and widespread bribery among the nobility. This confirmation, however, is not a source of despair. A cold grin spreads across his face as he realizes that this straightforward corruption is actually quite useful. He has his first target. Nyotai Ganmori is his. 1 month ago, in the imperial capital, Heimin announced his departure, the door clicking shut behind him as he prepared to leave. As he turned, he found Emma hiding behind the doorframe. He remarked that eavesdropping wasn't an admirable trait, prompting a flustered denial from her. She insisted she was simply worried and had come to check on him. She pressed him further, sighing with frustration. She questioned how he could remain so calm after showing up for his transfer greetings only to be immediately despised by the acting governor. Heimin, however, seemed completely unfazed by the situation. Exasperated, she reminded him forcefully that the acting governor was the highest authority at his new post. He calmly acknowledged that he understood that much, noting that unlike the dangers of the front line, this superior was merely a long-winded annoyance he could manage. He then considered the root of the problem. He surmised that the bad impression he made likely stemmed from not offering a bribe, but reasoned that this would at least minimize any negative evaluations beyond his actual abilities. Turning back to Emma, he revealed that promotion was only part of his goal. She countered with skepticism, pointing out that being sent to a rear support unit was clearly a spiteful assignment and questioned if he was truly okay with not climbing the ranks. His gaze drifted down a long, ominous corridor as he explained his reasoning. The imperial capital is rotten to its core with bribes and embezzlement. The roots of its corruption run deep. Hearing this, Emma's expression softened with relief. She admitted she had been gutted hearing about the war in North Galna and was worried for nothing. With a confident smile, Heimin told her to just watch, promising he would rack up the best achievements and be back in no time. That confident promise brings the chronicle to the present day at Nyotai's villa. Heimin burst through the doors, announcing his arrival to a drunken Nyotai Ganmori with theatrical flair. The senior civil aide, caught completely off guard, stares in wide-eyed shock. He gestures with a flourish towards a line of emaciated, ragged women he has brought into the opulent room, a sharp grin on his face. He asks his superior, Nyotai Ganmori, if these gifts are to his liking. The women stand barefoot and filthy, their hair matted and their eyes either vacant or filled with a deep-seated resentment. One young woman with dark skin and wild, dark hair stares ahead with particular defiance. With a broad, mocking smile, Heimin announces that these are the people starving under Ganmori's rule. He grandly invites them to eat, and the starving women immediately fall upon a lavish feast spread across the table, devouring the food with desperate haste. The spectacle causes Ganmori to slam his fist on the table, his body trembling with rage. Clutching a wine bottle, he sputters, demanding to know what kind of game the young lieutenant is playing. His face contorted in fury, Ganmori points and bellows for his guards to kill the insolent joker. 2 guards immediately advance, batons raised, but Heimin remains perfectly calm, his hand resting on the hilt of his sheathed weapon. In a single, fluid motion, he draws a large, bladed fan and strikes. The guards are thrown aside before they can even react, their weapons useless. The force of the display sends Ganmori tumbling backward in his chair. As one guard hits the floor with a thud, the dark-skinned woman pauses her meal, momentarily startled. From the ground, Ganmori screams that Heizen is insane, warning that treason is a crime punishable by death for 3 generations. Unintimidated, the woman simply resumes drinking. Before Ganmori can continue his tirade, Heizen moves with blinding speed, clamping a gloved hand over the official's mouth and cutting off his shout with a choked gasp. He forces the man's head down, his voice low and menacing as he tells him not to screw with him. He declares that the women are starving because of Ganmori's tyranny. Internally, Heizen smirks, thinking that while he didn't expect to take someone out on his first day, it's a good start. Releasing the terrified official, Heizen turns to the dark-skinned woman and asks for a name. She hesitantly introduces herself as Kiana. Just then, General Gazar appears with a horned companion, remarking on what a harsh boss Heizen is. Heizen simply points at Ganmori and tells Gazar he's got it. He places a hand on Kiana's head, a confident smirk on his face, and declares that from this moment on, she and all the others will become bandits. The proclamation leaves Kiana utterly stunned. The horned man immediately objects, shouting that Heizen cannot simply make such a declaration. Unfazed, Heizen reassures him that it will be fine, explaining that General Gazar will serve as their leader and guide them. His attention then turns to the bound Nyotai Ganmori. With his foot planted firmly on the man's back, Heizen lays out the official story. These civilians, driven to banditry by poverty, raided the villa, stole its wealth, and kidnapped Ganmori. The senior civil aide, sweating profusely, can only sputter in outrage, questioning how a fellow officer could encourage such a crime. He grinds his heel into Ganmori's back, telling the filthy pig to stop acting high and mighty. He coldly informs the man that he is merely stripping away his ill-gotten wealth and that he should be grateful for it. Ganmori laughs maniacally, boasting that Heizen has no evidence. The young lieutenant calmly retorts that Ganmori's subordinates have already been denounced in absentia, with evidence of his corruption secured. To add to the story, Heizen promises to forge proof so vile that even the man's own family will disown it. The threat shatters Ganmori's confidence. He stammers in disbelief, insisting that no one would ever believe such a fabrication. His hope is swiftly crushed as Heizen looks down at him, stating with cold certainty that everyone will believe it, precisely because it is something Ganmori is known to be capable of. The realization dawns on the corrupt official, his face a mask of horror. Completely broken, Ganmori frantically backpedals, promising to use his money to support the very people he starved and to govern righteously from now on. Heizen offers only a vague, non-committal response, stating that he will consider it. But his words were a deception. Heizen claps his hands together and cheerfully instructs the newly formed bandits to split the valuables and haul Ganmori away. The bound official squirms on the floor, protesting that Heizen had just promised to consider his plea. With a chilling, wide grin, Heizen reveals the cruel trick. His promise to consider it was merely code. He spells the word out slowly, savoring the moment as he asks the defeated man if he understands now. Nyotai Ganmori trembles with rage, his face contorted in disbelief. He roars, questioning who could possibly understand Heizen's cryptic judgment. He shouts that after positive consideration, he has been deemed worthless and will receive no help. He coolly affirms this is exact. With a look of utter contempt, Heizen explains that it is only natural he wouldn't be able to decipher the code of a lust-crazed pig. Elsewhere, under the crescent moon, a scream echoes through the night. General Gazar sits casually with a bottle of wine as a line of captured citizens, now slaves, are marched past carrying goods. He remarks on being shipped off to a hellish place once again. The scene shifts to Heizen, now in conversation with Gazar. He describes the dire state of the region, noting that bribery, corruption, and hoarding are par for the course in its politics. He warns that people are being taxed to the brink of death, a situation so severe that it will soon cause the supply lines to the Lyle front line to stall. Gazar scoffs at the assessment, remarking that losing a war because of internal squabbles would be a pathetic joke. Their conversation is interrupted when Kiana, trembling, approaches Gazar to report that the cargo has been loaded. Gazar gives a simple acknowledgement as Heizen looks on. The general then reveals his immediate plans to Heizen. He intends to liquidate all the valuable goods through a merchant named Nandao and then train the captured women to be useful within a few months. He grins, showing sharp teeth, and notes that he doesn't believe Heizen will remain quiet for long. He asks what scheme he's planning to pull off this time. Heizen, with a tired look, replies that he finds the term crude. His demeanor shifts entirely, a cold, confident smile spreading across his face. He confirms Gazar's suspicions are correct and declares his intent to wrap everything up within 6 months. The morning after the reception for senior civil aide Nyotai, Lieutenant Heisenheim enters his office, carrying a folder. He is immediately greeted by startled Gilman Wanoa, a mid-level civil officer. Heizen places a reassuring hand on his subordinate's shoulder, noticing his state of shock. He correctly deduces that Gilman pulled an all-nighter, a fact confirmed by the 2 empty mugs on the desk. Heizen advises him that the proposals for Nyotai weren't urgent and that working all night reduces efficiency, instructing him to avoid it in the future. Gilman meekly admits he couldn't keep up with the sheer volume of documents. He sighs, appreciating Gilman's sense of responsibility, but firmly tells him to take the rest of the day off since he's already worked a full day. Gilman looks up in disbelief, questioning what will happen to the work. He explains that he needs Gilman to save his stamina, as there will be times when he'll demand even more intense workloads. Understanding, Gilman excuses himself and plods wearily out of the office. As he walks away, Gilman sighs, contemplating the rare luxury of a full day off. His thoughts are interrupted by a tapping sound, and he turns to find a small child standing before him, prompting a startled shout. The child, Yin, turns to face him as Heimin approaches from behind. Heimin begins to introduce her as his master before correcting himself, simply stating she is here. Gilman, still bewildered, asks what she is doing in a place like this, and if she is lost. He places a hand on her head and formally introduces Yin as his personal secretary, apologizing for the late introduction. Yin beams brightly and introduces herself, leaving Gilman utterly stunned by the revelation. As he wobbles away down the hall, Gilman reflects on what an amazing child she must be compared to him. Heimin calls out, telling him that while he is plenty capable, he should never compare himself to her, because she is special. Back in the office, Yin puffs out her cheeks, complaining that Heimin is only nice to everyone else. He ignores her pout, instead focusing on the documents she's prepared. He asks about the supply route intel, marveling that she completed the ton of work so quickly and with better results than expected. He marvels at her efficiency. The child had breezed past all expectations. Yin Lin explains that she conducted interviews to gather information quickly, making sure to cross-reference any questionable details to ensure the report's reliability. As he studies the map she prepared, he notes that all 12 supply routes to the front line are detours. He muses that it must be for risk management, as a direct route would require passing through other countries. Yin Lin, noticing his intense stare, tells him he's being creepy and takes a cautious step back. He ignores her complaint, focused on the problem at hand. He asks if there's truly no direct route across the desert. Yin Lin confirms that it would be reckless, as there are no oases. She adds that even constructing one just to transport water would be astronomically expensive. His gaze drifts toward the window, a plan forming in his mind. He dismisses the need for water transport, stating simply that the water just needs to fall as rain. Yin Lin looks at him, bewildered. She argues that it's a desert precisely because it doesn't rain conveniently. Unfazed, Heimin declares that, as a mage, he will figure something out. Her disbelief turns to shock. She retorts that not even the Empire possesses magic powerful enough to make it rain. Looking down at an image of suffering people, she quietly admits that seeing them makes her want to cling to any hope. He understands her sentiment. He observes that after all she has seen and heard in this parched land, she too wishes to save it. He agrees that they need quick impact measures, concluding that an oasis would bolster both supply route development and civilian stability. His thoughts turn to the people he needs for this endeavor. Without an oasis foundation, rain would just run off. He recalls entrusting people to General Gazar, but acknowledges it will take a month to make them useful for his purposes. Having made his decision, he turns to his secretary. He instructs Yin Lin to continue with her work, informing her that he is going to check on things elsewhere. Startled but compliant, she agrees. Meanwhile, in another office, Chief Secretary Scally Venice is in a state of panic. He furiously demands to know why there is still no contact with senior civil aide Nyotai. An aide rushes in with a report that Nyotai's villa may have been ransacked. Frantic, Scally searches for the previous day's visitor list, demanding to know who this Heisenheim is and who authorized his unrecorded meeting. He whirls on two female aides, shouting that the visit was only yesterday and demanding to know what is wrong with them. The two women look back, utterly bewildered, admitting that while they were there, they cannot recall anything about it. He bites his thumb, his mind racing with worst-case scenarios. If Nyotai was attacked, his survival is in question. He recalls Nyotai's frequent secret banquets, but they always knew his location. The chief secretary worries that if the worst has happened, Nyotai's personal secretaries will be jobless. His frantic thoughts are interrupted by a knock at the door. He grinds his teeth in frustration, wondering who could be calling at such a time. As the door creaks open, he recognizes the visitor and his suspicion flares. Heisenheim. The visitor, Heisenheim, stands in the doorway with a calm, almost smug expression. He announces that he is there to inquire about the progress of the proposals he submitted the previous day and asks if senior civil aide Nyotai is available. Scally is visibly startled by the direct question. Beside him, one of Nyotai's aides whispers a confirmation of the visitor's identity. Recovering, Scally offers a strained welcome. He gestures towards a chair, his voice sharp with an underlying sting. He informs Heimin that they happen to have business with him as well, inviting him to sit. After a cup of tea is placed before Heimin, Scally formally introduces himself as the chief secretary to senior civil aide Nyotai. He then states bluntly that they have lost all contact with Nyotai since the previous night. Heimin, looking concerned, asks if the matter has been reported. His composure shatters. Scally slams his hands on the desk and leans forward, shouting that their investigation revealed Nyotai's villa was attacked on the very same night Heimin met with him. He glares at the seated lieutenant, calling him brazen. Heimin, however, remains completely unfazed. He calmly replies that he doesn't find the situation particularly odd. He explains that on the front line, it's a daily occurrence for colleagues and superiors to vanish, whether from desertion, assassination, or friendly fire. Scally slams his hand on the desk again, incensed. He retorts that this is the capital, not the front line. He points to a document, declaring that Heisen's meeting record is the only one that is completely blank, questioning if Heimin thinks he can be silenced so easily. He responds with a disarming smile, conceding the point. Then, he provides a simple explanation for the blank report. The two ladies, Nyotai's aides, were sound asleep for the duration of the meeting. He adds that he even tried calling out to them, to no avail. Behind him, the two aides are shown slumped over in their chairs, deeply unconscious. His calm explanation was met with fury. Chief Secretary Scally slammed his fist down, demanding to know if Heimin thought such an excuse would fly. He lunged forward, accusing Heimin of controlling the aides with magic. He met the accusation with a confident, almost mocking smile. He questioned the chief secretary's claim, asking for proof of magic. Heimin then reminded Scally that, besides meeting records, it was the aides' responsibility to document everything. The chief secretary growled in frustration, his fist clenched tightly at his side. He declared himself appalled at the quality of Nyotai's personal secretaries, accusing them of shifting blame with mere circumstantial evidence. One of the aides, the one with light-toned hair, interjected. She pointed out that if the meeting had been yesterday, they could have written the report from memory, but they hadn't. She then revealed the reason. They were genuinely sleeping during work hours, making them lucky to have avoided more serious trouble. Heimin, holding a quill pen, leaned forward with an unsettlingly wide grin. He declared ominously that since he remembered everything, they could simply fill in the report now. The resulting document was then reviewed. It stated that Senior Aide Nyotai had praised Heimin's proposals and stamped them for approval. The officer reading it realized with shock that Heimin was brazenly falsifying the previous day's events. This blatant fabrication was too much for Scally. He erupted, shouting that there was no way Nyotai would ever do actual work like that. His outburst revealed that he knew Nyotai's lazy habits well, a fact that did not escape Heimin's notice. Seeing his opponent flustered, Heimin decided it was time for one final push. He casually mentioned that he had received a consultation from someone named Rakazaluo just the other day. He continued, explaining that the client was the female owner of a members-only bar. This owner, he elaborated, couldn't stand how a certain personal secretary's client kept forcing creepy special play on her. As Scally began to sweat and tremble, Heimin coolly stated that it's basic procedure for a civil officer to investigate the backgrounds of those involved, denying any attempt at blackmail. The implication struck Scally with full force, conjuring a vivid, humiliating memory. He saw himself dressed in baby clothes, complete with a pacifier, being called Babchan by the bar owner. The memory of her calling him a naughty boy and his own pathetic protests echoed in his mind, leaving him utterly exposed. He lies back on a bed, flustered and sputtering denials. He insists they don't really engage in that kind of thing and laments that forcing it on someone at a non-specialty place is wrong, even if they are paying. In a childish wail, he exclaims that Babchan wet his pants. His panic intensifies as he jolts upright, pointing an accusatory finger at the woman beside him. He shrieks that Babchan is a baby too, and while their members-only bar has baby stuff, it's not what she thinks. He seems most outraged by the lack of diapers, declaring it a basic necessity. Back in the present, Heimin sighs, calmly informing the man that he has already conducted interviews, fact-checking, and inspections. He confirms that he has many victims and witnesses, and that the story is true. The color drains from Scally's face as the horrifying realization dawns on him. They saw, they heard his play. He trembles, but attempts to rally, sputtering that it's not illegal. He declares it's a matter of personal freedom and that he won't bend to threats. Despite his words, his hands shake uncontrollably. He thinks to himself that it's over if he shows fear. These types will just keep pushing. Heimin's expression remains placid. Exactly right, he agrees before twisting the knife. He asks what Scally's daughter would think if she knew her beloved father was in a baby play. To prove his point, Heimin recites the man's personal information. Scally Venice, 39, resident of Konaup district. He notes that Scally is in divorce proceedings, but has a good relationship with his 16 and 13-year-old daughters. As Scally gasps, a memory surfaces of his eldest daughter, Rokelio-san, congratulating him on getting married soon. The violation pushes Scally over the edge. He lunges across the table, demanding to know what Heimin's game is. Unfazed, Heimin dismisses the outburst, stating he is merely fact-checking and that Scally's reaction is a bit high. As Scally chokes back a noise of pure dread, Heimin's expression turns cold and sharp. He leans forward, his gaze menacing, and comments on that head of yours. He rises from his chair, tapping the hilt of his sword. He concedes that Scally hasn't broken any laws, but delivers a final, chilling warning. Society is colder than winter rain to those who are different and to their kin. He stands impassively as Chief Secretary Scally grovels on the floor, pleading for him to stop and promising to do anything. Heimin calmly asks if his fact-checking was off the mark. The defeated man's mind races with regret. He realizes that for the sake of his daughter's bond and future, he has no choice but to endure this humiliation, wondering how long this blackmail will continue. Seeing his complete victory, Heimin presses his advantage with a chilling smile. He suggests they revisit the topic of the meeting records, addressing the man first as Chief Secretary Scally, then pointedly asking if he should call him Babchan instead. The threat forces Scally to his desk, where he sobs while signing documents. Heimin asks if he has settled the matter. The chief secretary internally grasps at the hope that this is a bluff, questioning whether Nyotai's approval stamp was truly on the original. Heimin calmly dismantles this hope, explaining that if the stamp wasn't there, then Scally himself would be guilty of forgery. The realization dawns on Scally. He is dealing with a complete devil. As Scally reels from this revelation, a knock sounds at the door. A young girl, Lin, enters, looking for intermediate civil officer Heimin. Heimin cheerfully greets her, casually calling Scally Babchan, which horrifies the chief secretary. He then gestures between the two, introducing Yin as his private secretary and coolly announcing his intention to hire Scally as a second one. He instructs them to greet each other, leaving both Yin and the chief secretary speechless with shock. Recovering slightly, Scally objects, declaring that he is Nyotai's private secretary. Heimin calmly points out the flaw in his logic. Nyotai has gone missing. As a privately contracted secretary, Scally's position is forfeit regardless. The chief secretary tries to bluff his way out, sweating as he claims to have other connections and refusing to work for the very man responsible for his current crisis. Heimin, however, maintains a disarmingly pleasant expression, suggesting it must be fate and that he will prepare a new job for Scally to save him from unemployment. To further cement his control, Heimin abruptly changes the subject, turning to Yin. He asks for her opinion on adults who wear diapers, leaving her completely bewildered. She tries to answer logically, musing that older people might need them for practical reasons. Heimin leans in and clarifies his meaning, specifying he's not talking about necessity, but about wearing them as a sexual preference. He stands impassively as Scally protests, his voice cracking with indignation. The chief secretary argues that his personal freedom should be respected and questions why Heimin would bring up such gross things publicly. Beside them, Lin recoils in disgust, her face pale as she declares the topic utterly repulsive. Unmoved by the outburst, he calmly explains the potential consequences. It would be a shame, he muses, if rumors of such preferences were to reach the ears of future employers or family. With a placid smile, he wishes the sweating chief secretary the best in his future endeavors, the veiled threat hanging heavy in the air. The implication strikes home instantly. Panicked, Scally abandons all pretense of dignity and rushes towards Heimin, begging to be allowed to work under him. His desperation culminates in a full, prostrating bow, his forehead nearly touching the floor as he implores Heimin to accept him. Looking down at the pathetic display, a satisfied smirk plays on his lips. He announces that such passion has convinced him, and he will grant the man's request. From the floor, Scally can only seethe in silent fury. With the decision made, Lin steps forward, presenting the official paperwork. She instructs Scally to carefully read and sign the magic contract for confidentiality and employment. Without a word, the defeated man complies. Once the contract is signed, Heimin lets out a sigh of relief, remarking that he can finally speak freely. The statement puzzles Scally, who silently questions if there was ever a point when the lieutenant had been holding back. He then turns to his new secretary with a disturbingly eager expression, proclaiming that he has great expectations for the man's perverted nature. The directness of the statement leaves Scally utterly stunned and sweating profusely. The chief secretary sputters, demanding to know if his actual skills weren't the reason for his employment. Heimin calmly dismisses the notion, rating Scally's abilities as below average but passable. He explains that while he can handle most things, he has a significant knowledge gap concerning the sexual service industry, a field he has actively avoided. He continues, explaining that since he now knows prey exists in that world, he needs an expert to cast a net. He instructs Scally to use his unique inclinations to go out drinking, build connections, and gather information. As the saying goes, he concludes, one should leave the rice cakes to the rice cake maker. Defeated, Scally can only offer a quiet yes. He continues his explanation with startling intensity, revealing that upon receiving the report on Scally, he trembled with a profound realization. He declares that Scally is a hardcore pervert who fully commits to the role of a baby, feeling aroused when middle-aged women put diapers on him. Heimin marvels at this innate value system, something he could never possess himself. In response to this assessment, Scally questions if he can truly be of any use, shamefully admitting that his particular perversion is not very deep. He internally weighs the pros and cons of his new situation. The conditions are far better than with Nyotai, and a magical contract ensures he can't easily back out, but he remains hesitant, ignoring his new subordinate's internal conflict. Heimin instead asks if the condition is deep. Scally, taken aback, asks for clarification on what is commonly called babiness. Heimin simply confirms that is indeed the term. He explains the concept further, stating that with true babiness, a person's instincts are naturally stirred, making them want to provide care. He laments his own shallowness, admitting that he must give verbal instructions even outside of roleplay, which he considers a foolish act. As he speaks, his formal uniform seems to dissolve away. His transformation complete, Scally stands reborn, clad only in a bib and diaper, a pacifier in his mouth. With newfound conviction, he strikes a pose and loudly vows to devote himself to making his babiness useful for the mission. A dark, triumphant grin spreads across Heimin's face as he clenches his fist. He knew it all along. His judgment was not mistaken. Beside him, Lin remains utterly unimpressed. A strange announcement is made. Chief Secretary Mott Venice has joined the cause, depicted in a bizarre, skimpy outfit with a pacifier in his mouth. Inside the mid-level civil officer's office, Lin reacts to this news with dismay, finding the man pitiful and pleading with Heimin not to drag her into it. Heimin, seated at his desk, calmly notes that, as expected, she can act as well. She questions his judgment, suggesting that infiltrating night establishments would normally be a task for General Gazar. She concedes that Mott is talented, but intuits that Heimin wants to entrust him with a different kind of matter. He confirms her suspicion with a nod, explaining his strategy. Mott extreme personal habits, he states, can be a weapon. While nobles fear scandal, they ironically indulge in distorted acts, making them vulnerable. By guiding Mott he will gain the experience needed for any kind of special play. Lin grimaces in disgust, wishing for a more normal associate. Changing the subject, Lin asks when his proposal to support the people will finally pass. He informs her that while it will be forwarded, it likely won't be approved. Shocked, she asks if this means the townspeople will be abandoned. He reveals his true intent. He wants her to make a move personally. The proposal's failure is precisely what he plans to use as proof of the higher-ups' negligence. Lin counters that she has neither the budget nor the supplies for such an undertaking. In response, he simply holds out a fluttering document, asking if this will suffice for now. Her eyes widen in astonishment. The document details how he has used his own personal assets to issue promissory notes, ensuring that funds, food, and water will arrive in the coming days. Looking up at him, she remarks that he is truly unusual. She questions why he would go to such lengths for the people of Doctrine Territory, a place to which he was only recently assigned. His reasoning is simple, voiced over a view of the arid, fortified land. The land needs aid, and he is merely helping those who are flailing and suffering. Even so, he acknowledges grimly, the chance of recovery is less than 50-50. He declared his gamble complete, having bet his entire fortune on the wisdom and efforts of his allies and the people's will to survive. With a confident smile, he acknowledged that he was now truly penniless, placing the final outcome in their hands. Having received her own instructions, Lin beamed with determination, her fists clenched in excitement as she accepted the task with a resounding, "Yes, sir." As a final addendum, he instructed her not to forget to keep Chief Secretary Mott entertainment expenses and Raifa's food budget fully intact. The instruction left Lin momentarily stunned, shocked that such matters were a priority. Energized by her new purpose, she declared she couldn't sit around and had to begin arrangements immediately. Calling out to her master one last time, she hurried away while Heimin watched her go with a neutral expression. She paused to thank him profusely, promising to do her very best. Heimin, however, simply waved her off, stating that he didn't understand her gratitude and urging her to get going. Her determined rush took her down a hallway, past a watchful Raifa and a preoccupied Gilman Wanoa, who was carrying a large stack of documents. Lin muttered her resolve to herself as she ran. This display prompted Raifa to approach Heimin, who was now seated at his desk. She questioned whether he was putting too much of a burden on Yan's shoulders, both physically and mentally. He calmly replied that this mission was more than just work for Yan. He explained that attempting to stop her would be pointless, as she would be left with deep regrets if she didn't push herself to her absolute limit. Raifa pressed the point, her voice overlaying a grim vision of the future, Yan standing alone amidst the bodies of the fallen. She pointed out the painful reality that the girl would not be able to save everyone and would witness many deaths, questioning if she could truly endure it. She concluded her thought while gazing out at the city. Raifa acknowledged that Yan is still a deeply sensitive child. Even so, she asserted that Yan is not so weak that she would avert her eyes from the truth, that people are dying everywhere, whether she is there to witness it or not. She pressed him further, questioning if he was truly raising Lin to be his successor. Heimin flatly denied it, stating that he didn't have that kind of leeway. Her expression turned grave. She reached across the desk and grabbed his gloved hand, her gaze intense as she told him to remember this moment. He met her stare, his own face unreadable. She maintained her grip, leaning over the desk with a knife resting on the surface between them, underscoring the gravity of her words. He finally responded, his voice calm and assured. He clarified that he had no intention of making the girl his substitute and expressed complete confidence in her ability to handle the mission, trusting his own judgment. Hearing his conviction, she seemed to relent with a sigh. Changing the subject, she informed him that a letter had arrived from someone named Nandao. He took the letter, surprised by its swift arrival. As Heimin read, he realized the supplies from the merchant, Nandao, were 3 times what he'd hoped for, enough to last a whole month. In a brief cutaway, Nandao is seen dismissing a subordinate's warning that he'll go bankrupt. The merchant explains that he isn't aiming for profit, but simply wants to support someone he believes is worth betting on. Returning his attention to Raifa, he handed the letter back. He declared it his reply and assigned her a new role, to be Lin's support and guardian. A wide, pleased smile spread across her face as she accepted, remarking on his incredible generosity. His expression then hardened, and he clenched his gloved fist with a sharp crack. He announced his own plan to skip meals and divert the savings to the cause, but issued a stern order. If Lin tries to imitate him, Raifa is to make her eat, even if it requires force. She waved away his self-sacrificing notion, insisting that he must eat as well. She pointed out that in a famine of this magnitude, one person's portion would make no real difference. He looked down at his hand, a subtle, knowing smile on his face. He clarified that his goal was different. The act of self-denial was a kind of ritual, a preliminary magical step designed to heighten the power of one's wish. He calmly tells Raifa that she can eat as well, prompting her to slam her hands on the table in protest. She insists she is not that much of a glutton, complaining that she's starting to act like Yen. 2 days later, this peaceful moment is interrupted. A flustered civil officer, Gilman Wanoa, rushes to Heimin with a report. He explains with urgency that complaints have arisen concerning the large-scale charity work Yen is conducting for the people. He takes the document and questions the nature of the complaints, wondering what could be wrong with helping people. Gilman clarifies that the finance department views it as an act of undercutting their authority. Heimin considers this, noting that since the donation is personal and not illegal, he fails to see why it warrants such a fuss. His expression hardens as he realizes the implication. Yen's donation must be inconvenient for the finance department for some reason. Deciding to address the matter head-on, he instructs Gilman to take him to them. The nervous officer snaps to attention and agrees. As they walk down a long, stately corridor, Gilman hesitantly calls out to him. Heimin turns his head slightly, asking what is on his mind. The young officer looks at him earnestly, stating his belief that Heimin is in the right. He adds a somber warning, however, that what is right does not always prevail. His warning hangs in the air as they arrive before the imposing, ornate entrance to the finance department. Gilman finishes his thought with gravity, adding that righteousness is especially unlikely to triumph in this particular place. He steps forward confidently, reassuring the worried officer. Heimin advises him that if one truly believes they are in the right, then they must stand firm with confidence. His confidence is immediately met with furious opposition. A stout, red-faced official named Munou confronts him, grabbing his own tie in agitation. He bellows that providing aid to the people is the sole responsibility of the finance department, and warns that by not going through him, Heimin is causing serious problems. The finance officer's rage only escalates. Jabbing a finger at Heimin, he dismisses the charity as a hopeless, virtue-signaling stunt typical of young people. He furiously demands that Heimin take the circumstances of the department into account. He calmly explained his position, acknowledging the desire to avoid unnecessary expenses, but insisting that saving the people is a necessity. Given the state of the city, he continued, it was difficult to believe the finance department was functioning properly at all. The officer, taken aback, asked if that was truly what he meant. Heimin confirmed without hesitation that it was exactly how it sounded. A vein throbbed on Guminou's temple as he sputtered, demanding to know if Heimin was directly blaming the finance department. As the finance officer continued to stammer in disbelief, Heimin's expression suddenly shifted. A bright, beaming smile spread across his face as he declared that it was good his point had been understood so clearly. He maintained his pleasant smile, standing perfectly still as the official stared back, utterly lost for words. The officer began to quiver, his composure completely shattered. He tried to regain the upper hand by invoking a higher authority, warning Heimin that Deputy Finance Minister Ganasud himself had voiced disapproval. His voice rose as he demanded to know if the young lieutenant even realized the gravity of his words. At the Finance Ministry, Lieutenant Heisenheim requests a direct meeting with the Deputy Minister. A mid-level finance officer, Munou, erupts in derision, calling Heimin a fool. He gestures to a hierarchy chart, explaining that the Deputy Minister is a man of immense status, far beyond the reach of a mere lieutenant. Heimin calmly counters that an appointment should be possible regardless of rank, but Munou dismisses the law, declaring that they have their own rules and customs. The officer puffs out his chest, insisting that the Deputy Minister is far too busy and offering to relay the message on Heimin's behalf, effectively stonewalling him. Unfazed by the refusal, Heimin turns to his aide, Secretary Gilman. He calmly states that he will simply request a meeting through Senior Administrator Moldad instead. Munou watches this exchange, muttering to himself about the young man's strange desperation. Munou sighs with relief, waving a dismissive hand. He identifies Heimin as a subordinate of Nyotai, who has recently gone missing, and scoffs at the idea that Moldad would help someone else's underling. Heimin's gaze sharpens. He replies coolly that the matter is none of Guminou's concern, before adding appointed. Or is it? He presses the point, leaning forward slightly. He asks Munou directly if it would be so inconvenient for him if he were to speak with the Deputy Minister, questioning if it truly troubles him that much. The direct accusation strikes a nerve. Guminou's face contorts in a silent, twitching panic. As the finance officer freezes, Gilman Wanoa flinches at his superior's intensity and offers a hasty, flustered apology for the pointed question. Recovering his composure, Guminou seethes, internally cursing Heimin as a brat acting high and mighty just because he came from the front lines. He reassures himself that the newcomer has no connections and will never get an audience with Moldad. Just then, Gilman rushes back to Heimin's side, holding a document. He excitedly announces that the request for an audience with the senior administrator has been approved, noting that Heimin is an administrator not even flagged in the fact-check system. They are clear to go. He walked with purpose, internally weighing his options. He knew he lacked the leverage to make threats and preferred not to use force in front of Gilman, but he resolved that if it came to it, He would have no other choice. Entering the office, he formally thanked Senior Administrator Moldad for agreeing to the sudden meeting. The administrator, seated comfortably, replied that he didn't mind, though he admitted his surprise that Heimin had requested an audience with the deputy minister. At Heimin's side, Gilman Wanoa presented a document. Heimin explained the situation, stating that the deputy minister had apparently raised objections to his personal charitable donations. Moldad noted that for Heimin to skip the customary greetings, the matter must be quite serious, and asked for the details. The administrator took the document, confirming that it bore the finance department's seal. Heimin elaborated that it was not the sort of issue that warranted such a fuss, which was precisely why he wished to explain any discrepancy directly to the minister. As he reviewed the papers, Moldad commented on Heimin's passion, comparing his efforts to pouring a single cup of water into a vast desert. He then questioned why, if he was facing criticism, Heimin didn't simply stop making the donations. His question was met with a sharp retort from Heimin, who stated that any outcome was more meaningful than wasting time on customary greetings in a lavish castle. Moldad chuckled, acknowledging that Heimin's words had a sting to them. Leaning forward with a knowing smirk, the administrator changed his tone. He warned that while Heimin could insist on his own way for now, passing his proposal would require the finance department's cooperation. This path, he cautioned, carried a high chance of ruining everything. Heimin's expression hardened in defiance. He declared firmly that he had no intention of antagonizing the department, but neither would he back down simply out of fear of conflict. Moldad's calm demeanor faltered slightly at the young officer's unwavering resolve. With a deep sigh, Moldad leaned back in his chair, the wood creaking under the movement. He admitted with a smile that he was weak to such displays of determination. He agreed to help, but warned that the preparations he could make would only last about 5 minutes, cautioning Heimin not to expect too much. The administrator then stood, explaining his role. He saw himself as a buffer between stubborn upper management and a capable, motivated newcomer, a fitting position for a self-proclaimed second-rate middle manager. He then turned to Heimin and asked if that arrangement was acceptable. He stood by his senior administrator Moldad, waved off his compliments, suggesting they would be better directed at someone like Nyotai. Heimin admitted his surprise that an official of Moldad's standing was even present. With a brief exchange over, Moldad gestured for them to proceed. As they walked down the corridor, Moldad mentioned a rumor he'd heard. Nyotai had gone missing, and things were running much more smoothly in his absence. He confessed to feeling something similar himself, which seemed to catch Heimin off guard. Taking the opportunity, Heimin asked if Vice Minister of Finance Ganasud was truly the sort of person to object over a simple donation. The administrator paused, explaining that the issue was not the act itself, but a matter of stature. He elaborated that in their society, no one had ever sacrificed their personal wealth to save the people, even when it was clearly the right course of action. He continued, pointing out that Heimin, a young outsider and a mere newcomer, had done just that. Moldad warned that there would inevitably be powerful individuals who would perceive this unprecedented generosity as a personal slight against them. Turning back, Moldad asked if this cynical reality had disappointed him. Heimin replied firmly that it had not, stating that he looked up to Moldad as his superior. The administrator laughed, questioning why anyone would admire someone so self-admittedly small. Heimin's expression remained intense as he clarified that he respected Moldad precisely because he was willing to admit his own weakness. Now walking along an open-air colonnade, Moldad remarked with some amusement that Heimin had attached himself to him in a strange way. He promised to try and live up to the flattery, but advised the young man not to overdo it. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a loud bang from below. Standing on a balcony with Gilman Wanoa, Heimin looked down to see an enraged man inside a room, slamming his hand against the window. A confident smirk played on Heimin's lips as he watched the display. In stark contrast, the man inside, Vice Minister Ganasud, was drenched in sweat, his face contorted in a sputtering rage. Inside the office, Ganasud slammed his fist down, roaring Heimin's name. A stern, high-ranking official seated before him calmly addressed the vice minister, then turned his attention to the balcony, inquiring about the identity of Moldad's companion. The stern official recognizes the young man before him. Azin, Heimin, you're the newcomer who spent his own fortune to aid the people. He then gestures toward another man, Finance Officer Munou, inviting him to join. Munou, however, is already agitated, whirling on Heimin and demanding to know why he is there. He calmly asks if he has somehow caused offense, stating that his action was a personal donation and not something for the finance officer to comment on. Munou retorts that this is correct, but reveals he received a document from Heimin that very morning. The deputy minister interjects, explaining that the document in question stated that Vice Minister of Finance Ganasud had objections to the donation. He asks Munou for an explanation, but the finance officer begins to sweat and whistle nervously, claiming it is the first he has heard of it. His denial is immediately countered as Administrator Moldad presents the document, confirming it bears the official seal of the finance department. The deputy minister takes the paper, his eyes narrowing as he recognizes his own signature and furiously demands to know the meaning of it all. Cornered by the evidence, Munou erupts, shouting that it must be a forgery or that someone else ordered it. His accusation is swiftly dismantled by Gilman Wanoa, who points out that Munou himself handed him the document that morning. This sends Munou into a further rage, screaming for silence and repeatedly denying any knowledge as Administrator Moldad calmly notes that the paperwork still appears to be his. The deputy minister examines the document, dismissing it as the usual poor quality work from Munou and identifying a habitual writing mistake. Heimin adds that the forgery is practiced, suggesting other documents have been faked as well. The realization dawns on Munou that he is being framed for a serious crime in front of two powerful officials. With the situation clear, the deputy minister orders an immediate investigation of Munou's office. He tasks Heimin and Gilman with observing the search to ensure no foul play occurs from either side, leaving Munou to fidget nervously in the center of the room. He then sets a strict time limit on the proceedings. He can only spare 10 minutes. If nothing is found by then, the matter will be dropped. Heimin agrees that 10 minutes is sufficient. He turns to his secretary and gives the order, "Let's search, Gilman." His aide snaps to attention, ready to begin. He immediately began his search, pulling books and papers from a high shelf with a clatter. As Gilman sat calmly at the desk, the sweating finance officer Munou watched in disbelief, wondering why Heimin was focused on that particular spot. His seemingly random search was, in fact, a calculated strategy. He had instructed Gilman to check the desk that Munou's eyes had darted to first, while he himself would search the bookshelf the finance officer had conspicuously ignored. Heimin voiced his suspicion that if his hunch was correct, they would find proof of more than just the forged document. The strategy paid off almost instantly. Outside the office, Munou was still complaining to the impassive deputy minister about the disgrace of using superiors to threaten other departments. His protests were cut short as Gilman emerged, triumphantly holding up his findings: half-written duplicate documents and a false bottom from a drawer containing forged seals. While Gilman secured the evidence of forgery, Heimin continued his own search inside. Munou, now in a full-blown panic, screamed for him to stop. Ignoring the pleas, Heimin confirmed his suspicion, noting that the item he held also contained a hidden compartment. He tossed aside more documents, his focus unwavering. Senior Administrator Moldad, observing the chaos, asked if Internal Affairs Officer Heimin was still looking for something. Munou's desperation escalated. He shrieked that whatever Heimin was looking for was unrelated, admitting fault for the forgery and begging someone to stop the search. His persistence yielded a far darker secret. As Heimin pulled a specific document from a pile, Moldad's eyes widened in shock, identifying it as a slave trade contract. The deputy minister's expression hardened. Heimin noted grimly that while this contract alone was sufficient evidence, a continued search would likely uncover even more. The damning revelation sent Munou into a desperate flight. The finance officer tried to bolt from the room, but Heimin moved with startling speed. A sharp click of his heel preceded his lunge, and he forcefully slammed the fleeing man against the bookshelf, pinning him as Moldad confirmed he'd found it. With Munou subdued beneath his boot, Heimin silenced the man's frantic denials of involvement with a firm stomp. As the finance officer protested that he was being framed, Senior Administrator Moldad looked on in astonishment. He asked Heimin how he knew about the slave trade connection, a realization dawning on him. The Internal Affairs Officer had been searching for this specific crime from the very start. With the corrupt official Munou exposed, Deputy Minister 1, arms crossed, demands to know how Heimin uncovered his involvement in the slave business. Heimin explains that Munou mentioning the deputy minister's name was the immediate giveaway, a typical sign of a small-time crook. Kneeling on the floor, the defeated deputy finance minister Ganasud mutters that at first, he believed the deputy minister's disapproval was genuine. He continues his line of reasoning, questioning why Munou would impersonate the deputy minister and try to stop his donation if the disapproval was real. Heimin points out that the deputy minister had expressed no actual disapproval at all. As Heimin finishes, Senior Administrator Moldad elaborates on the grim economics of the slave trade. He explains that the most efficient way to create slaves is to drive people into complete despair through hunger and poverty, as simply maintaining them in that state generates profit. Munou, he concludes, feared that Heimin's aid would harm his own profits. The accused official, sweating profusely, offers his own twisted justification. He claims that when he once used his own wealth to help people, he was condemned for highlighting the negligence of the finance department. Because of this, he argues, they couldn't allow anyone else to follow his example. The system itself enabled his corruption. It is normally impossible for a mid-level administrator to even meet the deputy finance minister, so there was no way for victims to confirm whether the supposed disapproval was real. Most likely, previous victims simply gave up, which only emboldened Munou. This time, however, was different. Senior Administrator Moldad had managed to secure an official appointment. Caught completely off guard, Munou didn't even have time to hide the evidence before barging into the office in a panic. Having heard the full account, Deputy Minister 1 regards Heimin with a critical eye, remarking that he is a sharp-tongued and quick-witted young man. He then poses a challenging question, asking if Heimin ever considered that he, the deputy minister, might also be an accomplice. Before Heimin can answer, Moldad steps in. He reasons that if the deputy minister were truly an accomplice, Munou would have used someone else's name to avoid implicating a powerful ally. Moldad adds that they must have suspected something themselves, which is why they agreed to such a sudden confrontation. Heimin then adds his own perspective, stating that he couldn't accuse a subordinate from the same division without solid evidence. explaining his careful approach. His explanation complete, the deputy minister looks over at Heimin and Gilman. He remarks that while it's amusing to watch someone stand up to them, it's not so pleasant to be on the receiving end. He tells Heimin plainly, "You lack charm." With a slight, confident smile, Heimin replies that he will take that as a compliment. He asserts that it's hard to believe scum like Munou acted alone, insisting it is essential to strike at all accomplices in the finance department at once. Gilman Wanoa snaps to attention, affirming the order and preparing to interrogate everyone on the provided list. The senior administrator clenches his fist, declaring that it is a commander's duty to take responsibility for his subordinates' actions and warns Heimin not to underestimate him. He then relaxes his posture, admitting he has grown dull with age, but is glad to have witnessed something so interesting at the end. He smiles reassuringly, telling the administrator there is no need to resign. His only task, Heimin states, is to cut off the criminals. His words strike a nerve. The administrator whirls around, shouting that the suffering of the people is his responsibility as well. He demands to know if Heimin is telling him to pathetically run away from that duty and what resigning would truly accomplish. He leans in, poking the administrator's chest for emphasis. He clarifies that Moldod's purpose is not to sit in a garden sipping tea, but to dedicate every ounce of his authority and position to saving the people. The administrator swallows hard, unnerved by the young officer's intensity. He agrees to think it over, realizing with dawning horror that they have invited a truly terrifying monster into their midst. The following morning, Gilman Wanoa excitedly reports that the interrogations are proceeding smoothly. A task force to investigate the slave trading guild has been formed, and an arrest is imminent. Heimin listens, then calmly instructs him that no one is to speak of the matter. His superior's order is met with disbelief. Gilman objects loudly, insisting that all corruption must be exposed and questioning if this means the case will be covered up. Heimin simply states that Administrator Moldod is an excellent man who will make the best decision. Flustered, Gilman asks if Heimin truly wants a promotion that badly. He looks up with a confident smirk. A promotion, he confirms, will be lovely. After all, he has things he wants to do. The response leaves Gilman reeling, forcing him into a moment of intense self-reflection. He clenches his fists, questioning his own motivations for becoming an officer of the Empire. Was it for a living? To live righteously? Or was it to eradicate all evil? He stood frozen, startled by Heimin's direct questions. Heimin pressed him, clenching a fist as he asked what Gilman truly wanted to accomplish, and warning him not to lose sight of his ultimate goal. His moment of introspection passed, replaced by a sudden, fierce resolve. He declared that he would follow Administrator Heimin's judgment, pledging to stand by him no matter what happened. Heimin turned and walked away down the corridor, leaving Gilman behind. He found the young man's sudden attachment strange, but ultimately decided to let it be, remarking that Gilman could suit himself, even if he didn't recommend it. Sometime later, under the harsh sun of a vast desert, he stood clad in a light-toned, hooded cloak. Yin Lin, similarly attired, ran towards him, calling out "Master." He turned, a lantern hanging from his belt, and asked how things were on her end. She looked downcast as she gave her report. They had done everything they could, gathering as much water and food as possible, but she lamented that there were still many people they were unable to save. Heimin responded with a calm pragmatism, stating that it couldn't be helped as they were not gods. Yin Lin accepted this and gestured towards a cave entrance, asking him to please lead the way. As she led him inside, they were met by a group of weary-looking people. One man rushed forward, calling out to her as Yin-sama and announcing her return. He explained that everyone was anxious, and Yin Lin reassured him that while their current supplies would only last about 3 months, they should be receiving more from a man named Nandao in a few days. Her presence brought immediate relief to the crowd. They gathered around her, calling her name and thanking goodness for her safe return. The young girl appeared, slightly overwhelmed by the reverent attention. Watching the scene unfold, Heimin commented with some amusement that she had actually managed to tame the locals. A bit flustered by his phrasing, Yin Lin explained her strategy. She had learned of a local tale about a Saint Mimia and used that as a reference to build their faith in her. She elaborated on her reasoning, her expression turning serious. She had figured no one would listen to a child otherwise. The situation had been dire, with some people even attempting to attack them for their food, making the saintly persona a necessary tool for survival and control. She recalled how the situation had stabilized. Once rumors of Raifu's overwhelming strength in subduing the desperate attackers spread, everything changed. This newfound peace led the survivors to treat Yin Lin with a reverence that bordered on worship. 2 of them approached her hesitantly, calling her name with awe as another collapsed to the ground in gratitude. She tried to deflect the praise, looking to Heimin for support. A villager interrupted, thanking her for the strength to move again. Yin Lin attempted to explain that the food and water had actually come from Heimin, but he quietly advised her to just go with it for now. His presence, however, did not go unnoticed. One of the villagers pointed at him, his voice filled with alarm as he recognized the man's attire. "Yin-sama," he stammered. "This man, he's wearing an imperial uniform." The recognition sparked immediate fear and hostility. The villager accused Heimin of planning to capture Yin Lin for aiding them, and to capture the rest of them as well. Heimin simply told the man to rest assured, but his calm demeanor did little to quell the rising panic. He then addressed the crowd with a charismatic smile, declaring that while he may be an imperial officer, he was so moved by Yin-sama's ideals that he chose to accompany her. He proclaimed himself her first servant and their senior in faith. The declaration stunned Yin-lin into silence, while the villagers erupted in cheers, taking it as proof of her divine grace. Later, inside a tent, Heimin sat with Yin-lin and the group's chief. The chief acknowledged that while they had escaped immediate danger, they had nothing and could not continue living day to day with limited food and water. Heimin, spreading a map before them, agreed and stated that he had a proposal. He looked directly at the astonished chief and made his offer. "Will you help me create an oasis?" The chief reacted with disbelief, questioning if it was even possible for people to create an oasis. Heimin explained that they wouldn't be starting from scratch. As a mage, he would use magic to form a foundation, a water reservoir fed by an aquifer via a water-lifting pump. He only needed the chief to handle its maintenance and management. His plan offered more than just water, it offered freedom. The villagers, overhearing the proposal, cheered at the prospect of no longer having to bow to the imperial bastards for water. Moved by their hope and determination, the chief, with tears welling in his eyes, accepted the monumental task. Inspired by the promise of a new future, the desert dwellers erupt in cheers. They vow to repay Yin-lin's kindness and decide to call out to their kin in the neighboring valleys to join the effort. Yin-lin watches them, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Noticing her expression, Heimin asks why she looks so troubled. She quietly confesses that it feels as though she is deceiving them, using their precious faith for their own ends. He tells her not to underestimate them, explaining that they have endured a great famine and are not fools. Their belief, he insists, is a means to survive the present. Once their lives are stable, this entire affair will simply become a childish story. Hearing this, Yin-lin's expression softens into a smile of understanding. With the plan set in motion, Heimin informs Yin-lin that they will return to the capital for now. There is someone there he wants her to meet. She nods in agreement, ready to follow his lead. As they begin to walk, he suddenly stumbles, his body lurching forward. Yin-lin cries out in alarm, calling him master. He catches himself against the canyon wall, assuring her that he is fine. Yin-lin rushes to his side, her face etched with worry as she asks if he is truly all right. She remains unconvinced, recalling that he refused water earlier. She realizes he must be abstaining from sustenance as part of the relief effort. Heimin admits he hasn't eaten or drunk anything for the past few days, but claims he can last for 10. He explains that this is a valuable opportunity. He wants to use this state of deprivation to test how far his current body can maintain performance and self-control. Yin-lin questions the necessity of such extreme measures. Heimin firmly states that he must, explaining that one has to etch their limits into their very heart. Otherwise, they will either cower in fear or die from reckless valor. Staring at his back as he walks away, Yin-lin bluntly calls him a freak. With a sigh, she follows after him, resignedly saying, "Let's go." She worried that speaking her mind would only add to her master's burdens. Moments later, she stands before a man in a formal military uniform, giving a cheerful bow. She introduces herself as Yin, the private secretary to mid-level administrator Heimin. The man, senior administrator Munou, smiles, recognizing her as the famous Saint Mimia he's heard so much about. Heimin steps into the conversation, remarking that Munou is quick to catch wind of things. Munou returns the compliment, noting that while he isn't as fast, his own subordinates are quite competent. He then places a hand on Yin-lin's shoulder, formally requesting that Munou take care of her. He explains that while she may look young and act immature, her abilities are exceptional. As he speaks, Yin-lin whispers a warning to him that Munou has two faces and isn't kind-hearted, though he is good at his job. Heimin gently takes her wrist to quiet her, causing her to let out a small gasp. In response to Heimin's formal introduction, Munou laughs heartily, agreeing that as long as she's good at her job, that's all that matters. Heimin gives Yin-lin a dismissive pat on the head. Heimin clears his throat, apologizing for the display and suggesting they move on to the main topic. Munou smiles, remarking that he's honestly impressed she can argue with Heimin, acknowledging their relationship is purely one of student and mentor. As they begin, Yin-lin realizes they're discussing the proposal from the other day. She recalls Heimin predicting it wouldn't get approved, as it was submitted specifically to prove the negligence of the upper ranks. Her thoughts are confirmed when Munou reports that there has been some strange movement regarding the documents. He explains that they should have reached the acting consul, Vigornal, by now, but they seem to have disappeared. Heimin is taken aback, impressed that Munou managed to track the proposal all the way to the top level. Continuing his explanation, Munou describes the acting consul as a man who makes decisions swiftly, is meticulous in his groundwork, and is highly competent. However, he cautions that their perspectives don't always align. He concludes that Vigornal is a man who prioritizes national interests above all else. Hearing this, Heimin sighs and asks why, if someone like that is at the top, things are still so bad. Munou can only offer a nervous laugh in response. He states his request plainly to Senior Administrator Munou, asking him once more to arrange a meeting with Acting Consul Vigornal. The administrator agrees, but warns him that this will be the first and last time he provides such assistance. He advises Heimin to act on his own convictions rather than seeking favor, and instructs him to return the next day. A sharp grin spreads across his face as he readily accepts the terms. He thanks Moldad, stating that the administrator's willingness to stand at the forefront makes his own path clearer, and that they will face the challenge together. Moldad, slightly flustered, cautions him not to overdo it. The following day, Moldad accompanies him to the meeting. As they stand before their host, the senior administrator formally introduces himself and thanks the man for his hospitality at a recent exchange meeting. Seated behind a grand desk, acting consul Vigernal greets Moldad warmly, glad he enjoyed the gathering. His gaze then shifts to Heimin, correctly identifying him as the author of the proposal in question. The acting consul offers his assessment, praising the proposal for being both rational and devoted to the people, two qualities he finds admirable. Heimin offers his thanks for the kind words. Despite the praise, he delivers a significant caveat. Tapping his fingers on the desk, he explains that due to the project's large scale and financial strain, he must consult with his superior. An answer, he states, will take at least half a year. Heimin immediately protests, shouting that the delay is far too long. Unfazed by the outburst, the acting consul simply looks up with a calm, knowing smile, stating that the delay is perfectly fine. His cryptic response leaves Heimin bewildered, prompting him to ask what the acting consul means by that. Turning his back on them, Vigernal delivers his final verdict. He declares that the proposal will be rejected, adding condescendingly that Heimin is too young to understand the reasons why. He stood impassively as acting consul Vigernal looked at him with a wry smile. The consul acknowledged that Heimin had certainly stirred up a mess, but confidently assured him that he would take care of it. The consul then began a condescending history lesson, explaining that since Heimin was new, he likely didn't know that the Empire had first taken control of this scarcely inhabited land to use as a supply base for the Lyle front lines. He continued, recounting how people and goods began to flow through the area, leading locals to start trading amongst themselves. The Empire allowed them to settle, on the condition that they pay taxes. But, Vigernal added with disdain, they had the audacity to rebel. Vigernal concluded his tale by stating that after the rebellion was suppressed, the Emperor graciously permitted the people to remain, as they claimed they couldn't survive in the desert. The consul declared that he himself was moved by such generosity. His lecture then turned directly to Heimin. He advised the young man to broaden his perspective and cast away any foolish sense of justice. The people, Vigernal explained, are to be kept alive, but never allowed to thrive. In that moment, Heimin understood. The heavy taxes were deliberately imposed to keep the locals from ever gaining power. With a patronizing pat on the shoulder, Vigernal framed the entire affair as a good lesson. He encouraged Heimin not to be discouraged and to continue bringing forth new proposals. As they walked away, Senior Administrator Moldad observed aloud that acting consul Vigernal is certainly an intelligent man, but trailed off, struggling to articulate a fundamental flaw he perceived in him. A sudden realization struck Heimin, and he finished Moldad's thought in his own mind. His perspective is narrow. At that exact instant, Vigernal's eye shot open in fury, his fist clenching as if he had somehow perceived the silent judgment. A stark assessment hangs in the air. His perspective is narrow. The judgment lands with jarring effect. Acting Consul Vigernal Ghana is taken aback, utterly confused. Beside him, Senior Administrator Moldad flinches, demanding to know what Internal Affairs Minister Heimin means by his sudden outburst. His eye twitching with irritation, Vigernal asks if he misheard, questioning who exactly Heimin is calling narrow-minded. With unnerving calm, Heimin confirms that he is, of course, referring to the acting consul himself. He continues his critique without hesitation, declaring Vigernal's tax rate adjustments to be terrible. He explains that the consul's policy of using only punishment without any reward is ineffective and fails to extract the maximum possible revenue from the populace. This approach, he elaborates, intentionally weakens the people to make them easier to control, but it has backfired. The territory's tax revenue has steadily declined, and now even the scarce river water is controlled by the empire, strangling the life from the land and its inhabitants. He dismisses it as the thinking of a petty bureaucrat content with merely fulfilling obligations. Vigernal retorts angrily, jabbing a finger forward. He insists that the city's role is not to prosper, but to serve as a stable and safe relay point for the front lines. His anger turning to skeptical curiosity, Vigernal picks up Heimin's proposal, asking if it will truly increase tax revenue. Heimin lays out his plan on a map, convert the current, winding supply route into a direct one, cutting expenses. For that, he explains, they need people to live in the desert, as roads naturally form where settlements exist. He scoffs at the notion, calling it delusional. Raising his finger emphatically, Vigernal declares that people cannot live in the desert, reminding Heimin of the many years that have passed since the last rainfall. His confident dismissal is met with a simple, world-altering statement. As Vigernal stares in disbelief, Heimin calmly states, then we'll just make it rain. He envisions the result. If people can live in the desert, logistics and trade will flourish. There will be no need to pay tolls for detours through other nations. Heimin concludes that the current administration has deliberately killed the people's potential and robbed them of their chance to grow. His bold declaration was met with fury. Acting Consul Vigernal Ghana's face contorted in rage as he accused the young officer of choosing a safe, cowardly, and cunning path, one that avoids challenges to avoid failure. Standing nearby, Senior Administrator Moldad flinched, muttering to himself that he had not intended for the confrontation to escalate to this degree. He calmly reminded the acting consul of his position, stating that he was dispatched with a commendation from a colonel at North Galna Fortress and could not be dismissed without a valid reason. He then pointedly asked if Ghana intended to fire him simply for getting upset after hearing the truth. His composure shattered. Ghana trembled with rage, veins bulging on his clenched fist as he abruptly changed his mind, telling Heimin to do whatever he wished with his proposals. But the acting consul immediately reversed himself, roaring that he would not approve any of them. He declared that his subordinates were his dogs, and that Heimin would be kept on a leash and left to rot. He met the outburst with a confident smile, making a startling prediction. In 2 months, he stated, Ghana would be bowing his head and apologizing. He held up 2 fingers, emphasizing the time frame, as the acting consul stared in disbelief. He added dismissively that he doubted someone so narrow-minded would ever understand, a final bar that sent Ghana over the edge. The taunt was too much. Ghana erupted, screaming for Moldad to take Heimin away and declaring he never wanted to see him again. In his fury, he hurled a heavy object from his desk, which shattered on the floor as Moldad hastily grabbed Heimin to leave. As he was led away, he turned to the frantic administrator with a beaming smile, thanking him for the opportunity to speak so freely. In contrast, Moldad collapsed over a desk, head in his hands, utterly defeated by the ordeal. He clutched his head in despair. Moldad admitted to himself that while he had his own reservations about the acting governor's methods, Heimin's actions had just made his role as a mediator completely pointless. Slumped over his desk in defeat, the senior administrator listens as Heimin looms over him, mockingly asking if his plan to tame the rebellious rookie has failed. He looks up, a vein throbbing on his temple, and sighs in exasperation, calling Heimin a little rascal. Heimin simply offers a smug, knowing smile in return. The administrator falls back into his chair, admitting that he didn't think anything could top Heimin's last stunt, but this has easily surpassed it. He concedes that Heimin has made him complicit, leaving him no choice but to bet on his proposal. Heimin, now wearing a pair of glasses, praises the administrator, calling him extremely capable and worthy of respect. He acknowledges, however, that his methods are admittedly forceful. The administrator, still pouting with his cheek resting on his hand, questions if this is how Heimin expects to earn trust. Heimin calmly replies that cooperation based on aligned goals is sufficient, reassuring him not to worry, as he doesn't fight battles he can't win. Later that night, a blindfolded and thoroughly intoxicated Chief Secretary Mott Scally stumbles through the streets, bottle in hand, loudly slurring praises for Minister Heimin. From a doorway, Gilman Wanoa and another officer watch with concern. His drunken wandering leads him into a long, dark corridor. He pauses, sensing something amiss in the oppressive silence. Elsewhere, Heimin is hard at work at his desk, writing furiously. As he sets his quill down, a drop of ink falls from his gloved fingertip. Lin approaches from behind, calling out to her master. He turns, his face shockingly gaunt and his eyes sunken and bloodshot. He asks what's wrong, but his appearance horrifies Yin, who shouts his name again, aghast that he could even ask such a question. She tearfully explains that he hasn't eaten anything for nearly 10 days and begs him to at least drink some water, terrified that he will die. From the doorway, Rifa peeks in, her own expression laced with concern, as Heimin weakly tries to wave off the worry. Inside a dimly lit room, Chief Secretary Mott Scally, looking disheveled with a blindfold askew on his head, apologizes profusely to Heimin. He explains that night establishments operate on trust and require regular spending. Heimin, his expression cold, cuts him off to ask for a progress report. He places a hand on Mott Scally's shoulder, acknowledging his point but delivering a quiet warning. While Mott Scally is free to proceed for now, he must be prepared to face consequences if he fails to produce results in the mid to long term. As Heimin turns and walks away, Mott Scally informs him that the receipts for outside expenses are on the desk, wishing him well. Internally, however, the chief secretary is trembling with fear. Later, under the light of a full moon, the scene shifts to a vast desert. Heimin and Lin, both wrapped in cloaks, ride a large beast across the dunes. They look down upon a large encampment of people gathered around a bonfire. Heimin confirms that the people have assembled as planned and entrusts Lin with the next step. She approaches the gathering on foot. The tribe's chief steps forward to greet her, expressing gratitude for her arrival in their barren land. Another villager marvels at how the chief managed to gather so many of their people. The chief explains that they traveled using a magical beast known only to them as Rada, which is perfectly suited for the desert. Lin notes that everyone is starving, yet they refrain from eating the beasts. The chief affirms this with solemn pride, stating they will only kill a Rada when they themselves are at the end of their lives, for the beasts are their very way of life. He and his people then prostrate themselves on the sand before Lin. On behalf of his tribe, the chief offers everything they have to the one they call the Lady Saint. She is taken aback by the gesture, refusing their offer. Lin reminds the chief of a promise they had made, but he, looking pained, insists that he cannot accept it. Her expression becomes serious and direct. She tells the chief that there is a specific request that only he, with his deep knowledge of the desert, can possibly fulfill. Elsewhere in the camp, some villagers spot a massive, white, skeletal structure in the distance and wonder what it is. Nearby, Heimin explains to an unseen party that he had his servant build several such structures throughout the desert. The villagers are unsettled by the strange sight, though one reasons that if a man is Yin-sama's servant, he surely means no harm. Standing before the desert nomads, Yin-lin explains the purpose of the large, man-made structure. She tells them it will collect rainwater, which will serve as a primer to draw up groundwater. She then makes her request for them to settle there, build a town, and use their sacred rata beasts for the well's required maintenance. The tribe's chief, however, raises a critical objection, addressing her as Lady Saint. He points out the harsh reality that it has not rained in their desert for many years. In response, Yin-lin stands resolute before the hopeful villagers, her small form silhouetted against the dark, eclipsed sun. She makes a bold promise, declaring that rain will pour down for the next few days and implores them to believe in her. Her words move the chief and his people to their knees in profound gratitude. As they thank her, Yin-lin clutches a small vial and thinks to herself that everything is proceeding exactly as her master had scripted. Meanwhile, atop one of the massive runic structures, Heimin holds a device connected to the glowing glyphs carved into the ground. He looks out over the desert, quietly questioning if this is truly how things should be. His thoughts are interrupted by Yin-lin, who runs across the sand dunes towards the structure, calling out for her master. He does not seem to hear her. Sweat drips from his brow as he bows his head, his mind consumed by a dark incantation. Curse the heavens, hate the earth, look to the sky, and bless the gift of life. Suddenly, the runes on the ground erupt with brilliant light. Startled, Yin-lin lets out a cry as the vial in her hand begins to react to the surge of power. The immense energy channels through Heimin, his eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly light as he unleashes the spell. A colossal beam of energy tears through the darkness, shooting from the magic circle into the sky. The name of this formidable magic is revealed, Tears of the Chaos God. His spell sent a brilliant pillar of light into the night sky, momentarily eclipsing the moon. In the desert below, Yin-lin fell backward in astonishment. The tribe's chief and his people looked up, bewildered by the sudden flash and the darkness that followed as clouds began to gather. Moments later, the sky opened. Lightning split the churning clouds as a heavy downpour began. The villagers stared in disbelief, their long-awaited salvation finally arriving. Yin-lin, with tears welling in her eyes, understood that this was the power of the Lady Saint she had been promised. Standing at the center of his creation, Heimin felt the rain on his face, mingling with the tears that traced paths down his cheeks. The immense power he had unleashed left him trembling and utterly spent. Elsewhere, inside a fortified building, the impossible rain hammered against the windows. Vikarnal Ghana stared out in shock, declaring it impossible. In a cell below, Kiana pressed her hand against the glass, her eyes wide with worry as she recognized the magic and called out for her master. Back in the desert, his strength finally gave out. Heimin collapsed, but Yin-lin rushed forward, catching him before he hit the ground. She desperately pleaded for him to open his eyes. As his consciousness faded, he murmured that it had been raining just like this on that fateful day as well. His mind was flooded with old regrets, the memory of creating a monster, the helplessness of being unable to free it, and the solemn vow he made to end the path that creature walked with his own two hands. All the while, Yin-lin's frantic cries of his name echoed in the downpour. He stirred, his eyes fluttering open to see Yin-lin weeping over him. With a weak voice, he asked why she was crying. His expression filled with pain as he then asked if she hated him. Her grief turned to frustration. She grabbed his face with both hands, sobbing as she declared that she did hate him. Not for who he was, but because he was cold, mean, and had the worst personality imaginable. She continued her tearful tirade, hiccuping that on top of all that, he wouldn't even allow her to worry about him. Through her tears, she called him a big, dumb dummy. Heimin could only lie there and listen, his expression unreadable. As the rain continued to fall, the desert chief approached them, lantern in hand. Seeing the state they were in, he spoke calmly, suggesting that since they were all hungry, they should talk things over with some food. This is a story about a certain mage, before a stall laden with produce. The merchant Nandal confirms the young officer's intent. He understands that the man wishes to purchase food from him, and readily agrees. Heimin, however, corrects him with a placid smile. He clarifies that he will be the one selling, offering the food at an exorbitant 600 times the market price. The merchant recoils in utter shock, his face paling as he stammers, unable to comprehend the absurd figure. The number hangs in the air as winged coins seem to flutter away from his grasp. This interaction triggers a memory of a tale from long ago, of a famous wizard. In an age when the Black Sea was deemed impassable, this wizard stood against a monstrous, horned beast, conjuring a magical sigil to protect fleeing villagers. With a surge of power, the wizard's spell struck true, felling the massive creature and saving the terrified people. In the aftermath, one of the villagers he saved approaches him, laughing heartily. He claps the wizard on the back, apologizing for ever doubting that he was a genuine wizard. The wizard explains to the group of farmers that he has come to the countryside seeking an heir. While they know little of such things, one man mentions a rumor of a child beyond the mountain who can hear spirits. Intrigued, the wizard asks him to elaborate. Following the lead, he arrives at a small village. As a local woman greets him, The wizard presents a small, carved object that begins to glow brightly, its light drawing the immediate, intense focus of a young, dark-haired boy nearby. The boy, however, seems unimpressed, casually levitating several stones as he remarks that city wizards must not be very skilled. He claims to have seen through the wizard's earlier levitation trick. The wizard is stunned, wondering how a self-taught child in such a remote place could possess such insight. Revealing his purpose, the wizard states he is searching for someone with talent to study under him, and that the boy shows promise. To prove his power, he conjures a swirling vortex of energy in his palm. The boy, who had been so dismissive, is struck speechless, realizing he has no choice but to acknowledge the man's power. He calmly addresses the struggling boy, ignoring the shocked gasps of the other villagers. He states his intention to first speak with the boy's parents and requests to be led to them, a small orb of light swirling around his raised finger. That same evening, the wizard speaks with the boy's mother. He explains that her son, Ash, possesses both talent and sense, and that he must study in the capital. The mother seems uncertain, questioning if he truly intends to make her son a wizard. Ash, however, glares with suspicion, declaring to his mother that the man is definitely a criminal. He reassures them, saying there is no need to rush the decision. He informs the mother and son that he will be staying in the village for a few days and that they can find him at the inn when they are ready. Later, while settling in at the inn, a thought crosses his mind. He recalls hearing that this region had suffered from an epidemic the previous year and wonders if this particular village had somehow escaped its grasp. Deciding there is no point in dwelling on it, he dismisses the thought and prepares to rest for the night. The next day, however, the strangeness of the village becomes undeniable. As he walks through the streets, he overhears peculiar, disjointed conversations. A woman lamenting her husband's bad back, another cheerfully greeting the village itself. A sense of unease begins to settle in. A sudden, chilling realization strikes him. He observes the villagers and understands that their speech and actions are all perfectly patterned, as if they are puppets. Something, or someone, is controlling them. His gaze sharpens, landing on the boy standing beside his mother. With dawning certainty, the wizard identifies the source of the illusion. It is Ash. The boy confirms the wizard's unspoken suspicion. He explains that a plague spread through the village last winter, and everyone died. The village chief sent letters to the capital asking for help, but the only ones who answered the call were thieves pretending to offer aid. He looks towards the woman he calls mother, his expression filled with a desperate hope. He asks the wizard if learning magic from him would grant him the power to become a wizard who can cure diseases. He looked upon the boy, but the wizard's heart was not filled with pity for the child's plight. Instead, it swelled with joy at the discovery of a budding, prodigious talent. Placing a gloved hand on the young boy's head, he vowed that this power would surely be nurtured. Having accepted the wizard's offer, the boy known as Ash turned his back on his silent village. He walked away from the still, reanimated bodies of his family and neighbors, leaving them scattered beneath the trees to follow his new master. Under the wizard's guidance, Ash's talent grew at an incredible rate. The training, however, was exceptionally harsh, prompting the wizard's own daughter to protest. She confronted her father, demanding to know why he was so uniquely strict only with Ash. Despite the difficult training, he grew close with the wizard's daughter, a development that pleased the old master. He would often find Ash asleep over his books from exhaustion, with his daughter quietly watching over him. But those peaceful days were tragically short-lived. The daughter suddenly fell gravely ill, her body racked by a violent cough that brought forth blood, a horrifying sight for them both. Driven by desperation, the two searched tirelessly for a cure in the wizard's laboratory, but found nothing. As the wizard slammed his fist down in despair, Ash could only cry out his master's name in frustration. Then, after a period of frantic, solitary effort, Ash emerged. He was gaunt and pale, his skin cracked, and one hand twisted into a monstrous claw. Panting, he held up a vial, declaring he had made a medicine that would prevent her death. His master took the vial, but his expression shifted to one of dawning horror. He recognized the dark contents for what they truly were, realizing with a tremor that this was no cure. It was a forbidden drug that granted immortality, created from human flesh, blood, and soul. The medicine was never used on the daughter. All that remained was a former boy who had abandoned his humanity, his form twisting into something monstrous, and a lone wizard. The memory fades, leaving the man now known as Heimin in the present day, standing alone and gazing into a glass, the weight of his past reflected in his somber eyes. He sat alone on the wooden porch, reflecting on the wizard's curse, to be a monster that never dies, never ages, and only keeps watching loved ones perish. His somber thoughts were interrupted by Yen Lin, who asked with wide-eyed concern if he had wanted to save that monster. Holding a glass, Heimin's face darkened as he thought to himself that the wizard should have killed it instead. He turned away, dismissing her question. He claimed to have said too much, but then conceded that perhaps, as long as there was hope, he had wanted to become that hope himself. With a gentle poke to her forehead, he told her that both the boy and the wizard had worked hard enough for one day. It was time for her to sleep. She drifted off instantly, slumping against him. As he held the sleeping girl, he resolved that, for now, she did not need to know the whole truth. In that moment of quiet resolve, a flamboyant, horned demon materialized with a flourish, calling out a name and declaring it all a misunderstanding. The darkness within Heizen had summoned the demon Berzelius, who seemed shocked to find Heisenheim holding the girl. The demon struck a dramatic pose, proclaiming his arrival to be perfect, divine timing. Unimpressed, Heizen coolly asked if he should be sent back if he was busy. Berzelius eagerly clasped his hands, readily agreeing to the task Heizen presented, to seal a part of the sleeping child's memory. His eyes narrowed into a glare. He issued a sharp reminder to the demon, warning him of the consequences should he dare to tamper with her memory recklessly. The demon chuckled nervously, swearing he would never do something so terrible to the disciple of the one who had enslaved the demon Lokiel. As he spoke, he began to conjure a glowing magical seal above Yen Lin's forehead. Inside a dimly lit room, Heisenheim presents a small, ornate key that glows with a dark energy. With a gentle expression, he asks Rifa to please keep it with her. The scene shifts to Rifa's face, her features etched with sorrow as tears mix with the heavy rain pouring down around her. A voice calls her name. Returning to their conversation, she explains with a sad smile that she was happy. She was glad that Yin truly cared for Heizen's well-being and that he had finally opened up, which she felt had shrunk the distance between them all. His expression hardens under the lamplight. He looks at her intently and asks if she will make all of that as if it never happened. Meanwhile, Yen Lin sleeps soundly, her mind processing the recent events. She understands that her memory isn't truly erased, but simply unnecessary for now. She knows she must first learn magic using the staff, believing that different systems of magic will someday become hints for her own growth. Back in the downpour, Rifa closes her eyes in pain and asks why he must give the key to her. Heizen looks away, his gloved fist clenched, and states that at the time it's needed, he is certain he will not be by Yan's side. His gaze is downcast, but his voice is firm with grim certainty. He declares that they will oppose each other. Because of this inevitable future conflict, he insists that she, Rifa, is the one who should hold the key. Her bare hand reaches out to accept the small key from his gloved fingers. With quiet resignation, she agrees, saying she understands. Elsewhere, a young man with slicked back hair stares out a window at the pouring rain, running his hands through his hair in agitation. He curses aloud, frustrated to think that it really rained by coincidence. A man with a weary, irritated expression knocks firmly on a set of double doors, announcing his presence to acting administrator Vigernal. Inside, Vigernal dabs sweat from his forehead, apologizing for the trouble caused by the persistent rain. The visitor, a stout man introduced as Chief Internal Officer Dagal, pants for breath and asks what business has brought Vigernal to him. He explains that his visit is about the newcomer, Heisenheim. Vigernal notes that Heisen's actions are causing concern in other departments as well, his words punctuated by a mental image of the chaos surrounding the young officer. He clarifies that he doesn't want to be misunderstood. He has high expectations for Heizen. However, he warns that if Heizen continues to work so selfishly, his considerable abilities will ultimately be wasted. As Dagal listens, Vigernal suggests that he should therefore go ahead and demote him. The chief internal officer seems to understand, asking if that is indeed the plan. A sly, malicious grin spreads across his face. With a low laugh, Vigernal tells Dagal that if that's what he thinks is best, then he should do it. Dagal's expression softens into a pleased smile at this empowerment. Vigernal continues to chuckle, declaring that for Heizen's own growth, he will guide the young man with tough love. The two officials stand together by a large window, watching the rain pour down. Dagal laughs softly and agrees, stating that he will leave the matter entirely to Vigernal.